Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Yamazakura in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 6, V. V, like a salmon, always knows exactly how and when to go back to the stream they were born in. Ino can find her way to the Nara and Akimichi compounds like a magnet is pulling her there. It's an instinct she's had for so long she might as well have been born with it. That's what makes it so hard to fight. Ino power walks from street lamp to street lamp, her blonde pixie cut nearly white in their cheap sodium glow, as she meanders vaguely in the direction of the Nara compound. Ino dips down alleyways, goes up back streets, sends a clone to jump around the rooftops, all in the service of making herself a pain in the ass to tail. Not that she's ever caught anyone tailing her. It's 10 in the evening, and in the Leaf Village that means there's no one around but stray cats and crickets. Besides, this is a village, everyone knows everyone, no one should even want to tail her. But because she's a ninja, she knows better than that. Her long, spiraling walk takes her down a quiet cobblestone street hemmed in by trees. The space between the street lamps grows with every step, like the street is being stretched from both sides. It's her least favorite part of this walk. But the tiny wisps of fear blow away on the wind when she catches the sound of heavy footsteps and something crunching coming up the road. Ino turns down a side street. The sounds grow louder and louder before falling into perfect step beside her. Ino smiles up at Koji through her bangs. He smiles back down at her, mouth full, hand in a bag of chips. Careful eating on the job, Koji, Ino chuckles, our shadow might follow your breadcrumb trail. Koji shakes his head and replies around a bite, nah, no chance. It's an ancient Akimichi clan secret technique, crumbless eating jutsu. Ino gives his shoulder a shove that doesn't move him an inch. Knowing your clan, that's probably not even a joke. Ino and Koji walk right past the gate to the Yamanaka clan compound, and after a few minutes more they come to a stop in front of the Nara compound. The gate towers over them both, a heavy wooden edifice built without iron nails, handles, or hinges. It sits between walls of heavy stone, piled high and dense. The way their fathers always told it, the Yamanaka, Akimichi, and Nara clans settled in the Central Valley before even the Senju. That gate is older than the forest behind it. Typical Naras. They were too lazy to move. Ino looks up at Koji through her lashes and whispers, "Did you bring the stuff?" "Of course I did, I'm a professional," Koji replies, fishing a colorful plastic packet out of his armor. He tosses it up to the top of the gate, where it stops and hangs in the air. Then the darkness melts away. Crouched atop the gate is a shinobi in his late 30s, his dark hair in a loose ponytail and his darker eyes ringed with green eyeliner. He scratches at his goatee with one hand and holds the packet up to the light with the other. After a moment's inspection, he tears it open, digs out a small sugar candy, and pops it into his mouth. Around the candy, he remarks, "Smart move, bribing the gate guard instead of sneaking under the hole in the fence. You're growing up so fast." Ino rolls her eyes, "It's good to see you, too, Uncle Ensui." Ensui winks at her before dropping down behind the gate. There's a moment's pause before it yawns open, revealing Ensui and the winding path through the trees. Ensui steps to one side with a courtly bow before the darkness reaches out and swallows him again. Koji and Ino exchange fond snickers before they set off down the path. The canopy completely blocks out the moon, leaving the path to the Nara clan heads home, the darkest one in the village. The narrow dirt trail is punctuated every 15 feet by matching pairs of stone lanterns, their flames burning small and dim. Deep within the trees Ino can just barely make out the silhouette of deer, standing eerily still until suddenly sprinting out of sight. It isn't long before the path opens up onto the Nara manor. The Hyuga have a far more opulent mansion and the Yamazakura certainly have a larger one, but as Ino carefully avoids the squeaky boards on the stairs and catches sight of the notches in a post where Shikaka would track how tall she, Shikamaru, and Koji were getting, she's sure that few other clan manors feel more like a home. Ino knocks on the door, and it isn't long before Yoshino Nara answers. For just a moment, as Yoshino pushes some hair out of her eyes and sighs through her nose, Ino is struck by the dark circles beneath her eyes and the harsh slump of her shoulders. But then her eyes alight on the two of them. The smile that spreads across Yoshino's face makes her look and Ino feel years younger. Ino beams and opens her arms for a hug. "Hi, Auntie Yoshino." Koji bows from the shoulders. Good evening, Mrs. Nara. Yoshino pulls them both in, one arm going all the way around Ino and the other barely clearing Koji's right shoulder. It's good to see you too, though I wish Shikamaru would stop calling you in so late. If he keeps this up much longer, I swear the three of you are going to become nocturnal. Ino pulls back from the embrace. Speaking of Shikamaru. Yoshino's smile drops. Right. He's in the hole again. Ino and Koji cringe in rhyme. They say their pleasantries to Yoshino, slip off their shoes, and make their way deeper into the house. Ino notices the traces of Shikaku's absence as they cut through the front rooms, a plate at the kitchen table covered over by a bowl, a half-finished crocheted afghan on the sofa, the lamp burning by the door. Ino wonders if he called to tell Yoshino not to wait up for him. She wonders if Yoshino's waiting up anyway. Scratch that. She doesn't need to wonder. She knows Yoshino would never pass up an opportunity to playfully rake Shikaku across the coals for coming home late, and Shikaku would never miss an opportunity to hear her do it. Koji and Ino creep deeper into the house, past Shikaku's study, past the master bedroom, past Shikamaru's room, and finally stopping at a perfectly nondescript door. Ino knocks the first half of shave and a haircut on the direct center, sending chakra out through her knuckles and into the door with every knock. After exactly 10 seconds, there's an answering 2-bits knock. The hall lights up purple as a seal scrawls itself across the door, then goes out just as quickly. Ino spares Koji a long-suffering wince before heading inside. They squeeze into what used to be a servant's quarters back when the Naras had servants. What Shikamaru has turned it into is, well, the hole. Shikamaru stands in the center of a web made from equal parts string and paper. The walls are coated with photographs, reports, maps, graphs, receipts, and so many miscellaneous scraps that Ino can't see the actual wood anymore. Pins don't just hold up the collected evidence, but act as points of connection for an intricate weave of many colored strings. Shikamaru has a hand to his chin and is staring intently at the tableau in front of him. Koji shuffles over to stand on Shikamaru's left side. Ino shuts the door, resets the seal, and settles on Shikamaru's right. She arches a brow as she wonders, remind me how you convinced your mom to let you use her crochet yarn for this again. Shikamaru replies in a deadpan, with my irresistible wit and charm. What VE you got for me? Ino crosses her arms over her chest, not as much as you're hoping for. I popped in and out of the barrier team's headquarters as often as I could, but no unsanctioned entry or exits were reported or detected. I tried to get them to tell me if there were less hawks coming into the village than normal, but that got me stuck in a lecture about how if they paid that close attention to every single bird that flew in and out of leaf airspace they'd lose their minds, so we can say pretty much for sure they're not gonna be much help. Shikamaru taps a finger against his lips in a slow rhythm. What about the Intel division? They showed off just how good they are at putting on a brave face. Ino scoffs. I snooped enough to see that, just like you said, reports from abroad were scarcer than normal. But nobody was freaking out about it. They were way more preoccupied with Gaara's kidnapping. I did as much surface thought skimming as I could get away with. There was a lot of, it's fine sometimes agents run into trouble, it's fine Tanaka told me that dead days like this happen, it's fine. Ino shrugs, huffing hard enough to ruffle her bangs. Granted, these were rank and file Chunin I was skinning. I'm not stupid enough to think I can sneak in and out of Ibiki's mind, or my dad's. Just looking at them, they didn't even seem like they noticed. Shikamaru simply nods and asks, what about the wall, Koji? Koji frowns, running a hand through his hair, and answers, second verse, same as the first. They were clocking way fewer messenger hawks than normal flying in, but if that worried anyone nobody was letting it show. I did get a few Chunin talking about it, and they mostly shrugged it off with, shit happens, the reports will get here when they get here. I got into it with a couple Jonin, but they shut down real quick when I brushed close to anything I didn't have the proper security clearance to know about. Yeah, same here, Ino chimes in, honestly, Shikamaru, it might just be a dead day. Shikamaru's voice comes in quick and sharp, not a chance. Thanks to you guys, now I know for sure there's something going on. Ino arches a brow, really? Really? Think about what you guys kept saying reports were scarcer. There were less hawks coming in, Shikamaru explains, slowly starting to pace a short loop, not none. Not a complete blackout. That tells us that we aren't dealing with something earth-shaking that could take out dozens of hawks or dozens of ninja all at once. We're dealing with humans. Humans with an upper limit to their manpower. Humans that are fallible enough to miss a good 10 to 20% of the communications they're trying to block, but smart enough to know that. Ino cocks her head to one side. Where are you getting that second part from? Once again, think about what you kept saying, Shikamaru continues, his pacing speeding up. People are worried. But not enough to think they're allowed to make a scene about it. Not enough to get the higher-ups to sweat. Not enough to prompt immediate, decisive, visible action. And remember, of all the communications to let though, they made sure the one about Gaara's kidnapping made it here. Adding that in foreign reports slowing to a trickle together, you buy yourself anywhere from a few days to a week to sneak around in the dead zone you've created and do whatever it is you're doing. Koji squints just past Shikamaru at the tangled mess on the walls. That's the thing, isn't it? What could they be doing that requires complete radio silence from our agents in the field? Shikamaru clicks his tongue against his teeth, slowing his pace. That is indeed the thing. It's still too early to guess any specifics. But I have a heading. Ino is leaning in now, eyes running along the strings like a spider. What are you thinking? Shikamaru turns and taps two fingers against the papers on the wall. We need to get a good look at where all the reports that make it through are coming from. Because I will bet you if we add them all up, we'll find one spot where it is a total, complete blackout. Blocking almost everything is a smoke screen. They're trying to block something specific happening somewhere specific. Koji scratches at his scalp, his frown turning into a wince. Shikamaru. We definitely don't have the clearance for that. And if our shadows really is embedded in the village as you think, there's no way we can pull strings with our parents or Tsunade to get clearance without them noticing. Shikamaru is quiet for a long moment before he mutters, No, we can't. But we all know someone who can. Ino's eyes go wide. Wait a minute, are you thinking? Asuma is a Jonin, a Sarutobi from the leading line, and a former member of the 12 Guardian Ninja. Shikamaru cuts in. He has more connections in higher places than any of us. I didn't want to get more people involved in this than I had to, but... Koji finishes the sentence. Are you sure you have to? Shikamaru doesn't say anything. He leans closer to the wall, until his forearm is flat against it. He drums his fingers on a report as he stares at the pages in front of him hard enough to set them on fire. Finally, he sighs, I'll sleep on it. But if there's another way to get the information we need, I can't see it. Ino chews on her lower lip as she stares at Shikamaru's back. He looks like he could fall right into this web of evidence, this pit of leads and dead ends, and never come out. She keeps her voice soft. Shikamaru. This is risky enough for us, but Kurane is pregnant. Shikamaru twitches a shoulder in an attempt at a shrug. If anyone's ready to handle those risks, it's Asuma. Ino throws Koji a worried glance and he tosses back one of his own. Ino wags her head towards Shikamaru's right side. Koji shuts his eyes, then does the same towards Shikamaru's left. They don't need to say it out loud. Now and always, they know exactly where they stand. The deep river gorge lights up bright orange, bringing the figures of the two Akatsuki agents and their captive into harsh relief. One stands tall and lanky, weight on one foot and a hand on the opposite hip. The other sits low and misshapen, with some sort of strange appendage lashing back and forth in the shallow river. A man-sized bird that does not breathe hovers at their side, a limp but twitching body curled in its tail feathers. And just as quickly as it came to life, the light dies. In the moment of darkness as his eye readjusts, Kakashi can hear rock scraping against rock. When the spot's clear, the Akatsuki agents and their bird stroll through a torii gate and beneath a gargantuan boulder. The moment they're through, the boulder slides back into place. A square of paper on the boulder's face flashes once, then the night is as silent and dark as always. From his perch on the cliffs at the top of the gorge, Kakashi sets his binoculars on the ground, and thinks. He and Naruto are lying flat against the ground within the underbrush. It's unlikely that either agent saw them, but not impossible. He spares a glance to Naruto, just to his left. To his credit, Naruto isn't fidgeting. But he is clenching his fists hard enough to break skin. Kakashi brings the binoculars back up and adjusts the magnification. Sure enough, there's a seal on the boulder. Kakashi starts racking his brain to scrape together everything Minato taught him about Fuinjutsu, an effort that's difficult enough when Naruto's nervous energy isn't throwing him off. Naruto throws him even further off as he whispers through a mouthful of his own lip, "They're right in front of us, Kakashi-sensei, we could." "No, we couldn't." "Look." Kakashi passes Naruto the binoculars as he explains, as if the door being a gigantic boulder wasn't enough, "there's a seal on it. There's no telling what it will do if we approach." Naruto stares at the boulder for a long moment, the tight set of his shoulders loosening at the same time as his brow is furrowing. The tip of his tongue pokes out from the corner of his mouth for a moment before he starts muttering something under his breath. Kakashi can't help arching a brow as he watches Naruto think out loud. After a moment, Naruto suddenly says, "Oh, I know what it does." The only thing Kakashi can think to ask is, "You do?" "Yeah, like." Naruto brings the binoculars down and scratches at his head. "I'm still not great at actually doing Fuinjutsu cause seals are real intricate and complicated and sometimes I just can't concentrate on getting them all the way down, but Jiraiya still drilled me enough that I, get what parts make them up and stuff and..." Kakashi cuts Naruto off in his best sensei voice, "Okay, Naruto, just slow down. Explain to me how the seal works." Right, gotcha." Naruto scoots closer, until he and Kakashi's sides are touching, before holding the binoculars up so Kakashi is looking through the left lens and Naruto is looking through the right. "See the two kanji at the top there? Reading them like normal they'd usually mean tree or wood, but with Fuinjutsu it's not that literal, I guess. They're more like the person who made the seal was thinking about a forest of trees sprouting up, like things growing. And the big kanji at the bottom." Kakashi squints at the kanji in question, muttering almost to himself, "Is that even a real kanji?" Kakashi feels Naruto's shrug as it jostles him to one side. "Well, I mean no, but it's close to two different kanji, one that usually means important and one that means end. But like I said, it's not that literal, it's more trying to say that this seal is the center of something, the linchpin, basically. And you can't pay too much attention to the actual characters because what matters more is how many strokes make them up." Kakashi can only deadpan. "I'm suddenly remembering why my sensei's lessons on Fuinjutsu didn't really take." Naruto lets the binoculars droop so he can blink owlishly at Kakashi and wonder, "Your sensei did Fuinjutsu?" For the first time in a long time, Kakashi finds himself smiling as he talks about Minato. He didn't just do Fuinjutsu, he was an expert on it. He came up with techniques people still haven't been able to replicate. Naruto's eyes go wide enough to catch a few of the stars. Whoa. Kakashi's throat is suddenly full of thorns. Why does he have to look so much like them? Kakashi forces his gaze back down to the gorge. "So what were you saying about the strokes in the kanji?" "Oh, right. So, Naruto pulls the binoculars back up with one hand and makes vague, evocative gestures with the other. "The two wood kanji are made up of 4 strokes each. That plus the linchpin kanji means that this seal has multiple tags connecting to it, and the amount of strokes equals the amount of tags. The linchpin kanji confirms it, because it's made of 5 strokes. 4 outlying tags, 1 center tag, that's 5 tags in all. That's also confirmed by the border." Kakashi's brow hops up. The border is important. Naruto lets the binoculars sag once again so Kakashi can see him rolling his eyes. "Yeah, that's why I'm not great at Fuinjutsu, everything you put on the page is important. You can't improvise, not really, one wrong stroke and the whole thing blows up." Kakashi's smile is warm and small, but he hopes Naruto can still hear it. "Yeah, that's not your style at all. So how is the border important?" Once again, Naruto has to reel himself back onto his original train of thought. "Right. Yeah, the border is rectangular and boxes in the seal. That means this seal is supposed to block off a rectangular area, and the 4 tags are placed at 4 points to mark the edges. And the linchpin tag is in the center, so that means we're in the sealed zone right now." Only now is Kakashi keeping pace as he taps a finger against his chin and adds, "So this seal isn't designed as a hard barrier but a soft one." Naruto nods hard enough to make his whole body bounce a half-inch off the ground. "Yeah. Hard barriers require a lot more chakra and more active work, so they can't cover super wide areas. Soft barriers can still be nasty though. Can do things like reflect damage you try to do to anything in the forbidden area back on you and shit. It can be rough, believe it. Kakashi huffs out a sigh, and let me guess, hunting down and tearing off the tags one at a time wouldn't work, would it? Naruto shakes his head with a wince, nope. You'd probably have to take them all off at the same time. And you'd be in for a shitty surprise when you did. Kakashi narrows his eyes, the wheels in his head turning quicker and quicker. Don't tell me. That second wood character means something's going to sprout up when you remove one of the 4 corner tags. Not just something, Naruto replies, look, the characters are identical. Almost like they used a stamp. The tags'll make some kind of clone when they're torn off. Probably of the person who tore them off, that'd be easier to do over a long distance. Kakashi considers that for a heartbeat, then turns to smirk slyly behind his mask at Naruto. Clones? Naruto stares at Kakashi, brow furrowed, for exactly 10 seconds before he lights up their hiding spot with a huge grin. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. This is gonna be a piece of cake. I make 4 clones, send em off with the dogs, find the tags, then tear em all off at the same time. My clones will fight their clones and we'll head in. Naruto starts to get up and Kakashi reaches around to put a hand between his shoulder blades and push him back down to earth. One problem with that plan, there's still a big rock in our way. Naruto's mouth screws up in a frown, you couldn't break through it. Not quickly. You. Naruto just grimaces. That's all the answer he needs to give. That's what I thought, Kakashi continues, we can't discount the possibility that the instant we break the seal the Akatsuki will be alerted. They might have a way out of there, they might not. Either way, that's another chance we can't take. We need to be ready to bust our way in within moments of breaking the seal. And that means... Naruto groans, letting his face fall into the dirt, we have to wait for Sasuke. Exactly. Naruto props himself up on his elbows, opens up his jacket, and unzips an interior pocket on the chest. 2 white eyes talks come popping out before Katsuya pokes the rest of her head out, taking a broad look around. Kakashi does his best to suppress a shudder. You doing okay in there, lil slug? Katsuya inclines her head in the best attempt at a bow a slug can probably muster. I am doing fine, Naruto, you need not worry about me. Would you like me to relay all the intelligence you've just gathered to Sasuke? Yeah, please, and tell him to hurry. Of course. As Katsuya withdraws, Kakashi remarks, in the meantime, you and I get to have ourselves an old-fashioned stakeout. Naruto just perches his chin on one hand, eyes half open, as he grumbles, yeah, fine. Kakashi swallows a sigh. And there goes all his energy, like air out of a balloon. He really should be taking notes on these conversations, that way he can track exactly what it is he's doing that kills them every time. He lets his voice drop into something softer and says, remember, we're a team, Naruto. We win and lose together. Naruto just mutters into his palm, Solo Kakashi's sure he's not supposed to be hearing it, then why are we always apart? Kakashi doesn't have an answer for that. That is where things stand with Naruto and Kakashi, Katsuya concludes, do you wish to send a reply? The tiny slug sits among a mess of dried herbs, beakers, burners, scrolls, pipettes, and dozens more pieces of alchemical equipment Sasuke has forgotten the names for. He considers Katsuya's question as he grinds scurvy grass in a mortar and pestle. The greenhouse around him is abuzz with activity as the resident medics race in and out, taking clippings from the plants and delivering samples from the outlying greenhouses. It's the kind of chaotic rhythm Sasuke's become used to over the past 2 years, he's sure he wouldn't be able to think as clearly without it. Give them the gist of the situation here, then tell them I'm working on an antidote for Kankuro, Sasuke replies, much as I want to turn right around and head out once I'm done. That would not be wise, Sasuke, Katsuya cuts in, you have been awake for 17 hours, that you can still function as well as you are is a stroke of luck. You shouldn't push it. Sasuke shoots the little slug a lopsided smirk, don't worry, I know the human body well enough to know I won't have much choice in the matter. Just tell them not to expect another update from me before sunrise. One of the residents calls from a pond of Dawn Lotus, should one of us go clean up the on-call room for you? Sasuke jabs the pestle at them and shoots back, make an intern do it, I'm not done with you yet. Sasuke's mind runs on two tracks, one considering his next move and the other assembling the antidote. He confers with the other medics, mixes together ingredients, tests and retests, works straight through a shift change, all while plotting out the route from here to the Akatsuki hideout. His gut twists and clenches with every step he takes closer to synthesizing an antidote in every obstacle he can imagine the Akatsuki throwing into his path. Sasuke works with a red-eyed shadow looming over him, watching his every move. After 4 hours of trial and error, Sasuke uses an eyedropper to place a sample of the poison in the center of a testing scroll. He fills a pipette with the same amount of antidote, then drops it onto the scroll. The antidote absorbs the poison and disappears in a puff of steam. Sasuke grins to himself and hisses, "Take that, Akatsuki." Sasuke separates the antidote into 3 vials, each a full dosage. The residents don't let Sasuke clean up after himself, all but pushing him out the door to go cure Kankuro. It's a quick and quiet jog back to Kankuro's room as the hospital has fully transitioned into the graveyard shift, and when he knocks on the door, a young intern is the one to answer. Her dark eyes light up at the sight of the vials. "Are those?" Sasuke nods. "Yep." "Is he awake?" The intern opens the door a bit wider and waves him in. "No, but please, come in. I'll have him up shortly." Sasuke steps in behind her and closes the door on his heels. He surveys the room in a wide arc. Baki is the first person he sees, asleep sitting up in a chair next to the door. His shoulders are square and his arms crossed tight over his chest, like he could leap up and into battle at a moment's notice. Tamari has compressed herself as much as she can to fit on Kankuro's hospital bed with him, molded to the side opposite his foredrip. Kankuro is already looking less pale, but the hand holding Tamari's has ghost-white knuckles. The sight of them makes Sasuke's heartbeat stutter, but it doesn't last long as the intern gently coaxes Kankuro awake. He blearily looks around before his eyes settle on Sasuke. Sasuke forces a smirk and holds up one of the vials. "Room service." Kankuro tries to laugh and mostly coughs. Sasuke pulls up a chair at Kankuro's bedside, helping him sit up without disturbing Tamari. With the extra help of the intern and a few pillows, they manage it, even if they also drag Tamari halfway up with him. Sasuke holds the vial out to Kankuro. "So, you have 2 options. I can brew this into tea to make it taste slightly less terrible, or you can just drink it like a shot." Kankuro takes a few deep breaths before shrugging his free shoulder. "In my experience, 2 in the morning is a great time to do shots." Sasuke uncorks the vial. "I'll save my professional medical opinion on that for later." He hands the vial to Kankuro, who knocks it back with practiced ease. He lets out a harsh wheeze as he comes back down, thumping a hand against his chest. Kankuro winces over at Sasuke. "Oh, she is smooth, isn't she? She'll get the job done." Sasuke chuckles. "You're also gonna need to take some vitamins and supplements over the next few days, since chelators tend not to care what metal they get rid of, and you'll need to replenish the beneficial ones while the antidote makes its way through your system. I'll write you up a prescription in the morning." Kankuro cracks a faded grin. "Once again, Sasuke, you're a lifesaver." "That's literally the job description," Sasuke snorts. Kankuro's grin slowly falls and, after a moment of silence, he asks, "So, what's the word on Gaara? We made any progress?" "Shockingly, yeah, we have." Sasuke explains the situation to Kankuro, who hangs on every word with an intense look on his face. It's all the more intense without his face paint and puppeteer uniform. One could think it's a mask, meant to hide his face from the world. But Sasuke, the part of Sasuke that jumps when he sees his own face in the mirror because it's the same as seeing a ghost, knows that's not who it's for. Once Sasuke's finished giving him the rundown, Kankuro snickers, "And here I thought I was being smart for once, getting a piece of their cloak." Sasuke shakes his head, insisting, "That is smart, Kankuro. You had no idea we were coming. Hell, even if you thought Leaf would send backup, you had no idea what any backup would do. Most people would have just run straight here and let you guys call all the shots without taking any initiative." Kankuro gives him an odd look, arching a brow and cocking his head to one side. "And you aren't like most people, are you?" Sasuke sits up a little straighter and holds his head a little higher. "Never have been." Kankuro rolls his eyes, scoffing. Oh, I can see why Cho hated you. Suzuki bristles at the sound of her name. Trust me, I've known the woman for 6 hours and the feeling is already mutual. Kankuro rasps out a far better laugh than his previous attempts. Yeah, she's got that effect on people. Suzuki's mouth twists into a scowl and he spits. Why do you even keep her around? If she'd had her way, she would have just bashed her head against a problem she couldn't solve on her own until she ran out of time and you died rather than let someone more qualified take over, all because I'm from another village. Kankuro lets his eyes slide shut and he sighs. Remember, man, she's old. She made it through all 3 wars. She's older than the entire concept of hidden villages. More than any of us she knows just how temporary and meaningless alliances can be. Cho lost her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to war. I hate to be that guy who goes, she's not really that bad, you just caught her on a bad day, but you probably did catch her on a bad day. This whole thing is as personal to her as it is to me and to Mary. Suzuki's brow furrows. How do you mean? Kankuro stares down at his hand as he flexes his fingers, his lips pursed. Well. Short version? That grandson she lost? He's the one I fought. Long version. The story Kankuro spins is an old one. A little boy loses his parents to the war, is tossed in after them because the village is desperate, and breaks into a dozen monstrous pieces while his grandmother looks on, helpless to stop him. Every hidden village has hundreds of these stories. That's how someone as deranged as Sasori can find a partner equally as deranged to work alongside. Still, it's a credit to Kankuro's skill as a storyteller that this old, predictable tale still has Suzuki leaning closer with every twist and turn. Kankuro finishes with, underneath it all, she's one of the best puppeteers and saboteurs this village has ever turned out. I can't say I don't respect her, I wouldn't be where I am without her paving the way ahead of me. Her wisdom and experience has been invaluable in the past. But this isn't the past, Suzuki cuts in. Eventually new problems are gonna surface that the wisdom of the past has no experience with and no answer for. No, screw eventually, that literally happened today. Kankuro frowns at Suzuki and counters, but old problems have a habit of not really going away, just lying dormant. You know the saying, those who don't learn from history, and all that. Suzuki, I get it, trust me I do. I don't know how Gaara can sit in the council chambers with all the other backwards pieces of shit still squatting in a seat they stole 20 years ago, but... He shakes his head with a sigh. Somehow he turns the lumps of lead they give him for advice into gold, so I gotta believe there's some value in keeping them around, if only so we know what not to do. Suzuki rubs at his eyes, the weight of all the time he's spent awake landing on his shoulders all at once. Well, we'll get Gaara back and he'll tell us how he does it himself. Kankuro's eyes flicker up and down Suzuki, examining him critically. Yeah, you're not gonna do much rescuing looking like that. How long have you been awake? Suzuki can feel the tips of his ears heating up. 21 hours, I think. Kankuro immediately points to the door. Out. Now. Go sleep. Suzuki wags his chin towards to Mary. You mean I can't sleep in here, too? Obviously there's no room left. Kankuro snorts. Besides, visiting hours are over, family only. Suzuki shoves himself up out of his chair. Fine, fine. See you in the morning. Go. Suzuki turns toward the door, waving over his shoulder to Kankuro. Once out, Suzuki is able to find the on-call room with a bit of asking around and a lot more aimless wandering. Tucked in the far corner of the second floor, the earthen walls, sparse furnishings, and dim light makes it feel more like a cave. Suzuki indulges himself, using the sherry-non for half a second to help find which of the 4 bunks crammed into the room are empty. Suzuki drags his carcass to the very back of the room and up the bunk bed ladder, folding himself into the bed. A dozen thoughts drift through his mind as he stares at the ceiling. In these moments between sleep and waking, the fact that Suzuki's wearing his shoes in bed, the guilt he feels over getting to sleep in a bed while Naruto and Kakashi are scouting in enemy territory, the ever-present ache of Sakura's absence, and the thrill of this finally being his chance to take Itaki out all seem equally important. But the last thing Suzuki thinks of before it all goes dark is Kankuro and Tamari, each running themselves to exhaustion and past it, all the way to the edge of death, all to rescue their brother. And even though Gaara isn't far from death himself, Suzuki can't help but taste the horribly bitter tang of jealousy on the back of his tongue. Sakura wakes up in the bed of the Sound Daimyo's wife. It's an ornate, four-poster affair, with a proper canopy and sheer drapery to enclose it while still letting the light through. The sheets are pure silk, the pillows goose down, and the mattress is large enough that Sakura could invite Yugo, Suijitsu, Zayden, and Kabuto to join her and still have room to toss and turn. It's everything Sakura had ever dreamed of when playing princess with Ino as a little girl. For a moment she lies motionless, soaking in the pale sunlight and sinking deeper into the mattress. She shuts her eyes and heaves a sigh. Pulling herself up and out of the mattress is like extracting herself from a pit of custard. She parts the drapes and swings her legs over the side of the bed, her feet making contact with the blood and soot-stained carpet. The feudal ladies' chambers are the least trashed part of the palace, but that isn't saying much. The carpet's elaborate design is hidden beneath a coating of filth. There's a fist-sized hole punched through the shoji, the echo of the cannonball buried in the opposite wall. The wardrobe is open and empty, the beautiful garments too elaborate for one person to ever put on by themselves all strewn about the floor. Sakura finds her jaw clenching as she stares at the clothes. Those pieces must have taken months, maybe even years, of back-breaking work to create. Someone had to embroider all those designs by hand, by sunlight, and electric light and candlelight. Fabric merchants carried those silks over hills and valleys, through storms and across ravines, just to get them to the artisans that would make them into something beautiful for someone who'd barely appreciate it because to her they barely cost a thing. Sakura shoves herself to her feet and starts gathering the garments in her arms. They weigh as much as she does actually, considering how little she's eating these days, they probably weigh more. But she hauls them back to the wardrobe anyway. One by one, she folds them back up and puts them back in their place. She can't know what their place was, but she can guess. It takes her 15 minutes where all that matters to her is folding clothes, looking around the wardrobe for space, and filling it. It's rote and it's mindless, but Sakura can't stop until she's done. Once the very last haori has been put away, Sakura slams the wardrobe shut. She turns to where the garments were. There are 3 stains on the floor. Slightly red, but mostly brown. Sakura hasn't seen the daimyo's wife or his 2 sons since she entered the palace. Sakura shuts her eyes and hisses, "I need to get out of this goddamn country." Sakura gets dressed, gears up, throws her pack over one shoulder, and stomps out of the feudal ladies' chambers. She takes a long, winding walk down the Tenshukaka through the morning fog. From this vantage point she can see the extent of the collateral damage. All the previous night's fires have been put out, but the rubble is scattered out across gardens and courtyards, some particularly large chunks sitting in the center of deep dents in building roofs. The black markings where mortars and artillery shells hit are scattered across the palace grounds like blackheads on a face. Sakura can track Suijitsu's path through the grounds by which sections are flooded. Separating the Tenshukaka from the Great Hall is what was a very lovely garden. Now, it looks plucked out of no man's land. The trees look like empty coat racks and artillery shells sit undetonated in pits of upturned dirt. Arched bridges would have connected a network of small islands in a man-made pond to create a meandering path from the Great Hall to the keep, but the wooden bridges lie in pieces in the water and the stone bridges are severely cracked. Sakura is in the midst of trying to plot the safest course across the pond when she catches a flash of orange hair on one of the islands closest to the Great Hall. Yugo looks quite large on the little island. He sits with his back to Sakura, huddled into a ball at the water's edge. Sakura takes a broad look at the island's bridges. Both are standing, but neither look particularly stable. She channels chakra into the solace of her feet and walks directly across the water. She deliberately goes against all her training in how to walk without making a sound. Sneaking up on Yugo rarely goes well. He doesn't react to the sound of her footsteps, not even as they reach the island, crunch across the grass, and Sakura settles down on his left. Sakura examines him from the corner of her eye, and the first thing she notices is the stump of his right arm, bandaged inexpertly but tightly. Yugo wouldn't have let Kabuto do it. It must have been one of the revolutionaries, one of the few brave enough to actually get close to Yugo. The second thing she notices is that he's still in his prisoner's uniform. He doesn't have any shoes. The fabric is thin and cheap. She can see goosebumps rising on his arms and neck. Yugo draws her out of her observations. "Sakura. Sakura blinks herself back into the moment. Yeah. Yugo stares out over the garden as he asks, what were the chances that there were bird nests in these trees? Sakura's gut twists, but she answers, I don't know, it's possible there were a couple. Gophers could probably dig up and into the garden, too, Yugo murmurs, voice and gaze growing distant. There were probably koi in these ponds. Things lived here. They didn't care that the daimyo made it, that every plant here was bought and paid for. The plants didn't care, they just grew where their roots could take hold. And now it's all gone. Sakura purses her lips, her eyes dropping to her knees as she draws them up toward her chest. Well, it's like you said, the daimyo made it. It can be made again. They can find the same landscaper, his old plans, and make it exactly the same as it was. Yugo nods, just once, yeah. But the birds won't come back. Sakura doesn't have anything to say to that. At least, she doesn't think she does until she catches a ripple on the pond's surface. She turns to get a better look and sees the ripple moving steadily across the water's surface, not the echoes of a pebble, but maybe the wake of a single koi. When it's 5 feet away, Sakura almost nudges Yugo's shoulder to get his attention. Before she can, the ripple moves up. The pond water molds itself into a damp suijutsu. Sakura stifles a sigh. Suijutsu shoots her a grin and a 2-fingered salute. He sits down with a splush on Sakura's left, his heels still in the water. He pushes some wet hair out his face as he asks, what are you sad sacks moping about first thing in the morning? Sakura glances back to the ruined garden. Collateral damage, I guess. Suijutsu rolls his eyes. Pfft, come on, we stuck it to the man. That means sticking it to all the man's stuff, too. It makes a statement, fuck you and fuck all this stuff you used the people's money to buy. Don't act like you guys don't get that, Yugo, you wrecked the guy's room. Sakura, you took his wife's bed. Sakura slits her eyes in a glare, I needed somewhere to sleep. Suijutsu jabs his chin towards her backpack, you got a bedroll in that thing, right? Coulda unrolled that and slept on the floor. Sakura chokes on her stammering attempt at a rebuttal. Suijutsu claps her on the shoulder, leaving a wet handprint on her sleeve. Look, I get it, feeling sorry for yourselves is your favorite pastime. But come on. We won. We killed Orochimaru and unseated the daimyo within the same day. A messed up garden and some broken furniture is nothing compared to that. Sakura wants to ask if it's nothing compared to the 3 stains on the carpet. Her teeth are clenched too tightly for it to sneak through the cracks. Sakura's ears perk up at the sound of soft swearing coming from behind her. All 3 of them turn toward it. Making his way across the bridge connecting the island to the Great Hall is Zayden. As if trying to negotiate an unstable bridge with one leg wasn't enough, balanced in the crook of his one arm are 4 ornate yet chipped bowls full of something steaming. Sakura is on her feet and halfway to the bridge, but Zayden shoots her a pointed look that freezes her in her tracks. Zayden takes each step with exceptional care, avoiding the cracked and crumbling pieces of the stone. It takes him a good 3 minutes longer than it would Sakura, but he creeps the rest of the way over the bridge and arrives unharmed on the other side. Now on more solid ground, he lopes across the island, maneuvering one of the bowls into Sakura's hands as he passes her. Sakura follows on his heels, sheepishly tucking herself back in between Yugo and Suijutsu. So this is where you guys are, Zayden remarks, rolling 2 of the bowls into Suijutsu and Yugo's hands. Here, some of the rebels found the kitchens and made breakfast for everyone. When the 3 of you didn't show up, I got wheedled into feeding you. Sakura looks down at the bowl. It's filled with a basic rice porridge. The only garnish is the handle of the spoon poking out. Sakura takes the spoon with one hand and runs through a quick set of 3 one-handed signs with the other. A green film of chakra settles over the porridge. After a few moments, it dissolves harmlessly into the air, meaning there's a 99% chance it isn't poisoned. Sakura still sniffs her first spoonful before popping it in her mouth. It tastes like nothing. Sakura takes a few more bites, and it still tastes like nothing. But it's filling and it's warm, and that's enough on mornings like this. Suijutsu wrinkles his nose at dish, we raid and capture a whole noble palace and we're still eating rice porridge. Zayden rolls his eyes, if you can think of something quicker to make and more filling to feed what's basically a small army, I'm all ears, Soggy. Sakura almost chokes on her second bite and Suijutsu's eyes go wide as he splutters, "Soggy. That's my nickname." Zayden shrugs a shoulder, barely hiding a smirk behind the bowl, "Couldn't think of a better one." Suijutsu fires back, "I can think of a million better ones. Sharky. Sharp Tooth. Water Boy. Sword Guy." Zayden almost snorts his porridge, "Sword Guy." Suijutsu throws his hands in the air, "It's better than Soggy." Sakura glances over to Yugo. He hasn't touched his porridge yet, instead staring at it with a furrowed brow as his eyes flicker between his bowl, his spoon, and the stump of his right arm. He picks his spoon up, not to bring any porridge to his mouth, but seemingly gauging the distance between the bowl in his lap and his mouth. For someone as tall as Yugo, it's a long, treacherous way up. His mouth screws up in a frown. Sakura touches his shoulder, "Yugo, do you need?" Zayden calls over her, "You don't have to use the spoon, big guy." He waves the bowl in his hand, "Just drink the stuff like soup." Yugo blinks over at him, "Oh. Okay." Yugo wordlessly hands his spoon to Sakura. Sakura holds the two spoons and, for a moment, very seriously considers eating with two spoons at once. She shakes the stupid idea out of her head. Suijutsu cranes his neck around Sakura to stare at Yugo's missing arm, "Can't you, grow that back or something?" Yugo glares at Suijutsu from the corner of his eye, "I could, if I transform and consume something living. But the only living things here are the three of you." Suijutsu's lip twists in a sneer, "Is that a challenge?" Zayden lets his head drop back and groans, "I swear to God if you two start fighting I'm taking my leg off and shooting you both. Take it back like 20 notches, please. Like your mortar could really hurt us." Suijutsu scoffs. The banter continues around her, hanging in the air and filling it like the fog. Sakura smiles a complicated little smile into her breakfast. As she's taking her last few bites she chances a glance over her shoulder, just in time to catch Kabuto stepping out onto the Great Hall's Ingawa. With his hair loose and his glasses sitting a tad too low on his nose, he looks like he just woke up. He catches her gaze and wordlessly taps a phantom wristwatch. Sakura purses her lips and quickly finishes her porridge. Sakura stands up, dusts herself off, and says, "I'm going to go talk to Sanha. Zayden, I'd like you there with me, if you're alright with that." Suijutsu, "Yugo, you should get ready to leave." Suijutsu lets out a low whistle, "You're really that homesick, huh?" Sakura cocks her head to one side, "Aren't you?" Suijutsu doubles over, cackling, "Now I know you've never been to Mist." Zayden doesn't say anything, just holding his hand out for Sakura to grab and help him up. She stays ahead of him as they walk back to the bridge, earth chakra pulsing out from her feet and mending the stone as she crosses it. Zayden is free to make his way as carelessly as he likes. When the two of them reach the Ingawa, Kabuto falls smoothly in step with Sakura. Kabuto says, "She's in the daimyo's audience chamber." Sakura lets her eyes flicker up to his, "Do I want to know where the daimyo is?" Sakura doesn't think Kabuto is capable of smiling without smirking anymore, "Depending on what gate you leave through, you might find out for yourself." The three of them cut through the dining hall, where the rebels are doling out ladlefuls of rice porridge from 3 iron pots as wide as Sakura is tall. The hall is bustling and conversation fills it up to the ceiling, but Sakura's eyes see right through the catharsis of victory to its cracked clay feet. While the rebels may be laughing and grinning, it's only at each other. They're all clustered on the right side of the hall while the sound ninja and former prisoners are lurking on the left. The ninja sit in tight groups, no one showing the civilians their backs. The rebels don't stare quite as openly, but no one is eating without an arquebus slung over their shoulder. As they weave their way through the crowd, Sakura can feel eyes sticking to her. Everyone, ninja and civilian alike, keeps stealing glances at her. Some look frightened, some look awed, but everyone looks wary. Sakura fights her instincts. Dropping a genjutsu over herself and turning invisible in the middle of a huge crowd like this would be counterproductive. They head out of the grand dining hall, down a corridor, and arrive at the doors to the audience chamber. A guard sits on either side, a young woman with mossy green hair and a young man with a scar cutting through the corner of his mouth. Each are holding rifles, the young man with his across his lap and the girl cleaning the barrel of hers. Both of them freeze at the sight of Sakura, their eyes going wide and their mouths snapping shut. Sakura steps past them and opens the door without knocking. The daimyo's audience chamber is hemmed in on all sides by golden screens, painted with scenes of water buffalo plowing rice fields, cranes in flight, kami watching from the clouds, and ninja doing battle. The daimyo's throne sits on a raised platform, putting it 6 inches above the tatami floor. Sanha has foregone the throne for the floor. The older woman scratches at the scar on her temple as she reads over one sheaf of paper among many that surround her in piles. From what Sakura can see at a glance, at least half of them are financial ledgers and records. At the sound of the door opening, Sanha heaves a sigh. What is it now? She looks up and directly into Sakura's eyes. Her shoulders tighten and she immediately sits up straight. Oh. Sakura. Sakura forces a smile. Good morning. You look busy, I'll keep this short. Sanha's eyes narrow. Okay. Sakura slips off her sandals, pads into the room, and settles down on her knees in front of Sanha. I know you want the land of sound. Sanha's jaw clenches and she spits. Land of rice paddies. We're not keeping that name your teacher forced on us. Sakura's reflexes are too fast for her to keep from flinching, right? You want the land of rice paddies to be a country that doesn't bow to daimyo or ninja. That's why the daimyo and his family had to, Sakura swallows hard, her throat aching with the motion, disappear. So it'd probably be for the best if I did, too. I plan on leaving with Suijutsu, Yugo, and Zayden today. Sakura expected a sigh of relief. Instead, Sanha leans back, her eyes going wide. She slowly sets down the ledger and runs a hand through her short brown hair. Really? That's... Sakura's brow furrows. Do you not want me to leave? A knot forms between Sanha's brows as she replies, it's complicated. This whole damn thing is always more complicated than it seems. Even if we are a country that doesn't bow to ninja, we still have ninja in our borders. Not just the ones who were born here, but the ones Orochimaru captured, too. We'll need a way to safely send the prisoners home, and we need a complete overhaul of the shinobi system to keep the native ninja from overpowering our new government. I had hoped you could help with at least part of that, but... Sakura freezes. The easy answer here is to tell Sanha the truth. Well, I'm an undercover agent from the Leaf and have been the entire time, so now that my mission that directly involved hijacking your cause for my own purposes that really only benefit you as a coincidence, I gotta go. That's a one-way ticket to a pair of bullets flying through the door and into Sakura's back. She could stay, tell Danzo and Tsunade that it was a necessary part of her mission to make sure that the new era she helped usher in would actually last, but Sakura never wanted to usher in a new era. She only helped oust the daimyo because that was Sanha's price. She only wanted Orochimaru dead. And now that she thinks about it, she isn't sure what she thought would replace him. A village hidden in the rice paddies, maybe, but not whatever it is that Sanha and her people are going to create. Ousting the daimyo and replacing the feudal system was already more change than Sakura could really conceive of. Changing the shinobi system feels like it's beyond possibility. Just as the silence is starting to border on uncomfortably long, Kabuto sits down on Sakura's left and says, "Your ideas are admirable, incredibly admirable, I'd add. But Sakura isn't the right person to help you achieve them. Keeping her around in a leadership capacity will just give the legend of her accomplishments more fuel. I imagine you've already heard people gossiping about how she killed her master, a legendary Sunin, single-handedly. And how she single-handedly organized the Sound Village's revolt. Don't forget that part of it," Sanha snorts. "But I didn't. You two are more responsible for that than I am," Sakura cuts in. Zayden comments from the wall he's leaning against, "Don't forget whose gunpowder actually brought the walls down." Kabuto adjusts his glasses, "Exactly. But Sakura just being one critical piece in a larger puzzle doesn't make for as good a story, does it? The more time she spends here, the more opportunity those dissatisfied with the revolution's reforms have to use her as a puppet or symbol for a counter-revolution." Sakura perks up, an idea forming like a lightning strike, and besides, Orochimaru has supply caches, hideouts, and laboratories squirreled away all around the country. There are tons even I don't know about, but Kabuto does. Kabuto knows everything about Orochimaru's network, his prisoners, his experiments. He'd be a way better fit to help you dismantle and reform things. Kabuto's eyes go wide, and when he speaks it's slowly, haltingly, like he's not sure he's allowed to. Well, he dredges up a wry smirk, I suppose I also cut a less inspiring figure. Nobody's going to try installing me as the second Otokage. Sanha turns her hard stare squarely onto Kabuto, and how can I trust you? The same way you trusted Sakura, Kabuto replies, we'll make it a contract, each of us agreeing to hold up our end of the bargain for mutual benefit. Sanha brings her hand back up to her chin, what do you want out of this? Kabuto waves the question away, we can discuss that later. I don't think Sakura's finished. Sakura nods, quicker this time, and adds, no, I'm not. I didn't want to leave you guys high and dry, otherwise I could have just snuck out under cover of genjutsu. So, she looks over her shoulder to Zayden, you have powder warehouses in the land of rice paddies, right? Zayden lets his eyes slide shut as he sighs, where's this going, Pinky? I was thinking you could cut a deal with Sanha, Sakura answers, agreeing to sell some of those warehouses and supply lines to the new government. With Orochimaru and the Hidden Sound Village gone, they're going to have to broker new deals for black powder on their own, and Zayden pushes off the wall with his foot, grumbling, and even the countries that recognize the new land of rice paddies are gonna wage the trade war from hell on them and make it damn near impossible for them to make those deals. I get it. Fine, he ambles over and sits down, as cross-legged as he can get, on Sakura's right. Go see if any of the revolutionaries out there are also lawyers. Pinky, I want this contract airtight. Sakura, in fact, can't find a lawyer. All she does find is that a large proportion of the revolutionaries are illiterate. For want of a lawyer, Sanha and Zayden both agree that Kabuto will do in a pinch. The process of drafting up a contract, then getting the proper payment out of the daimyo's vault and all the way up to the audience chamber, is a long and not particularly interesting one. Sakura takes the opportunity to go find and collect Suijutsu and Yugo, who packed by stealing essentials from the palace and throwing them in burlap sacks. On their way back to the audience chamber, Sakura and Suijutsu debate how safe it is for him to just shove Kusanagi through one of his belt loops and call it a day. Sakura arrives just in time to see the moss-haired girl handing over several hefty stacks of ryo to Zayden. Once he's examined the bills in the light and stowed them in his own pack, far too close to an arquebus and a cask of gunpowder for Sakura's comfort, Zayden and Sanha stand and bow to seal the deal. Pleasure doing business with you, Sanha says, then nods to Sakura, good luck on your travels, wherever they take you. Kabuto gets to his feet, I'll see her to the gate. When I'm back, Sanha, we'll draft up a contract of our own. Sakura bows to Sanha and says, thank you. I hope you can make your dream come true, before leading the way out of the Hanmaru and through the palace grounds. As they walk, Suijutsu glares at Kabuto and snaps, we can find our own way out, you know. Kabuto's smirk is back in place, unlike some people here, I remember my manners. Sakura rubs her temples and hisses through her teeth, can we not do this? Can we just try to end things on a civil note? Once we're through that gate none of us will ever have to speak to Kabuto again. Suijutsu crosses his arms over his chest, eyes still fixed on Kabuto, yeah, try being experimented on by him for 3 years then tell me to be civil again. It's a good half hour before the 5 of them make it out of the palace and into Jungsemji proper. The neighborhood hugging the palace walls is the wealthiest of them all, with ornate townhouses painted in rich reds, golds, and greens. Revolutionaries are out clearing the streets of debris, corpses, and blood. Those elite lucky and quick enough to get inside before the siege hit are nowhere to be seen. But as they move downhill and the houses get cheaper, Sakura catches sight of a few people peeking their heads out. Sakura finds herself wondering out loud, how do you think they'll cope? You know, with the change. Zayden replies, the rich aren't gonna take it well. As for the poor and the middling sorts, well, I'll bet you they've been talking for years about how someone ought to do something about the daimyo. Just depends on if they were ready for someone to actually do something. Suijutsu holds a hand out with his palm up, alright, place your bets people. Tenryo says this place is annexed into the land of waterfalls by summer. Yugo frowns down at him, can't you just be happy for them? Oh I'm happy as hell for them, Suijutsu drawls, but happiness is temporary. The tide always comes back in sooner or later. Kabuto cuts in, his voice carrying an odd, hard note, well, So long as I'm here, it's going to be later. For a moment, everyone just stares at him. Kabuto doesn't seem to notice. His eyes are focused on the horizon as he walks with his back straight and his shoulders square. Sakura asks, "Do you actually believe in them? In a new shinobi system?" "I was never satisfied with how the Leaf Village ran things," Kabuto explains. "I joined Orochimaru because he offered something different. A new kind of hidden village. But it was still a shadow government that acted more like Yakuza than an army, sucking the blood from their country like leeches. So, now we have a blank slate. Maybe now we have a chance to actually change things." Sakura stares at Kabuto's face in profile. She knows she can't trust anything he says. His performance during the Chunin exams was proof of how capable an actor he can be. But it's an odd lie to tell, especially since he's never seemed to care enough about her to lie in the past. Still, Sakura stays cautious, and simply says, "Well. Good luck, then." Suijutsu cranes his neck around her to spit at Kabuto. "I'll believe it when I see it." They make it to Jungsemji's southern gate, still blown wide open. Sakura's eyes climb the stone base, fly up past the first level of the wooden pagoda, and stop at the very top. Mounted on pikes are two severed heads. One is nearly bald, with the hair around the sides and back of the head pulled into a knot. The other has long black hair that drifts in the weak wind. Sakura can't feel her hands and feet. She opens her mouth, and the only thing she can force out is, "Well." Kabuto nods, "Well, indeed." Sakura turns to Kabuto and bows from the waist, "Goodbye, Kabuto." Kabuto bows from the shoulders, "Goodbye, Sakura." Suijutsu, Yugo, Zayden, and Sakura walk through the gate. Once they're far enough away to actually see their faces, the three men turn and look over their shoulders at the heads mounted on the gate. Suijutsu even flips them the bird. Sakura keeps her eyes on the road. Zayden fishes his pipe out of his pack, and as he's lighting it he says, "I've got a question for you, Pinky." Sakura blinks up at him, "What is it?" Zayden takes a long drag from his pipe, then angles his eyes down to meet Sakura's gaze. "What do you think of all this, really?" Sakura lets her eyes drift back to the road as she thinks. When she hitched herself to the wagon of the revolution, it was never supposed to be complex. It was like in the land of waves they help good people get out from under the thumb of someone who's cruelly exploiting them, then they leave and the land of sound slots back into its place in the status quo. But that's exactly what they didn't want. It wasn't Orochimaru and Daimyo Sato that put them in the gutter, it was every kage, every daimyo, the whole feudal and shinobi system. Sakura was born in a hidden village. All her life, she knew that hidden villages were good. A hidden village means daimyo don't have to draft farmers to fight. It means that the soldiers are an organized trade with the bargaining power to say no if a daimyo is requesting they do something unjust. It means ninja clans can live in comfort instead of constantly moving from battlefield to battlefield and losing children. Yes, the hidden sound village acted as the daimyo's thugs for hire, but Orochimaru is Orochimaru, he was unequivocally evil. He didn't care about anyone but himself. He didn't care about her, he didn't, and subverted the system. His puppet daimyo only cared about riches and comfort. Tsunade isn't like that. The fire daimyo. Well, he can be a bit harsh with taxes and tariffs, but Tsunade wouldn't answer to some simpering man-child like the man they found cowering in his own wardrobe. If the right person is kage, if the right person is daimyo, they can look out for the needs of everyone. But Sakura's relatives from the south call the ninjas Ixyugui, vampires, bloodsuckers that always have enough to eat while those without chakra starve. Sakura still made more money at 12 than her own mother. The only friends she had who understood living in a too small house with a roof that leaked and weeks where you made your leftovers stretch well beyond their means were Naruto and Tenten. Naruto because the village had left him to fend for himself, and Tenten, because she was also civilian-born. Sakura is a clanless child of civilians. But she's also a ninja. And though there was always friction, Sakura never thought that was a contradiction. But Sanha does. And Sakura's not sure if she can. Sakura wants to let all of that pour free. But Suijutsu, Yugo, and Zayden. She trusts them with her life. She can't trust them with this. So, all she says is, "I don't know." Zayden studies her for a moment, then sighs through a plume of smoke. Yeah, you're just a kid, after all. You'll figure it out. Sakura, frantically grappling for a change of subject, looks to Suijutsu. You know, the Leaf Village is pretty much exactly halfway between here and the Land of Waves. I'll have to report in once I'm back. Suijutsu immediately wilts, groaning, can't we just go around? Zayden jabs his pipe at Suijutsu, cutting in, that ain't fair to me, you know. I'm gone once Sakura gets me in the door with the village, I don't wanna take a detour. Suijutsu fires back, and I'm gone once I get Zabuza's sword. I don't wanna laze around the village while Sakura does paperwork and hangs out with her friends. Sakura's mouth turns rebelliously up at the corners. The Leaf Village is a nice place, you might enjoy lazing around there. Suijutsu visibly cringes, fuck no. Shit's full of soft boy genin who can barely throw a shuriken and pencil pusher chinin and you can't see the ocean, I'd rather go back in the tube. Sakura jolts back, exclaiming, you've never even been to the Leaf Village, you have no idea what it's like. Suijutsu rolls his eyes, I know enough about you to know it turns out insufferable know-it-alls who wear stupid dresses into battle. Sakura's jaw drops, hey. My mom made this dress. And that just proves my point. Zayden and Yugo exchange long-suffering glances over Suijutsu and Sakura's heads as the four of them bicker off towards the horizon. Kabuto stands beneath Jungsemji's southern gate, watching Sakura's team grow smaller and smaller. The further away they get, the quicker Kabuto's face falls into something blank and remote. He reaches beneath the high collar of his shirt and futzes with his radio. The earpiece hidden by his long, loose hair squawks to life. He whispers, this is Silver. The asset is heading south with 3 accomplices. Her destination is the Hidden Leaf Village. Do you copy? Over. A blank voice crackles in over the radio, this is Inc. We copy. We'll intercept the asset when she crosses the border. Blackout is in full effect. Over and out. Kabuto closes the channel, turns on his heel, and starts the long, uphill walk back to the palace. He keeps a careful eye out for the eyes of others. In those brief moments where every single civilian's eyes are pointed away, Kabuto borrows a trick from Sakura's book and drapes himself in a genjutsu. The civilians don't look back to him. Why would they? To them, he's now as uninteresting as the dirt beneath their feet. Kabuto walks for a few meters more before ducking into an alleyway. Once he's halfway down it, there's the sound of feet hitting the ground. A member of Sound's Umbu melts into view, her bird-like mask regarding him coolly. Kabuto asks, where are we? Umbu have Jungsemji surrounded, Raven replies, on your signal, we'll start tightening the circle. Kabuto nods, consider this my signal. Remember, this is a stealth op. I want full ghost protocol. We're ninja. Let's damn well act like it for once. She nods, smooth and silent, understood. Quickly as she appeared, Raven is gone again. Kabuto veers back onto the main road. From the corner of his eye, he sees things the revolutionaries don't catch. A woman is clearing some rubble from a porch. The man helping her leaves to take a break while her back is turned, only to poke his head out of a nearby alley and ask her for help. Of course she goes to help him, disappearing into the alley to never reappear. A child sobs in the middle of the street, covered in equal parts mud and blood. A teenage girl runs up to them, dries their tears, and picks them up to see if they can't go find their parents. The child loops their arms around the girl's neck and slips a senbon out of their sleeve in the same motion. All along the street, people disappear. It's a quiet thing. There's no fanfare, no struggle. People are simply there one moment, and gone the next. Kabuto can't help a smile. It's like a symphony, everyone playing their parts in perfect sync. Kabuto lets the genjutsu degrade as he climbs up into the rich neighborhoods closest to the palace. A young man falls in step with him. His clothes are plain and dirty, but his hair is too clean. Kabuto murmurs from the corner of his mouth, shift change on kitchen duty should be in 5 hours. You'll find what you need in an Nato container at the back of the fridge with the sell by date February 28, 1002. The young man smirks, clever. I wish Nato was odorless and tasteless. Don't we all? Remember, don't just dump it into the pot. Stagger it. Make it seem random. The young man waves him off. I've got it, I've got it. This isn't my first saboteur gig, you know. Kabuto's hand shoots out, grabbing his wrist mid-wave. No mistakes. If you fuck up, we all go down. The young man swallows, wrenching his wrist out of Kabuto's grip. Right. The young man runs on ahead. Kabuto resets the genjutsu as he crosses the threshold of the palace grounds. He strolls all the way through the Sunomaru, crosses into the Ninomaru, and instead of taking a left to keep going on towards the palace, he takes a right. Kabuto ducks down a blind alley designed to throw off invading armies, walking all the way down to the end. His contact melts into view on Kabuto's right, in mid-crawl down the compound wall. This Umbu agent's mask has sharp, horn-like spikes above the eyes and where the nose ought to be. Kabuto asks, EDA on the outlying forces. Chameleon drops to the ground in a crouch, 2 hours for the furthest, a half hour for the closest. Forces stationed in no man's land should be here by nightfall. Kabuto nods, tell them to go in quiet when they get here. How about the whisper campaign? Chameleon's voice is muffled, but smug. The sound ninja are feeling sufficiently emasculated and the prisoners are fearing for their lives. Kabuto's mouth curls in a smirk. Perfect. Chameleon cocks their head to the side. All due respect and all that, boss, but why go to all this trouble? These people are as skinny and untrained as they were last night. One fireball jutsu could end this all in an instant. Kabuto's smirk immediately drops, and he snaps, last night they had nothing to lose. Now, they have something to protect. That, more than anything, makes them dangerous. One of his hands drifts to his stomach, ghosting over the whirling, scrawling scars of a Chidori and Rei's non. I know that from experience. Don't underestimate them again. Chameleon nods stiffly, yes, sir. They melt out of view. With no more pending appointments, Kabuto takes the rest of the stroll to the audience chamber at a leisurely pace. When Kabuto arrives at the door, the guards tense up, but don't quite freeze like they did when Sakura appeared. He can't help the twitch that brings to his eye. The moss-haired girl clutches her rifle tight to her chest, fixing him with a poisonous glare, but he doesn't pay her any mind. Kabuto strolls up to the door, pausing before knocking as he catches the sound of multiple voices coming from behind it. He knocks anyway. Sanha's voice rises over the others, calling, "Come in." Kabuto does as he's bade, finding Sanha surrounded by a good 5 other civilians all bickering over each other. Kabuto doesn't take the time to catalog individual features, but a survey tells him they're all around middle age. He faintly recognizes a few of them from Tadami, though of course none of them were in the tavern that fateful night. A pot of tea steams in the center of the rabble, but the cups are all empty. The rabble take notice of him all at once, falling silent. An older, balding man purses his lips, then whispers to Sanha, "We'll leave you two alone." Sanha immediately pinches the bridge of her nose, "No, that's not if you keep." The rabble stand and file out, paying Sanha no heed as she urges them to stay. Kabuto watches them go, brows arched. He waits until they've shut the door behind themselves to ask, and they are. Sanha rubs at her temples, griping, "I was hoping they would be my co-rulers until we set up a proper representative assembly, but it seems like they'd rather be my advisors while I become basically another daimyo." Kabuto sits down across from Sanha, cross-legged, representative assembly. Yes, legends say that before the sage, when people lived in tribes, everyone in the tribe would vote on what the tribe should do. Sanha explains, "I hear some of the tribes in the Land of Wind still do that. The Land of Rice Paddies isn't very big, but it's still not so small that we can feasibly have everyone in the country debate on matters of policy, but maybe we could have provinces elect representatives who do the debating and drafting of laws, then they'd vote on whether or not to put them into practice." Kabuto holds her gaze for a few moments before remarking, "That sounds incredibly inefficient." Sanha lets her shoulders slump, already too tired to keep up the front of the strong leader this early in the day. "I know, but people should have a say in how their government treats them, right? We can't just trust that because the people who are in charge that makes them good and just people who will always do the right thing. That's how we got into this mess in the first place." Kabuto stays diplomatic, "Well, my recommendation would be to concentrate on strengthening your hold on the country. Your existence poses a threat to the rest of the world. You will need to defend yourself from those who want to take advantage of this adjustment period. You need to get your defenses in order, and to seem like you are not changing that much. They're afraid of you giving their people ideas. At least pretending that you're still going to be strong and centralized with a hidden village for now. Sanha cuts him off with a voice as hard as iron. You're saying that like giving their people ideas isn't what I want. Kabuto doesn't let her see him freeze, really. Sanha nods, the fire lighting back up in her eyes. Definitely. They need to know that they don't have to live like we did. Orochimaru was no different from the Raikage, the Tsuchikage, even the Hokage. They're all parasites controlling their daimyo from his shadow. Orochimaru was just the most blatant. The people need to have a beacon to lead them to a brighter future. They need hope. Kabuto smiles. Because Sanha just took her last chance and threw it away. Kabuto takes the teapot and pours out 2 cups. A lot of ninja work is less magic, more sleight of hand. And with a very simple trick, Kabuto is able to sprinkle something odorless and tasteless into Sanha's cup before handing it to her. The warm cup in her hands and the scent of matcha makes her uncoil again, just a little bit. She uncoils all the way when Kabuto takes a sip of his tea. Even after surviving Tadami, a traumatic experience is no substitute for shinobi training. As she takes her first sip, Kabuto says, "So, about our contract." "That's how things stand," Sasuke concludes. "Naruto and Kakashi can't move until I'm nearby, but according to Katsuya they're a good day and a half journey out from here. You guys know better than I do that we don't have that kind of time." The sun has risen over the sand village, and Sasuke, Temari, Beiki, and Kankuro are all talking strategy around Kankuro's hospital bed. Temari's hair is loose as she sips water filled with crushed-up electrolyte tabs. Kankuro is still hooked up to N4. Beiki is nursing a mug of coffee strong enough to wake the dead, and Sasuke has his pack in his lap to hide his restless leg as he itches for the road. Katsuyu is perched on Sasuke's shoulder, though he can feel her slowly making the journey into his hair. Kankuro looks to Katsuyu. "About how accurate is your sense of where your other pieces are?" "Very. When my proximity decreases my precision increases, but it is always accurate," Katsuyu replies. Beiki rolls the coffee mug between his hands. This wouldn't even be a discussion if Temari was up to another flight, but if it comes to it, I can be. Temari cuts in, grip tightening on her water. Sasuke shakes his head. "I'm not going to ask that of you. If you ran out of chakra or your control faltered while we were in midair, the mission's over." Kankuro arches a brow. "What, Uchihas don't always land on their feet?" Sasuke smirks and replies, "Not since we lost our tails, I'm afraid." "Come on, we have to think of something," Beiki snaps. "Every moment we sit here deliberating is a moment that our allies are risking their lives." Kankuro offers a loose shrug. "I mean, what more can we really think of? Our options are kinda limited, here. It's not like..." Temari suddenly sits up straight, wide-eyed gaze snapping to the window. Everyone follows her eyes. A structure, built high into the western cliffs, is swarming with gigantic birds. Dozens more, bigger than even albatrosses, circle the structure as they come down to land. Temari is up and out of her seat in an instant, sprinting for the door. Sasuke looks between Temari and Kankuro. "Where's she going?" "Over there," Kankuro snorts, wagging his head toward the window. "That's the Eri. Looks like the Falconer Corps are back. I'm chained to this 4-drip, so go, get a move on. Don't let her leave you in the dust." Sasuke chases after her, Beiki a few steps behind. Temari moves quickly for someone still recovering from chakra exhaustion, navigating her way through the winding village streets and up onto the carved paths through the cliffs. Sasuke has to divert chakra to the solace of his feet to keep his footing on the narrow and steep trails, but Temari runs up them like a mountain goat. They eventually open up onto a small mesa with a stone-carved pavilion in its center. Birds of prey fill the sky like rain clouds. Hawks, falcons, and eagles of all shapes and sizes nest on ridges cut into the surrounding cliff faces, the rock below stained a distinctive white. The air is filled with the sound of flapping wings and high, sharp bird calls. Sasuke, for a moment, can only gawk. He's never seen this many birds in one place. He shakes himself back to the present and keeps following Tamari. She leads them to the pavilion, where 24 ninja are settled on stone benches and tables tending to their gear and gathering meat scraps to toss to the birds. The falconers bear the standard sand head coverings, as well as thick leather vambraces and caul around their eyes. Each stand to attention when Tamari passes, all except for a man with yellow eye makeup resembling the markings of a peregrine falcon who comes in and wraps her in a bear hug. Tamari returns it twice as fiercely. After a long moment, Tamari looses herself from the hug and smiles up at the man. "Welcome home, Arslan." He inclines his head to her in a low bow. "It's good to see you again, Commander. I wish it was under better circumstances." His eyes alight on Beiki, and in an instant his solemnity gives way to a wide, warm grin. "And you are always a sight for sore eyes, my dear Beiki." Beiki, to Suzuki's surprise, flushes from forehead to neck and hastily looks away. The other falconers titter on the edges of the pavilion like children watching their parents flirt. Tamari gives Arslan's shoulder a shove. "Circumstances being what they are, we don't have time for the usual song and dance. We have the Kazekij's location." Arslan is all business again, ushering them all to a large table in the center of the pavilion. Spread across it is a map centered on the Land of Wind, with lands marked past its western frontier that Suzuki's never even heard of before. Arslan gestures to a box of pins set off to the side of the map. "Mark it." Tamari nods to Suzuki, who takes Katsuyu off his shoulder and places her near the Land of Rivers. Slow enough to build suspense, Katsuyu crawls in a circle, marking off an area a few miles northeast of the hidden valley village with a trail of slime. Suzuki takes a pin and buries it in the dead center of the circle. Arslan leans over the map, clicking his tongue against his teeth. "Well, at least it's not far. I'll talk to the Chunin, see what birds are in flying shape." Suzuki turns to Tamari. "Does he mean?" Tamari nods, a warm smile resting on her face. "The birds that nest here are big, certainly, but the summons are large enough to carry 2 passengers on their backs and 2 captives in their claws. One can take you straight there." Beiki frowns, chiming in. "They could get you there in an hour if you go alone, but sending you by yourself is a risk we shouldn't take at this stage." Suzuki shakes his head. "I won't be alone when I get there." "But you will be along the way," Beiki counters. "We can't know what defenses and surveillance measures the Akatsuki have around their base. Considering the agent Gara fought had a bird of his own, it'd be stupid to think they're not monitoring the air, too." Tamari arches a brow at Suzuki. "Let me guess, you wouldn't clear Kankuro for active duty, would you?" Suzuki shakes his head. "Not a chance." Tamari crosses her arms over her chest with a huff. "If the Falconer Corps are back already, the Nightjars and Fan Corps can't be far behind. They'll need me here to coordinate and give orders. This village has tons of talented shinobi, I'm sure we'll find someone." A sand-weathered voice from the pavilion's edge cuts Suzuki off. "If a sand shinobi is needed, then I'm the one to go." Suzuki shuts his eyes, not bothering to look while everyone else turns toward the source. He can just picture Cho's smug expression. He grinds out, "No." Cho's footsteps come tapping over, stopping at his side. "I seem to remember overhearing that you're not in command of this mission, young man. Troop deployment isn't up to you." Suzuki turns to glare at her. "And I seem to remember overhearing that you're retired." He glances over to Beiki. "You can't seriously send her out on a mission this important." Despite being 6 inches shorter than him, Cho finds a way to look down her nose at Suzuki. "Indeed, I am retired, that means I can do whatever I want." Suzuki balls his hands into fists, snarling, "And that means I don't have to work with you." "Suzuki," a resigned Beiki cuts in, "Lady Cho is one of the foremost experts on poisons and puppet techniques. No one's better equipped to face Sasori than her." Suzuki whirls around to face him, wide-eyed. "Are you kidding me? You're actually considering this?" "He's talking sense is what he's doing," Cho sneers. "Tsunade may have taught you a few parlor tricks, but you're still a leaf ninja. You're simply not trained to counter sand techniques. Besides, I haven't looked in on my sweet little grandson in ages, isn't it within my rights to pay him a little visit?" Suzuki snaps over his shoulder at her. "Hell no, that just means you're too CL." Tamari's voice comes down like a steel gate. "Suzuki, really think about what you're about to say before you say it." Suzuki does. and in an instant he realizes what a gigantic hypocrite Temari just saved him from becoming. He slowly shuts his mouth and lets his hands hang loose. Sasuke mutters through grit teeth, "I was ordered to defer to your command. So, this isn't up to me." Temari grins her jackal-sharp grin, "Don't forget that again. Lady Cho, consider yourself temporarily reinstated." Cho bows from the shoulders to Temari, "Thank you, dear." Temari glares poisoned daggers at Cho, "Don't call me dear. Make no mistake, I'm not sending you because you're an expert. I'm sending you to atone for your part in this." Cho tenses up. Sasuke's brow furrows, his eyes drifting from Temari to Cho and back again. It seems Kankuro didn't have the whole story. "If we're done yelling at each other," Arslan calls from the pavilion's edge holding a summoning scroll above his head, "you're in luck. Garuda took a flight shift from morning to noon yesterday, so he's fully rested and ready to go. With 2 passengers, he should make it there in 2 hours. Baki smiles, wide and proud, "You're brilliant, Arslan. We should get into international emergencies more often, if this is what it takes to get you to sweet-talk me." Arslan laughs. Temari rolls her eyes, "Please, go ahead and summon him." "Sasuke, are you ready to move out?" Sasuke sighs through his nose, picking up Katsuyu and placing her back in his pocket, "As I'll ever be." "Katsuyu, relay our EDA to Naruto and Kakashi." "Of course." Sasuke and Cho follow Arslan out to a wide open stretch of the mesa. Arslan unfurls the scroll, bites his thumb, and runs through the signs for summoning jutsu. He slaps his palms in the center of the scroll and the resulting cloud of smoke nearly engulfs the whole mesa. Just as quickly as it appeared, 2 massive wing beats clear it away. The hawk dwarfs the scroll that summoned it, standing over 10 feet tall with a wingspan twice, maybe thrice that. The bird immediately starts preening Arslan's head wrap and Arslan strokes the sides of its neck, speaking to it in a language Sasuke doesn't understand. After a few moments, Garuda steps back from Arslan, who nods to Cho and Sasuke. Cho trots over to the bird and bows deeply from the waist, a bow that Garuda returns. He stays bowed, allowing Cho to climb, with Arslan's help, onto Garuda's back. Sasuke takes a tentative look around before stepping forward and bowing low. He watches through his eyelashes as Garuda cocks his head to the left, then the right, then slowly bows in return. As Sasuke climbs onto Garuda's back, Cho scoffs, "So you do have manners, after all?" Sasuke rolls his eyes, "Another thing Tsunade taught me." Cho's voice is low, but not low enough that Sasuke doesn't catch her muttering, "You must have been a terror before, then." Arslan clears his throat, drawing Sasuke's attention back down to him, "I gave Garuda your heading, but you might need to change course along the way. He'll respond to verbal commands, but if there's no time for those you can tap the side of his neck to make him move in that direction. Good luck out there, both of you. Bring the Kaze cage home." Before Sasuke can reply, Garuda dips down low, spreads his wings, and takes off with one mighty flap. He soars for river country, dragging Sasuke and Cho along with him. As Katsuyu outlines Sasuke's situation, Kakashi can't help but dwell on the sick feeling in his stomach. It's a very specific feeling, like falling too quickly from too high up. It feels like your stomach is all the way up in your chest, and it won't settle until you hit the ground. But Kakashi still can't see the ground. When Katsuyu finishes, Naruto frowns, and remarks, "Well, at least we only have to sit around for 2 more hours." Kakashi forces a smirk beneath his mask, "Well, maybe I will. You, on the other hand." Kakashi whistles high and sharp. Bull, Bahei, Akino, and Biscuit come creeping out of the undergrowth on their bellies, shaking the leaves out of their coats. "It's time you started looking for those other tags," Kakashi says. Naruto's eyes go wide, lighting up with the prospect of getting to do something. "All right. Leave it to us." Shadow Clone Jutsu. There's a burst of smoke that quickly clears, revealing 4 more Narutos all crouched down low. They're bunched in so tightly they almost look like pumpkins. Naruto points to them and orders, "You all heard Kakashi-sensei, follow the dogs' noses and find those tags." The clones salute in unison, "Aye aye, Captain." Kakashi addresses the dogs next, "Go down and get the scent of the ink from the tag in the center." If Naruto paid as close attention as he says he did to Jiraiya's Fuinjutsu lessons, that'll lead you right to the corner tags. The dogs nod and bound down into the river gorge, the clones hot on their tails. Kakashi and Naruto watch intently as each dog sniffs at the tag, then scatter into the forest. Kakashi rests his chin on his hand, and now we're back to the waiting. Naruto lets his head fall backwards as he groans, "It was good while it lasted, I guess." Kakashi gives Naruto a look from the corner of his eye. "This is what ninja work is, Naruto, the banal reality of it. It's a lot of sitting around and staring at things." Naruto opens his mouth, but stops. His face falls into an expression best described as complicated for a long moment. Before Kakashi can ask what's on his mind, Naruto shakes his head. "I've gotta concentrate." Naruto holds up a closed fist. "I'll put up a finger for every tag the clones find." "Right," Kakashi coughs. And once more they lapse into silence. The fact that Naruto is completely still, his eyes closed, just makes it feel all the more stifling. The silence is punctuated by Naruto putting up a finger approximately every 20 to 25 minutes. It takes almost the full 2 hours before all four are up and Naruto finally opens his eyes. Kakashi turns to look at Katsuya poking her head out of Naruto's pocket. "How far out is Sasuke?" "Not very," she replies. "He'll likely arrive within the next 5 to 10 minutes. Naruto looks to Kakashi. "Well, you know what I wanna do." Kakashi weighs his options. On the one hand, his gut is still telling him to be cautious. Experience is telling him to slow down, hold back, to not make a move until the whole team is together. But where has that gotten him in the past? Waiting and seeing and taking things slow lead to him being too slow to catch Sakura before she slipped through his fingers. Following his instincts and his gut lead to him isolating himself from Sasuke and getting so close to losing him. Trusting the lessons of experience lead to him giving Naruto away like a jacket that didn't fit. He told Tsunade he would keep Naruto and Sasuke honest. But maybe it needs to be the other way around. So he says, "Let's go." Naruto's jaw drops. "Really?" Kakashi nods, rising to a crouch. "Really? Come on." Naruto's face blossoms into another grin. Kakashi feels a warmth building in his chest. The two of them leap down into the river gorge, channeling chakra into their feet to land on the river instead of in it. Naruto creeps up to the hideout entrance, aligning himself with the center of the Torii gate, and taking hold of the seal tag's corner. He turns to look over his shoulder at Kakashi. "All right, the clones are all ready. Count me down." Kakashi nods, backing up. "Right. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Naruto tears off the seal. The second he does, a wave of pressure hits them both, rocking them onto their heels, as the clones do the same in perfect sync. The pressure hangs in the air for a moment before, in one stroke, dissolving. The seal is broken. But just as Naruto turns to grin at Kakashi, there's a scuffing sound at the top of the gorge, right above the hideout. Naruto and Kakashi's heads whip up to the source. Perched atop the gorge is an individual in a familiar black cloak with an unfamiliar face. He peers down at them with ruddy purple eyes, his silver hair slicked back away from his face. The top few buttons of his cloak are undone, revealing no shirt underneath. Around his neck hangs a struck-through hot water village headband and a medallion of a circle with an upside-down triangle inside it. Oh, and of course, there's a triple-blade scythe with a long metal cable attached to the end slung across his shoulders. He grins like he's opening a wound. "Well, what do I know? We're getting two Jinhiriki for the price of one. What a steal." Naruto's head whips from Kakashi to the man and back. "What the? Kakashi-sensei, who is this guy?" Kakashi racks the bingo book of his memory. It would be one thing if he came up empty. But instead, his memory takes reports and rumors and paints a picture in shades of blood. Bodies piled atop ritual circles. Hot water village's attempt at peaceful disarmament ruined by a massacre. A winding trail of death with no end in sight. Haiden is the kind of monster that needs no epithets. His name alone is enough. But before Kakashi can say any of that, Haiden sneers. "Oh, I'll tell you who the hell I am." He stalks down the ravine's side, dragging his scythe behind him and kicking up sparks. "To you, Ninetales, I'm your worst nightmare." He flips the scythe around to point it directly at Kakashi. "And to you, Bloodbag, I'm the motherfucking angel of death. Haiden lobs his scythe at Kakashi. And all Kakashi can think is, here comes the ground. Chapter 7, 6. 6 Cho still remembers her first flight. She had been just a girl then, still struggling to adjust to her tribe tying themselves down to give this hidden village a try. Her wandering had taken her to the top of the cliffs, where a handsome young man of the Yamazakura tribe was feeding his bird. He'd looked to her, kohl-rimmed eyes bright, and offered her a ride. Boredom had been more powerful than caution. She'd accepted. The view from the air had been beautiful enough through young eyes for her to immediately fall in love with the man who'd gifted it to her. Now, all she can do is scan the horizon for threats. Sasuke should be keeping a lookout for their landing point. But when she glances up to check on the boy, he's staring out instead of down. His eyes are wide, dark but bright. It's like he can't even feel the wind biting at his cheeks. What is the world coming to, that even the Uchiha are turning from wild boars to fattened hogs like the rest of the leaf? In killing the entire rest of the clan, Itake must have severed their link to what sense Madara had. Cho snaps, there's no time to gawk, boy. Eyes on the ground. We can't have you missing our landing point. Sasuke's shoulders tighten and he glares over his shoulder at her, Sharingan whirling to life. I won't miss it. Oh, if that boy had seen what Tsuki Uchiha could do to the minds of men with her Sharingan, he wouldn't think his own were so intimidating. Cho simply sneers, a set of Sharingan are only worth as much as the head they're in. If you use your eyes and not your head, you're as good as useless. Sasuke arches an eyebrow, that's not a popular opinion. Cho lets her eyes dart back to the horizon as she speaks, of course it isn't. The Leaf Village has always maintained its position at the top of the hill by flaunting its weapons' strengths and hiding their weaknesses. It was tailed beasts before, and it's dojutsu now. The boy is quiet, his eyes dropping, but not to scan the ground. Well, if you mean the Byakugan, yeah. They can't really flaunt the Sharingan when there are only 2 sets left and 1 turned traitor. Now it's Cho's turn to lapse into silence. How can a boy who saw his entire clan murdered before his eyes still be so naive? But the operative word there, she supposes, is boy. She knows better than most how children can have uniquely childish interpretations of and reactions to the world's horror. To her, her voice sounds like it's coming from past the horizon. A village's failures can be just as useful a tool as their successes. Why do you think your brother is still running free? Sasuke's jaw clenches, words coming through his teeth like flour through a grinder, because I haven't put an end to him yet. Cho frowns tightly, is that why you're really here? Revenge? Sasuke shoots back, isn't that why you're here? Cho purses her lips, don't you remember what Temari said? This isn't about vengeance. It's about atonement. Though her mind rebelliously wonders how mutually exclusive those concepts are. Not just for her. She catches Sasuke's eye as he glances back at her for a moment. She doesn't know much about the massacre, but she does know how to do basic arithmetic. In her day, at the age he witnessed the massacre, Sasuke would have been a genin, maybe a chunin. But she's burned too many tiny corpses to believe that would have made much of a difference. That he could still consider himself responsible for an entire massacre. A child's childish interpretation of the horrors of the world. It's achingly familiar. Cho buries that thought beneath decades of prejudice, but it burns, bright and insistent at the edge of her mind. Sasuke finally trains his eyes on the ground, doesn't matter either way. Even if Sasori and Itake are right in front of us, Gaara comes first. Cho focuses on the horizon. Her eyes roll over the trees, the mountains, the flocks of birds. Then back to the birds. A murder of crows is flying their way, cruising steadily 15 feet above them. Cho's brow furrows. This is crow country, certainly, the trees are tall enough for them to roost. But that's too many crows to be flying that smoothly. Not just smoothly, they're flying in formation, in a V like migrating geese. Just in time to confirm her suspicion, the murder suddenly dives, the spear point of their formation piercing straight for Garuda. Cho cries out, "Dive, Garuda!" The great hawk dives a fraction of a second too late. The crows clip his tail, Cho's scalp, and the arm Sasuke throws between their claws and his eyes. Sasuke grits his teeth and throws a glance over his shoulder just in time to see the crows moving as one, whirling around and racing after Garuda. Sasuke taps the left side of Garuda's neck and the hawk swoops to the left, pulling his wings in and punching through the canopy. The crows break ranks and half follow them down, their smaller bodies flying easily through the holes in the foliage. Sasuke taps both hands on the crown of the hawk's head and he pulls back up, the hairpin turn leaving some of the crows scrambling to follow. They break back through the leaves only to fly directly into the other half of the murder. Their eyes glow red in the morning sun as they swarm Garuda, beaks and claws tearing out clumps of his feathers. Cho ducks down, pressing herself as tightly to Garuda's back as she can. The crows slash at her back and pull at her hair, drawing blood. Sasuke grits his teeth and keeps an arm between the crows and his eyes, forcing them to take chunks out of his exposed arms and tear holes in his shirt. Cho only has a moment's warning. She catches sight of Sasuke tapping one side of Garuda's neck then the other in rapid succession before channeling his chakra into his arms and legs to stick himself to Garuda's back. Cho sends chakra threads out through her fingertips and wraps them around Garuda, tying herself to the hawk. The instant she does, Garuda does an abrupt barrel roll. The bird's wide wingspan whipping around in a circle scatters the crows, but only for a moment. The instant Garuda levels off, the crows are back on his tail. Those crows left behind in the forest come swooping up from the canopy to rejoin the murder. Garuda swoops and dives and spins in tight, nauseating corkscrews, but the crows have his scent. They keep perfect pace with the great hawk, shifting their formation to adapt to every evasive maneuver, always staying one wing beat ahead. Just as Cho is racking her brain for a strategy, Sasuke shouts, "Garuda, level off." Garuda does as he's bade, pushing ahead of the crows with a few strong wing beats before catching the wind and flattening out. Sasuke pulls the chakra in his arms into a spot on his forehead and funnels all the chakra in his legs into the soles of his feet. He doffs his jacket, ties it around his waist, and pulls on a pair of familiar leather gloves. He pushes up into a crouch, then to his full height. Cho splutters, "What are you doing?" Sasuke shouts above the rushing wind and screaming crows, "Flight's not working, and we can't fight if Garuda flings us off." Cho yelps, "Have you lost your mind?" Sasuke's mouth pulls into a manic grin, "It runs in the family, doesn't it?" Cho accepts in an instant that she is going to die and this little Uchiha pissant is going to be the cause. Haiden lobs his scythe at Kakashi. In a blur of orange Naruto tackles him out of the way, sending them both crashing down onto the river's surface. They can't stay down long. The scythe's blades come down a few feet past them and drag the river, slicing for Kakashi's scalp. Kakashi grabs Naruto by the collar and rolls them both out of the way, the scythe missing them by a hair. He pulls them up and onto their feet in time to hear the whine of metal cable as Haiden retracts the scythe. He doesn't pull it all the way back to his hand, instead waiting until it reaches the apex of its arc before whipping it around and swinging it back towards them with a flick of his wrist. Naruto's eyes dart from Kakashi to Haiden and back before running through Dog Boar Ram and shouting, "Throw me!" In a puff of smoke Naruto is replaced with a Fuma Shuriken. Kakashi grabs Naruto the shuriken out of the air, whips his body around in a circle, and throws him like a discus. If Kakashi was facing a person with any sense of self-preservation, they would have ducked or dodged out of the way and thrown off the arc of their swing. Haiden doesn't move an inch. Naruto the shuriken's blades hit him right in the gut, cutting a gash through Haiden's torso deep and wide enough to expose a length of intestine. And all it does is make Haiden laugh, hook, line, and sinker. The scythe's blades come swinging back for Kakashi. Kakashi dives to the side, channeling chakra into his hands to grab hold of the ravine wall and throw himself onto it. Before he can stick his feet to the wall there's the horrible sound of metal scraping on stone. Kakashi cuts the flow of chakra to his hands and drops back to the river, narrowly avoiding the scythe's blades as they drag through where his fingertips had been seconds before. He lands on the water's surface just as a gust of wind sends Naruto the shuriken flying back around for Haiden. This time the blades slice through the junction of his right arm and shoulder, digging down into the chest. It's the kind of wound that should leave that arm useless forever. But Haiden reaches over with that arm to grab the cable and whip the scythe up, hitting Naruto the shuriken mid-flight with the shaft. The shuriken bursts into smoke and Naruto tumbles out of it. He's able to catch himself midair and land in a roll on the river, stopping next to Kakashi in his low stance. From the corner of his eye Kakashi spots Naruto shaking himself off like a dog, his pupils elongating out into slits. The air around him grows a few degrees warmer and the hair on the back of Kakashi's neck stands up. The seal Jiraiya gave him is itching in the chest pocket of his flak jacket. What the hell? He shouldn't even be standing right now, Naruto exclaims. What's with this guy, is he immortal or something? And Itaka said you were dumb. Haiden laughs, dragging his feet to smear his own blood in a circle on the wall. Well, he didn't use the word dumb because he's too polite, but I got the gist. Haiden's feet come to a stop. He's smeared the blood from his gut wound into a design identical to the one on his medallion. It's the same design Kakashi's seen in crime scene photos, the centerpiece nightmarish tableaus filled with bodies that endured all manner of tortures before finally being allowed to die. What exactly it does, Kakashi can't say. But he's not about to find out. He pulls up his headband to reveal his Sharingan. His hands flash through signs and he drops to slap one flat on the river's surface. His chakra twists down into the river and swirls up, dragging water with it in the shape of a roaring dragon and firing it at Haiden. Haiden kicks off the ravine and leaps to the other side, narrowly avoiding the dragon. It crashes against the circle but doesn't so much as smudge the blood. Only now can Kakashi see the chakra mixed in with the blood, sealing the circle in place. Haiden cackles, like hell is it gonna be that easy? Haiden sprints along the wall, whipping the scythe out ahead of him. Naruto tucks and rolls around Kakashi, weaving around the scythe's blades. He grabs hold of the scythe's shaft and cable, his eyes shift from blue to red, and with a mighty grunt he pulls towards himself. He tears Haiden off the wall, but in midair Haiden reaches into his coat and the cable reels the scythe back in, pulling a bewildered Naruto with it. Naruto flies directly into Haiden's fist, the blow hitting him right in the nose and breaking his hold on the scythe. Naruto drops like a stone. Haiden keeps flying along his arc, landing in a roll a yard away from Kakashi. Haiden hops to his feet with a grin. Now that we're all up close and personal, I gotta ask, have you heard the good news about Jashin? Kakashi can only stare at him for a heartbeat before Haiden lashes out, blades cutting for his throat. He drops into a crouch, narrowly avoiding the scythe, and sweeps a kick for Haiden's ankles. Haiden spins out of range, swinging his scythe in sync with his body and forcing Kakashi to roll backwards to avoid the blades. We get a bad rap, but really Jashinism is the perfect faith for shinobi. Like, ninja is so hypocritical. Promoting pacifism? Really? Newsflash, Sage, you can't invent ninjutsu then tell people not to use it. Naruto comes barreling back into the fight, claws on his hands and slashing for Haiden's eyes. Haiden takes his scythe in a reverse grip and blocks Naruto's claws with the flats of the blades, knocking him away with the shaft. The metal cable grates on Kakashi's ears as Haiden leaps back and throws the scythe forward, swiping the blades a hair's breadth from their guts. They both leap backwards, the scythe missing them by heartbeat. Like yeah, the rituals and prayers can be a bit tedious, but what's life without ritual? You've got no structure, and that's what Jashinism gives you. The scythe buries itself in the gorge wall and Haiden retracts the cable, pulling himself in. Kakashi and Naruto both flash through hand signs, Naruto firing off a gust of wind and Kakashi a fireball. The fireball absorbs the wind and balloons out to fill the ravine with heat and light. Haiden catches himself on the wall and runs along it, grabbing his scythe midstep and shielding himself from the flames with a few wide circular swipes. He punches through the flames with pieces of his robe and skin smoldering, but of course he doesn't care. But it's not about the rituals, not really. What really drew me to the faith was the real core of it, the philosophy. Haiden leaps off the wall and flies between Naruto and Kakashi. He spins in midair, the scythe spinning with him like the blades of a windmill. Kakashi darts out of the way an instant before Naruto does, the blades tearing through his jacket and scratching against his chain shirt. Haiden lands with another sweep of his scythe, kicking water up around him in a fan. It's about helping people, you know? Easing their fears, taking the burdens of the world off their shoulders. And how you do it couldn't be simpler. Naruto and Kakashi both throw their arms up to keep the water from getting in their eyes. Kakashi brings his down first, just in time to see Haiden charging straight for him. Kakashi draws a kunai in each hand. He needs to stop dodging the scythe and start blocking, that's the only way he'll get in close enough to do anything worth a damn. Naruto drops into a low run, sprinting with his claws bared and his eyes locked on Haiden's flank. Haiden grins. Once he's a yard away from Kakashi, he suddenly pivots, throwing his scythe directly at Naruto. You just gotta kill the shit out of him. Naruto's reflexes are quick. Haiden's are quicker. And Kakashi's beat them both. He sprints in between Naruto and Haiden, shoulder-checking Naruto out of the way and ducking just beneath the scythe. The metal cable screams. Kakashi feels the blades tear through his shoulder before he sees them, flying back to Haiden's hand. Kakashi rolls to a clumsy stop, a hand shooting up to put pressure on his injured shoulder. Haiden drags his tongue along the blades, slurping up Kakashi's blood, before turning tail and dashing back towards his circle. That's not good. That can't be good. Why would he run after finally gaining ground? Why did he lick Kakashi's blood? He doesn't know details, but his gut is screaming at him, and ignoring his gut got them here. Kakashi shouts to Naruto, "Don't let him reach the circle." Naruto bares his sharp teeth, summons a clone, and races after Haiden. The clone follows a half-step back, gathering chakra in Naruto's outstretched palm into a spinning gyre of light that grows and grows with every step. Haiden swerves up and onto the wall, barely a few yards away from his circle. If he can hear or even cares about the extra-large Raiznon both Narutos are carrying, he's not showing it. Naruto and the clone follow him onto the wall, quickly gaining on him, but Haiden is shoving so much chakra into his feet to keep his lead that they're glowing bright blue. The instant before the two Narutos catch up, Haiden throws his scythe, burying it in the wall just a few steps past the circle. He retracts the line, skating along the wall with chakra coming off his heels like sparks. Both Narutos let out frustrated roars. Chakra, red and bubbling, coats their soles and boosts them forward. The stone beneath their feet breaks as they run across it. They make up the lead, but not by enough. They thrust the Raiznon forward just as Haiden skids to a halt in the center of the circle. Haiden's legs light up as he shoves a metric ton of chakra into them. The Raiznon collides with Haiden's back. Haiden's torso jolts forward, doubling almost all the way over, but he stays rooted to the spot. And before Kakashi can even curse their luck, he feels a rending drill grinding into his spine. The force of the blow knocks him to his knees, the sudden burst of uniquely agonizing pain pushing a ragged scream past all his training about how a shinobi should not show weakness and out through his mouth. It's like being hit by a hurricane compressed into an area the size of a beach ball. A distant part of Kakashi's mind can only think, so that's what getting hit with the Raiznon feels like. The howling wail of the Raiznon cuts off. Kakashi coughs blood into his mask and he tries to force himself to his feet, but his legs feel like they're 10 feet away from his body. His chakra control is wavering, his knees and palms sinking an inch below the surface of the river. Kakashi pulls his head up to see Naruto's clone dispersing into smoke, Naruto staring at Kakashi in feral horror. Haiden slowly straightens. His back is a ruin of ground flesh and shattered bone. Even if he's immortal, damage to his spine on that level should leave him paralyzed, but Kakashi supposes the fact that he can still distantly feel his own legs is proof enough that it looks worse than it is. Around the gaping wound, Haiden's flesh has changed to a deep black with markings in white in the abstract echo of the bones beneath. Haiden pivots around, a painfully wide grin on his skull of a face. Haiden throws his arms out wide and laughs the laugh of a crazed clown. Now, let the ritual finally begin. Sasuke rolls his shoulders, lightning coursing down his arms and sparking off his fists. With his Sharingan active he can track each bird in the murder as they swarm around Garuda like a storm cloud. That doesn't make their speed, numbers, and ferocity any less intimidating. A voice that sounds like Lee in the back of his mind tells him that trying to punch flying birds out of the air is a fool's errand. And another, his own, reminds him that if he can punch a boulder out of the air and dodge arquebus bullets he can definitely punch out a bird. Sasuke swings for the fences. His first punch collides with a crow flying for his eyes. The lightning roasts the bird alive and sends it falling away, a smoking trail following it down to earth. The second hits a crow trying to swoop around him to get to Cho and the bird goes shooting off into the wild blue yonder like a black firecracker. Sasuke throws hands, feet, elbows and knees at any birds that come close. Each blow connects, sending birds flying off them like soot from an erupting volcano. But Sasuke only has 4 limbs. There are over 50 crows, and when one falls 3 swoop up to take its place. The crows move with intention and intelligence. Crows are smart enough on their own, but these birds act like they're being directed by a trained tactician, with formations and divisions and everything. While the vanguard charged Suzuki, giving him sacrificial targets to keep him busy, the cavalry flanked Garuda and harassed Cho. The rear guard surrounds them, blocking visibility, because the Sharinon isn't the Byakugan and cover is cover even if it's made up of a murder of crows. That tactic isn't just intelligent. It's eerily prescient. Suzuki's not sure if the chill up his spine is fear or excitement, so he settles on calling it both. Suzuki dips down into a crouch and taps the junction of Garuda's neck and left wing. Garuda swoops down and to the left, breaching through the cloud of crows and buying them a yard of space before the crows turn as one and give chase. He takes this moment to open his jacket pocket and call down to Katsuyu, "Are we still on course?" The slug's soft voice strains to be heard over the rushing wind and screeching crows. "Yes, if we can keep going straight at this speed we will make it there in 3 minutes. Cho cuts in, shouting over Katsuyu, "These crows won't let that happen. We're outmatched in the air, we have to bail out and try finding the summoner." Suzuki grits his teeth and snarls, "We don't have time for that. If you're not gonna help me, just shut up and let me focus." "That's the point, I can't help you while we're on this damn bird," Cho snaps, "I'm a puppet master, if I summon my puppets their weight will drag Garuda down." Suzuki glares over his shoulder and opens his mouth to shout something unhelpful, but snaps it shut when he takes a second look at Cho. Tying her to Garuda's back are a weave of chakra strings, glowing bright against her dark robes. Suzuki's mind races back to every time he's crossed paths with Kankuro, every mission of theirs that's intersected on accident and on purpose. He's seen him use chakra strings to rappel down cliff faces, tie up enemies, create surveillance webs, and even sew wounds shut. They're arguably more useful than the puppets themselves. Suzuki's eyes glance past Cho to the quickly advancing crows. "I've got an idea but I need to know if it'll work." Cho rolls her eyes, "Spirits preserve me, what is it now?" The gears in Suzuki's head are turning quickly enough to kick up sparks. "I know you can use chakra threads to grab onto opponents. What about extending that chakra thread to connect an opponent you've grabbed to someone else?" Cho's mouth drops open, but no sound comes out. Her eyes sweep back and forth, doing mental math at a rapid pace. The crow vanguard swoops below Garuda, biting and clawing at the underside of his tail. Garuda lets out a sharp cry, wobbling in the air. That lapse is enough for the crows to make up the gap. In an instant the murder is back on them, surrounding them on all sides. Cho shoves a breath out through her teeth. "It's possible. It could only connect a few targets who are right next to each other and it would strain the thread, weakening it, but it could be done." Suzuki nods, "All right, I need you to connect as many of the crows as you can. Tell me when you're at your limit and I'll take care of the rest." Cho sputters, "Are you allergic to telling people your whole plans, boy? Do you want me to throw you off this bird? Because I will if you don't stop talking and start helping." Cho clicks her tongue against her teeth, but unravels the strings keeping her flush against Garuda's back and brings herself up into an unsteady crouch. Suzuki, on instinct, reaches back to steady her. She spares him an odd little look before flexing her fingers, drawing chakra up to the tips, and shooting 10 chakra strings out into the cloud of crows. Suzuki starts gathering chakra, kneading it in his chest and his stomach. Suzuki tracks the strings with his Sharinon, watching as each finds a crow flying slower or sloppier than its fellows and grabs it by the ankle. The crows thrash against the tether but the strings hold fast. The strings loop around the crow's legs before shooting out at a random angle, catching the 10 crows nearest to those already captured. The strings are already looking lean and pale. Free crows turn their attention away from Garuda to bite and claw at the strings, threatening to snap them. Still, Cho grits her teeth, and with a grunt the strings shoot off once again to grab 10 more crows. The strings are nearly invisible. Blood is beating at the tips of Cho's fingers, the force of 30 crows all flapping their wings and flying in circles threatening to pull Cho off Garuda's back. There's no way she can afford to send Chakra down to her feet. It's pure luck she hasn't been thrown off already. Sweat pours down her weathered face as she hisses, "Whatever you're going to do, do it now." Suzuki jolts to his feet. He reaches for the portion of the strings between Cho and her targets and takes hold of all 10, 5 in each fist. He sends the chakra he's been gathering surging up to his shoulders and down his arms. His right arm is a shower of red and yellow sparks, his left a torrent of blue. He channels the chakra all the way down past his hands and into Cho's chakra strings. The strings ignite, shocking blue and burning red. The murder of crows explodes like a volcanic lightning storm. 30 crows drop like flies, burning comets, and charred lumps of ash, while a dozen more fly in frantic corkscrews in a desperate attempt to put out burning feathers. The crows swirl around Garuda like swarming wasps, all semblance of organization dead and gone, but still incredibly dangerous. Maybe even more so. Their eyes don't shine red anymore, shifting back to button black. Sasuke wants to contemplate the implications of that, but he doesn't have time, instead shouting down to Katsuyu, "Are we there yet?" Katsuyu's reply comes back in the closest thing to a yelp he's ever heard from the slug, "Yes. We're right on top of the hideout." Sasuke grits his teeth. Even broken and burnt, the crows are still swarming. They won't let Garuda come in for a landing without a fight. But if these crows are the Akatsuki's doing, Garuda is not the priority, not really. An idea comes to him an instant. It's a terrible, completely boneheaded, impulsive move that Tsunade will chew him out for when he gets back. But it's the only idea he's got. And besides, Tsunade can only chew him out for what actually goes in the report. Sasuke turns to Cho first, "Get on my back." "What?" "Just do it or I will leave you behind." Cho scrambles over and Sasuke helps her onto his back. She secures herself with chakra strings tied tight around his abdomen. Next, Sasuke calls to Garuda, "When I whistle, dive down to meet us." Garuda lets out a loud call. He's just gonna go ahead and pretend that's a yes. Sasuke takes one last second to get his bearings. They're circling above a river gorge with a torii gate in a large boulder embedded in the side. Through the Sharingan's sharp red filter, Sasuke can pick out a pair of leaf headbands at a glance. One of them is on the ravine wall. He spits a low curse, but he knows Naruto's reflexes are quick. He waits until Garuda is almost perfectly lined up with the boulder. Then, finally, he shouts, "Look out below." Sasuke leaps off of Garuda's back. Cho screams in his ear in harmony with the rushing wind. Sasuke moves all the chakra he's been building up over the course of the fight into his fist, pulling it back. The instant before he hits the ground, he strikes, releasing the chakra at the same time his fist collides with the ground. And the ground caves in. Naruto's voice is a harsh, rock scraping against rock growl, "What did you do?" Hiden is still cackling. Kakashi is still gasping for breath, a hand on his back clutching at the growing blood stain on his flak jacket. The air around Naruto ratchets up a degree, the chakra in his belly bubbling like molten lava. His hands snap out, his claws digging into Hiden's shoulders, as he shouts in his face, "Tell me what the hell you did right now." Naruto is cut off by a choked swear from Kakashi. He looks over his shoulder to see him double over again, fresh puncture wounds piercing through the shoulders of his flak jacket all the way down to the skin. Naruto immediately lets go, pushing off Hiden like he's red hot and stepping back along his path of broken earth. Hiden clicks his tongue against his teeth, wagging a finger at Naruto, "Temper temper, Nine Tails. Anything you do to me, you do to him." It's Jashin's ultimate gift, the ability to truly feel and understand the pain of others. Why would you rob your sensei of something so enlightening? "Don't call me Nine Tails. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, not that thing." Naruto roars, fingers flexing as his claws itch to rake the grin right off of Hiden's skeletal face. Hiden leans in, a hand to his chin, "You sure? You've got predator eyes, claws, flesh-ripping teeth." He reaches out for Naruto's mouth and Naruto snaps his teeth at his fingers, only making Hiden laugh as he draws them back, "You're even biting like a fox. Face it, kid, you're as close to beast as you can get without growing a tail." "Naruto," Kakashi shouts, drawing Naruto's attention back over his shoulder, "you have to force him out of the circle. Why do you think he's spending so much chakra to stay in it? It's the key to the ritual, it has to be." Naruto pushes against the fog of rage, a cocktail of him and the thing inside him, clearing just enough room to take stock of the situation. This guy's sharp, but he made one big mistake by drawing this circle on a vertical surface. The obvious move is to lame him out, run down the clock and wait for his chakra to start running low and his control to slip, but that's not gonna work. Not with someone who's immortal and a Kakashi that's super not immortal. If Naruto stalls, Hiden will just stab himself through the heart and that'll be the end of Kakashi. He could overwhelm him, but summoning a bunch of clones to beat on Hiden until his concentration breaks and he falls is the same as sending them all to beat on Kakashi. The answer here isn't pretty, but it's at least simple. He needs to hit Hiden with something hard and blunt to shove him out of that circle in one shot. Naruto pulls absolutely too much chakra from the wellspring in his stomach, kneading it around his heart. He sends it down his arm as he throws a punch at the empty space in front of him. The chakra comes off his fist as a blast of compressed air aiming right for Hiden's stomach. A tiny part of him apologizes to Kakashi, because this is gonna hurt like a motherfucker. Hiden's hand shoots into his coat and comes back out holding a spike made from black metal. He flicks his wrist and the spike extends into a spear half as tall as Hiden himself. In the same motion he thrusts the spear not out but down. The point pierces through Hiden's left leg, just above the ankle, and doesn't stop until the spear is buried a foot into the ravine wall. Naruto hears a splash and a grunt of pain. He doesn't need to look. He can picture Kakashi stumbling mid-step, blood welling up from his shin and through his fatigues, his chakra control faltering and his leg dropping into the water. He can't stop the blow, not now that it's left his fist. It slams headlong into Hiden's stomach. He and Kakashi let out paindumphs in perfect sync. Hiden's legs stop glowing as his chakra control falters, but while his body falls to the side the spike through his leg keeps his foot pinned to wall. The spear twists and Naruto squeezes his eyes shut, gritting his teeth at the sound of a strangled cry from Kakashi. The fog of rage surges back in. When Naruto opens his eyes, he's seeing red. Hiden channels chakra back down his right leg and swings the rest of his body back into the circle. To hell with this, he'll just pull him off. Naruto bares his claws, but before he can run forward Hiden crows, "Oh, I know that look. Better get prepped." Another lightning-fast flick of the wrist and a second spear is in Hiden's hand. Naruto sprints along the wall, so low he's nearly on all fours, but Hiden is faster. He drives the second spear through his right leg, pinning that leg to the wall. Kakashi doesn't scream or even grunt this time. There's just another splash as he seems to choke on his own breath, like breathing alone is a Herculean effort. Hiden's torso leans towards the ground as he doesn't even bother sending chakra into his legs anymore. The spikes groan under his weight, but keep him pinned like a butterfly in a display case. Naruto skids to a halt, inches away from the circle. The gears of his mind have a wrench thrown in them. All he wants to do is tear Hiden off the circle, even if it means ripping his legs off at the knee. But Kakashi's quick, ragged panting is like an animal caught in a trap, and it's all he can hear. Hiden's grin twists into a sneer, "Go on. I know you want to. Look at him, Nine Tails. Take in his pain. Feel it." Naruto slowly lets his head turn, glancing over his shoulder. Kakashi is up to his chest in the water, arms glowing up to the elbow as they hold onto the river's surface to keep himself from having to tread water. The river around him is running red. His mismatched eyes are wide and his face is ghostly pale, a perfect match for his hair. Kakashi shakes his head, "It doesn't matter what you have to do, Naruto, just not so fast, sensei." There's the sound of metal sliding on metal. Naruto's head whips back to Hiden. He's holding his scythe up, all three blades a hair's breadth away from his chest. Naruto's heart skips a beat. His voice drops into a low rasp, "Think carefully, Nine Tails. I'm immortal. Sensei isn't. I'm a pious man, you know, and Jashin's most important commandment is that a battle is meant to be a complete and total slaughter. I'm not supposed to leave people half dead, but..." Hiden pulls the scythe away and points with it towards the hideout entrance. "Jashin isn't signing my checks, and I really gotta start pulling my weight around here, you understand? My boss in there would just love it if I brought another Jinchuriki in today." Kakashi's voice comes from behind him in a shout, "Naruto, don't, Sasuke's almost here. And you can help me do that. Just agree to turn yourself over without a fight. Don't listen to him. He won't. And I'll walk out of this circle. We'll head into the hideout together and Sensei can go free. How's that sound?" Naruto's head feels like it's about to split in half. He can barely hear the sound of his own thoughts beneath a deep, resonant growl of rip and tear with tooth and claw break his bones and cut his flesh wide open, rend him asunder and make him regret ever threatening what's yours. Naruto is at once on this ravine wall and in a damp dank cell, straining to hold the gate closed as massive jaws snap at the bars. His vision is tunneling down to a single point, that hyena grin on Haiden's face. He wants to wedge his claws in the corners of his mouth and cut up to his ears. He wants to rip the tongue from his mouth and eat it. Naruto snarls, as much beast as man, go fuck yourself. Haiden's jaw drops open, and he laughs, for being a fox, you sure ain't clever, before flipping the scythe back around to point at his chest. Look out below. Naruto's head whips up just in time to see a blue and black shape plummeting down from the sky, just below a giant hawk being harried by a murder of crows. The shape drops like a stone, getting close enough quick enough for Naruto to identify it as Sasuke with an old woman on his back, pulling his fist back for some kind of blow. Kakashi calls out, "Get out of the way, Naruto." Naruto shakes his head and shouts, "Sorry, Kakashi-sensei, this is gonna hurt." His hands lash out like rattlesnakes, wrap around the spears in Haiden's legs, and tear them out. Haiden's eyes go wide. He starts to fall. Sasuke hits the ground. And the ground caves in. Chapter 8, 7. The only warning Deidara gets is Zetsu and Itaka's eyes both going wide at the exact same time, and three voices snapping, "Brace yourselves." Deidara's art form is explosions. His reaction time is honed down to the millisecond. He zips through one-handed signs and in a heartbeat his clay bird is over his head, wings spread wide. He crouches on the statue's knuckle as Pain's shadow forms the snake sign. The 9 phantom dragons pull back, dragging the one-tail's Jinchuriki to float between the Gedo statue's open palms. The statue's hands creak closer to each other, shifting the projected silhouettes of the Akatsuki back onto the knuckles, as they slowly attempt to close over the one tail. And then the ceiling collapses. Deidara cloaks himself in earth chakra and drops to his stomach. He grips the statue's finger like a monkey gripping a tree trunk, arm and legs wrapped as far around it as he can get. His bird takes the brunt of the blow, massive chunks of stone smashing its tail and the tip of its beak clean off. What sneaks through the cracks bounces and slides off Deidara like water off a duck's back. Through his scope, he keeps an eye on the merchandise. Despite not closing all the way around the Jinchuriki, the fingers of the Gedo statue are large and sturdy enough to shield the one tail from the worst of the debris. Sasori's probably fine. The first thing Deidara hears when the rain of rock lightens to a drizzle is Haiden groan, "Boss, the rock slide killed the body double. We really gotta start finding sturdier guys for this jutsu." Deidara hops back to his haunches and surveys the damage. His eyes go wide. The entire hideout is exposed to the sky and is now sporting a new carpet made from rubble. The boulder gate and ravine wall have gone the way of the ceiling, and though water trickles out through the cracks, the debris have completely dammed up the river. With his scope, Deidara can pick out pieces of broken torii gate, the nearly pulped arm of Yura, and the mangled leg of whoever had doubled for Itaka poking out of the stone. There's movement out near the river, but Deidara's eye zeroes in on the two forms crouched in the dead center of the blast zone. The young man and old woman look dusty and crow-bitten, but there aren't any burns from explosives going off in their faces. The young man's gloved fist is planted in the middle of the ground, the last wisps of chakra dissolving around it. The young man stands, helping the old woman off his back, and when he glares up at the Akatsuki, it's with a pair of bright red Sharingan. Holy shit! Deidara's mouth spreads into a giddy grin and he crows, "Holy shit, that was amazing. Look at this. You did this with just your fist. Hey, Itake, this is your little brother, right? He has way more style than you do." Sasuke's eyes zero in on Itaka's silhouette, Sharingan meeting Sharingan, before his lip lifts in a dark, ragged snarl, "Coward." Deidara shrugs a shoulder, "Okay, so maybe you both got the overdramatic self-serious gene, but nobody's perfect, HM. Sasori's voice comes from his left, painted in quizzical shades, "Cho. You look well." Cho purses her lips, then forces herself to look down her nose at Sasori, "No thanks to you. How long has it been since you looked in on your dear old grandmother? Your mother and father would be ashamed." Sasori's wooden face doesn't shift, but his tail thrashes out from beneath his cloak, whipping this way and that like an angry cat. Deidara's eyes dart between Sasori and Cho. Seriously, Sasori my man? Your grandmother is here too? Why did no one tell me this was going to be a family reunion? I would have invited my sister, HM. Both of you, focus, Payne's resonant voice snaps, drawing Deidara's attention back to him. The extraction is only a third of the way complete and our cover is blown. Deidara, Sasori, hold them off while I work. The rest of you are dismissed. You will be notified once I've moved the Gedo statue and Jinchura key to a more secure location. You're not taking him anywhere, Suzuki snaps. Cho, cover me. Naruto, Kakashi, if you can hear me, hold the entrance. 6 of the 7 silhouettes flicker out, the 9 phantom dragons going with them and dropping the one tail into the crook between the Gedo statue's slowly closing hands. Suzuki leaps into action. He sprints for the Gedo statue, as fast as his brother, maybe faster. Deidara chokes on a swear and leaps up onto his bird, soaring towards Suzuki while Sasori scuttles down the statue's arm like a spider. Deidara shoves his hand into his hip pouch and feeds his last bit of explosive clay to the mouth on his hand, kneading his chakra into it. Deidara isn't in the air long before he hears the sounds of rattling wood coming from either side. He clocks 2 puppets flanking him, one modeled after a dark-haired woman wielding a serrated katana and another modeled after a red-haired man wielding a wooden whip covered in kunao. He swerves in midair to avoid their blows and the puppets dog his steps, determined to keep him as far away from Suzuki as they can. Deidara's running too low on clay to go slinging it around willy-nilly, so instead he reaches out with tendrils of earth chakra to pull up 2 broken boulders and fire them at the puppets. The puppets come together, clasping their free hands for a moment before pulling them apart to reveal razor wires connecting them by the fingers. They loop through the air like synchronized swimmers and slice the boulders to pieces, chunks of stone flying everywhere, but Deidara's not one to let a tool go to waste if he can still use it. He grabs the chunks of stone out of the air with his chakra and turns them in, sending them flying back at the 2 puppets. The puppets break the wires, stow their weapons and fly until they're back to back. Both press their arms together, palms out, and the slats on the sides of their arms fan out. Chakra radiates out from their arms in a shield, the stone chunks bouncing off them and joining the rest of the rubble on the ground. As he grapples with the puppets, Deidara keeps an eye trained on Sasori. Once Sasori is within 50 feet of Suzuki, he lets Hiriko's jaw drop open, spitting a hail of senbon at the oncoming threat, but Suzuki's reflexes are supernaturally fast and any he doesn't dodge he knocks out of the air with a tanto emblazoned with the Uchiha crest on the pommel. Sasori lifts his left arm and fires off the torpedo-like appendage. Suzuki leaps over it, whirling in the air an instant before the senbon shrapnel fires off and avoiding or blocking every single one in his path. Suzuki throws the tanto the moment before Sasori's tail whips out to strike for him. The blade catches between 2 joints of the iron tail, freezing the tail in mid-strike. Suzuki lands hard on the center of Hiriko's back, shattering the puppet's heavy lacquer shell with 1 foot like he'd stomped on a glass figurine. Hiriko's pieces go flying, forcing Deidara to swoop to avoid some of the shrapnel. While he catches sight of Sasori's real body landing in an undignified heap a few feet away from the wreckage, Suzuki doesn't seem to give 2 shits. He pauses only to wrench his tanto out of Hiriko's tail before launching back into his marathon sprint. He's barely 30 feet away from the Gedo statue, its hands still folding around the one tail at an agonizing pace. It's definitely not gonna have them closed by the time Suzuki gets there. Sasori and Pain both look to him and snap in perfect sync. Deidara. The combined pressure of Pain's eerie pond ripple gaze and Sasori's dead doll eyes is more than enough to get him to comply. He drops low and forces his bird to do a barrel roll, knocking the 2 puppets away for an instant and giving himself room to soar up and out of the massive hole that was the ceiling. The puppets make to follow him, but Deidara takes a page out of Onaki's book and forms a one-handed snake seal. Earth chakra seals itself to the 2 puppets, who suddenly plummet like iron butterflies as the force of gravity drags them back down to earth, knocking Cho to her knees with the sudden pull against her chakra strings. Once he's past the hole's edge, Deidara breaks his hold on the puppets and does a quick circle of the battlefield to take stock of the shit show this day has become. While Suzuki is running for the Gedo statue and Pain is trying to close its hands around the Jinchura key, Sasori is whipping out a summoning scroll and Cho is redirecting one of her puppets to intercept him. Out on the river, a silver-haired and badly battered leaf shinobi is dragging himself by his arms over the rubble remains of the boulder gate. Most concerning is the strange red chakra bubbling up from the cracks in the rubble like water from a deep-sea vent. Deidara takes one look and decides that is definitely a later problem. His hand spits the tiny lump of clay back out, having molded it into a little bird built for speed and accuracy. This is going to cut it close, but the statue looks sturdy. Pain will probably forgive him. Probably. Deidara throws the bird like a dart and it transforms in midair, growing to its full size and flying straight for Suzuki's back. Deidara catches from the corner of his eye Cho's male puppet in the midst of a close-quarters fight with Sasori suddenly going limp and falling in a rattling heap, the moment before chakra strings grab his bird out of the air, swing it around, and send it flying back the way it came. Her female puppet's jaw drops open and fires a kunao with pinpoint accuracy to intercept the bird in midair. Deidara bites out a quick "ah-fuck" before making his mount dive back down. The puppet's kunao hits the bird, detonating it 15 feet above Deidara. The aftershock of the explosion gives Deidara a speed boost, one he was only half anticipating, but embraces. Because coming in hard and fast is kind of his thing. He wheels around Cho's female puppet as she comes back up to engage him again, aiming for the lifeless male puppet and opening his bird's broken beak. Cho takes the bait, a chakra string firing out from her free hand for the male puppet. Deidara tears a handful of clay off his bird's back and chews it up in his palm. His palm spits out 3 itsy-bitsy clay spiders in short order and Deidara sends them crawling down the bird's open beak. The instant before the bird can swallow the puppet, Cho yanks it up and away and Deidara's clay spiders leap from the bird to the puppet, burying themselves in the rough around the puppet's neck. Cho's gonna be in for a nasty surprise in a bit, but like any good surprise party, you have to act like there's nothing planned. So Deidara groans, "Oh come on, you get to take my toys but I don't get to take yours. So not fair, Sasori's voice is quite a bit less intimidating when he's outside Hirako, but no less authoritative. "Stop screwing around and get the Uchiha." Deidara glances back just in time to see Suzuki leaping for the Gado statue's hands. There's only a 5-foot gap between them now, but Suzuki catches himself where the statue's pinkies meet its palms. He skids down until he's almost at the wrists, cutting his momentum off with a burst of chakra to his palms and soles. The muscles in Suzuki's back tense up, he grits his teeth, and he pushes out. The statue and Suzuki meet each other strength for strength. The statue's hands come to a grinding halt. Deidara and Sasori's eyes meet for an instant. The instant after, they leap into action. There's a puff of smoke from Sasori's summoning scroll, one that Deidara quickly clears with his bird's wings as he swoops back down towards Sasori and the newly revealed puppet of the third Kaze cage. With one hand Sasori sends the third Kaze cage leaping across the cavern for Cho with his poison-tipped claws bared, and with the other hand he lashes 5 chakra strings to Deidara's bird. Cho reads their strategy in an instant and pulls the female puppet back to guard her while sending the male puppet after Deidara. Deidara forms half a seal, detonating the clay spiders. The male puppet goes up in flames like a pile of dry tinder in the middle of summer, the fire running up the strings and onto Cho's right hand. Instead of stopping, dropping, or rolling, Cho just clenches her jaw. With a click, her right forearm falls out of her sleeve and lands on the ground, the fire consuming it. While the third Kaze cage and Cho's female puppet trade blows, Sasori swings Deidara's bird around his head once, twice, and on the third go-around he breaks the strings, throwing Deidara at Suzuki like a stone from a sling. Deidara doesn't need to do anything fancy for this. He just holds his arm out to one side, ready to give this kid the clothesline from hell. Suzuki shouts, loud enough to wake the dead, "Someone grab Gara before this thing crushes me." The rubble at the hideout's entrance explodes with a roar. Something flies over Deidara's head, red hot like a comet, passing him so quickly he can't even track it with his scope. It shoots through the goalposts that are the Gado statue's hands, missing Suzuki by an inch, and collides headlong with the one tail. The two of them roll out of the gap between the statue's thumbs and land on the ground between its arms and its chest. For the moment that they're still, Deidara gets a look at the thing that just fucked up literal years of prep work. The 9 tails matches Ataka's description to the letter, give or take 2 years of puberty and an outfit change. Oh yeah, and the cloak of bubbling red-orange chakra in the vague shape of the 9-tailed fox. That's also new. The Jinchuraki's head snaps up to reveal red eyes, distended canines, and a face covered in bruises and blood. The nine-tail uses his mouth as much as his hands to maneuver the one tail onto his back, then runs almost on all fours back the way he came. Deidara makes a hairpin U-turn and follows. An heartbeat later there's the sound of sandals scuffing against earth, then a running chorus of shit 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 as Suzuki goes racing after him. Pain's voice echoes through the room, rage simmering across every syllable, do not let them escape. There's a wave of pressure followed by a blast of thick black smoke. Deidara rolls his eyes, fishes a far less artistically inspired but serviceable exploding tag attached to a kunai from his weapon pouch, and throws it over his shoulder. The blast gives him another, much less powerful boost, and forces the smoke out through the hole in the roof. The smoke clears to reveal the nine tails, already halfway across the cavern with no signs of slowing down. Deidara also has a clear view of Cho and Sasori's battle, or really the proxy battle between the puppets. Cho is cowering behind her female puppet's chakra shield as she inches her way closer to the exit. The puppet's movements are stiff and sluggish, and Deidara doesn't have to guess why. The third Kaze cage is surrounded by a halo of iron sand, no doubt Sasori left grains behind to gum up the puppet's works. Sasori keeps pushing, wearing away at the chakra shield with the puppet's hidden blades and iron sand to force the puppet closer and closer to Cho. The fight has barely begun and Cho's face is pale beneath a sheen of sweat, her hand shaking with the effort of keeping her puppet in the fight. This is a war of attrition, and those are wars the elderly can't win. Suzuki's chant of, shit 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 fuck shit god fucking dammit I'm so fucking stupid, suddenly ratchets up in volume and in speed. He suddenly appears just past Deidara, catching up to then overtaking him in the same breath. And he's apparently not lying about being a fucking idiot, because instead of swerving around the fight between two of the greatest puppet masters in history, he dives right into the center of it. Suzuki rolls to a crouch between Cho's puppet and the third Kaze cage, whirls to his feet, and spits a massive fireball directly at the third Kaze cage. See, that's the thing about human puppets. If normal puppets made from lacquered wood are piles of dry kindling, human puppets with their dried out hair, papery skin, and protective layer of enough preservative chemicals to make a man immortal are that same pile of kindling except it's been doused in kerosene. Sasori bites out a word in a language Deidara doesn't speak that nevertheless sounds horribly foul. His reflexes take over and he's yanking the puppet back like a parent grabbing their child the instant before they can fall into white water rapids. The iron sand swerves away from Cho's puppet to form a shield, blocking the worst of the flames as well as Sasori's vision. Suzuki takes advantage of the cover to dart off course, grab Cho around the waist abruptly enough to make her spit that same foreign curse, throw her over one shoulder and keep running for the exit. Cho presses her lips tightly together, then cuts the strings connecting her hand to the female puppet. The puppet falls limp and Suzuki gains a burst of momentum from the literal weight taken off his shoulders. Sasori pauses for a moment, eyes lingering on the female puppet, before shaking his head back into the game. Deidara feels the chakra strings latch onto the underside of his bird before he sees them. The bird lurches down to one side as Sasori reels himself in, using his momentum to swing all the way around the bird, grab Deidara's collar, and come to a stop on the bird's back. Deidara can hear the joints in his other hand clicking away as he makes the third Kaze cage run even with them. Fat lot of good it'll do, it's still a hunk of wood and metal with a whole tub of iron shavings in its stomach. Deidara can feel it slowing them down like a parachute made of lead. After them, Sasori snaps, double time. Deidara rolls the eye behind his scope, easier said than done, Sasori my man, easier said than done. Suzuki allows himself a half-second's pause as he and Cho tumble over the hideout's broken threshold to try and get a bead on Naruto. He catches sight of him out of the corner of his left eye. With the cloak of demonic chakra giving his stamina a boost and extending his reach, he has a commanding lead of over 120 feet as he bounds south along the quickly drying riverbed. Gaara is on his back, breathing, but not moving. Before Suzuki can give in to his impulses and start running after him, a hand closes around his ankle. Suzuki looks down to lock eyes with a blood-soaked, waterlogged Kakashi. Suzuki, Kakashi huffs, voice raw like he's been screaming for hours, when this mission is over, we are going to have a talk. Suzuki grimaces and hauls Kakashi up onto his other shoulder, yeah, I had a feeling. From the corner of his ear Sasuke hears Sasori shout, "After them, double time." Sasuke is back on the move before he can blink. Sasuke conserves chakra by moving in great leaps, short bursts rather than a steady stream. Over short distances he may have been able to outrun that clay bird, but there's no telling how long this chase is going to go for. Once he's put 30 feet between himself and the hideout, Sasuke angles his head up and whistles, high and sharp as he can. There's a moment where Sasuke's heart doesn't beat. All he can do is strain his eyes in an attempt to pick out the one silhouette he wants to see in the pockets of sky hidden among the tight, tall trees. In a burst of leaves and feathers, Garuda punches through the canopy. The great hawk keeps his wings and legs tucked tight against his body like a guided missile until he's just above Sasuke's head. Before he can hit the ground beak first his wings spread wide, catching the wind and letting him coast at a steady speed. Sasuke can't help a fierce grin, "Good bird." Sasuke tosses Kakashi up to Garuda, who catches him in one claw with only a shocked yelp of protest from the thoroughly battered Jonin. Sasuke kicks off the ravine wall and lands on Garuda's back, finally letting Cho down. He chances a glance over his shoulder. Deidara and Sasori are cruising 15 feet back and 10 feet up, with Sasori's puppet bounding between the ravine walls. Iron sand is streaming from the puppet's mouth and forming into wicked spikes, circling the puppet's head like a crown of thorns. Cho interrupts Sasuke's train of thought, "Now what are we supposed to do? We've thrown Gaara from one kidnapper's hands to another." Sasuke grits his teeth, "Everything I said before about throwing you off if you don't have anything helpful to stay still applies, you know." "Kakashi, what's going on with Naruto?" "Naruto got caught in the blast and went under the rubble," Kakashi calls. "He was already having trouble fighting off the Nine Tails' influence. The shock and intensity of his injuries must have broken his concentration." Sasuke's eyes go wide, "You mean I did this to him?" "Yes and no, beat yourself up about it later," Kakashi snaps. "Right now I do have a way to help him, but it has to be soon." Sasuke's eyes track the distance between them and Naruto. Garuda's wings have made some progress towards closing the gap, but not by much. Up ahead the ravine is crisscrossed with massive roots. Naruto's cloaked appendages are stretching out and swinging on the roots like monkey bars, giving him extra kicks of momentum. Before Sasuke can start drafting a strategy, there's the sound of rattling wood and metal on metal. Sasuke lets his reflexes take over and taps the bottom of Garuda's neck, the bird diving beneath a bevy of iron sand spikes that swerve in midair to catch them on the backswing. Garuda whirls out of the way, but the spikes don't pull back, instead hovering around them like iron hornets. Sasuke shouts, "Someone needs to hold these guys off." Kakashi's voice is starting to take on a frantic edge, "It'll have to be me, I can't move my legs right now so I can't chase Naruto." "But aren't you the one with the thing that can help Naruto?" "I am but..." Cho clicks her tongue against her teeth, "Enough of this either or nonsense. Sasuke, you stay on Garuda and hold off the Akatsuki. I can puppeteer Kakashi." Sasuke shoots an incredulous look over his shoulder, "You can?" Cho's grin is wan and thin, but definitely smug, "Of course I can. Any self-respecting shinobi should know how to make a weapon if they can't find one. Now get out of my way, I need you covering my back." Sasuke and Cho scramble around each other, somehow managing to switch places without falling off the bird. Sasuke rises to a crouch, keeping a hand on Garuda's back to keep himself steady, and takes stock of his opponents. They're sharp, and with their focus narrowed down by the ravine and Garuda, Sasuke can't count on them having to split it and leaving gaps for them to slip through like in the hideout. He needs something big, and it needs to be ready the instant they send Kakashi off towards Naruto. Sasuke pushes a breath out through his nose, "Garuda, on the count of 3, drop Kakashi." Kakashi's what? Is drowned out by Sasuke counting, 1, 2, 3. Garuda releases Kakashi. Cho lets him drop 5 feet before 5 strings shoot out from her remaining hand and attach to Kakashi's arms, legs, and head. The strings catch him in midair where he hangs for a moment, limp, before leaping after Naruto. With the nimble movements of Cho's fingers, Kakashi moves with the grace of a dancer between the ravine walls and the roots, making quick and steady work of the gap between him and his target. Sasori clenches his jaw and strikes in 2 directions, sending a torrent of iron sand after Kakashi while the third Kaze cage dives towards Sasuke. Sasuke's hands flash through Ox Rabbit Tiger. One goes to his mouth and the other into his weapon pouch. He spits a blizzard of flaming shuriken at the third Kaze cage. To Sasuke's shock, the shuriken seemed to home in on the third Kaze cage, picking up a boost of speed as they lock on. Sasori's dead eyes go wide. The iron sand drops out of the sky and the shuriken lose their sense of direction. The third Kaze cage swerves out of the way of the phoenix flower and drags the clay bird along with it. Deidara bites back a swear at the sudden jerk and fights to right the bird. Sasuke lets Sasori have a moment to reorient his puppet. He needs that moment to think. He already knows fire's bad for puppets. That would have been easy to guess before Sasori dropped everything to keep his puppet from going up in flames. But the shuriken being attracted to the puppet is new. And Sasori's dodge confirmed it has something to do with the iron sand. It's all about moving metal. What makes metal move? What draws metal towards things? Magnets. It has to be magnets, or some kind of magnetic Kekkei Genkai. Either way it means there's got to be something inside the puppet generating that magnetic force. Which means it has a weak point. And he has to force it out into the open if he wants that puppet gone for good. Sasuke reaches into his weapon pouch and comes out with senbon, kunao, and shuriken between each finger. He needs chakra in his stomach, sends it up his arms, and sets the weapons alight. He flings them all at the puppet and Sasori makes it dance, moving through the air like a fish through water to avoid the flames. Sasuke doesn't cut him any more slack. He continues the assault, throwing flaming tool after tool, the fire eating up the oxygen and not giving Sasori room to breathe. Sasori's smooth face is starting to twist, minutely as it can, into a mask of rage. From the corner of his eye, Sasuke chances a glance back at Kakashi. Cho's guidance has nearly closed the gap, with Kakashi leaping and swinging off the massive roots quicker than Naruto can avoid him. Naruto's cloak is slowly spreading, a second tail waving half-formed in the air next to the first one. Kakashi's almost there, he just. Iron sand rises up from below and races back, towards Sasori. Sasuke bites out a swear and fires off another phoenix flower. The shuriken dart through the air like hummingbirds, but the iron sand is faster, flowing into a wide, flat disc to block the projectiles and send them bouncing harmlessly down to the riverbed. Sasori draws more and more iron sand out of the puppet's mouth, forming it up into an iron pyramid so large its corners scrape the edges of the ravine. For a moment, all Sasuke can do is stare. A medical ninja is never supposed to get hit, but Sasuke's pretty sure he's not gonna have much choice in the matter if Sasori throws that thing at them. The third Kazekige's robe slips down one shoulder and a panel on the puppet's chest opens, revealing a metal apparatus where the real man's heart would have been. With the sound of whirring electricity, the device starts to glow. Sasuke's eyes go wide there. He draws his last kunao, coats it in fire, and throws it with a speed and accuracy bolstered by the Sharingan. Once it's within 30 feet of the puppet, the kunao abruptly changes direction, flying back the way it came. Sasuke bites his tongue and jukes out of the way, his own chakra singing his cheek. Fucking magnets, they don't just attract, they can repel too, and Sasori has that under tight control. The iron pyramid starts to spin, faster and faster until it resembles the head of a massive drill. Sasori draws his fingers together into a point, then thrusts it forward. Sasuke uses that instant to shout, "Everyone, dive!" Garuda swoops down, diving beneath outstretched roots. Sasuke and Cho crouch so low their faces are almost buried in Garuda's feathers. Cho pulls Kakashi gracelessly straight down, flinging him out of the way like a rag doll. The iron pyramid thunders over their heads, mere inches the difference between their survival and getting run through. As it passes over him, Sasuke can feel the hairs on his arms and neck standing on end, the telltale static pull of lightning chakra. Sasuke looks frantically over his shoulder to Naruto, who is doing the same just in time to catch sight of the iron pyramid. He lets out a snarl more annoyed than angry and takes Gaara's sleeves in his mouth so he can let go of his legs. He lands on one of the roots and turns to face the iron pyramid head on. Naruto doesn't catch the iron pyramid, but the chakra claws of his cloak do. The pyramid's momentum pulls them back, stretching the arms like they're made of taffy, but Naruto holds fast. With a barely muffled roar, Naruto throws the iron pyramid back the way it came. A million voices shout over each other in discordant harmony. Kakashi from below, he's standing still, now's our chance. Get me up there. Deidara from behind, don't let that fucking thing hit us. Sasori. Sasori from even further behind, what kind of amateur do you take me for? Cho at his back, you have an opening. Take it. And Sasuke, drawing the tanto from its sheath, snapping on it. Everyone moves at once. Cho makes Kakashi fly up the ravine walls and swing around the outstretched roots. Naruto catches sight of him and, unable to tell friend from foe, strikes for him with the long reach of his chakra cloak. Deidara makes the clay bird dive down. Sasori's fingers work at a break-knuckle pace, drawing the third Kaze cage back and reversing the polarity of the magnet, freezing the iron pyramid in midair. Sasuke's hand bursts into a ball of chirping lightning, the bolts running down to cover the blade of the tanto. With Cho's help, Kakashi darts effortlessly around Naruto's strikes, closing the distance between them in moments. Cho breaks the string on his left arm. Deidara tears a piece of clay off the bird's back. With Sasori's guidance, the iron pyramid starts to change shape. Sasuke's Sharingan spins and he channels the excess chakra into one chakra string attached to the pommel of the tanto. Kakashi's hand darts into his flak jacket and comes back out holding a paper seal. Cho prays to spirits of wind and war and victory. Deidara swears under his breath. The iron pyramid shifts into a ball of spikes, like a sea urchin made from tree branches. Sasuke throws the tanto, aiming for the magnetic apparatus in the third Kazekige's chest. Kakashi slaps the seal on the center of Naruto's headband. Sasuke's tanto hits its target. The third Kazekige's body convulses as lightning courses through its metal heart, spreading across the mummified surface of its body. The iron sand loses its shape, the wind carrying it like sand off the crest of a dune. Sasuke pulls his tanto back and shields his eyes to keep out any stray grains. The puppet ignites, flames spreading, and turning it into a fireball. Sasori's jaw clenches and he snarls, "That was one of my favorite pieces. But if you're so keen on taking it from me, then here, take it." Sasori swings the puppet around and around, faster and faster. The instant before the fire can spread all the way down the strings and reach Sasori's hands, he cuts the strings mid-swing. The flaming puppet flies like a bolide through the air, straight for Garuda. The bird suddenly drops another 5 feet in the air, beating its wings twice as hard to stay aloft. Like it all of a sudden got heavier. Naruto's voice crows over the rushing wind, "Nah, you can keep it." Sasuke's eyes whip down to see Naruto swinging around Garuda's left flank, one chakra string tethering him to Cho. While Naruto runs through Dog Horse Bird, Sasuke cranes his neck down and around. Clutched tightly in Garuda's claws are Kakashi and Gaara, Kakashi staring wild-eyed at the chaos above and Gaara still dead to the world. Naruto kicks off the ravine wall, brings his hands up to his mouth, and fires off a spiraling gust of wind. It hits both the flaming puppet and Deidara's bird, sending them all tumbling end over end back up the ravine. The last thing Sasuke sees before they're pushed out of his visual range is Deidara fighting to wrest back control of the bird and Sasori wrapping them to the bird with chakra strings with one hand while throwing the other straight up. But after an instant, they're gone. Cho is groaning in pain, the string holding Naruto is snapping, and Naruto is falling out of the sky. Sasuke lets out an undignified yelp. His Sharingan spins and he fires off chakra strings, clumsily wrapping them all around Naruto's arm. Naruto grits his teeth in a wince as his fall comes to a jerky, undignified stop. The sudden weight tethered to his arm almost pulls Sasuke off his feet, but he quickly redirects the excess chakra down into his solace to catch himself. Naruto is now being dragged behind Garuda, flapping in the air like a flag, but at least he's not falling. Sasuke cringes and calls, "You alright?" Naruto forms a painful thumbs up with his other hand, "You dropped a bunch of rocks on me and dislocated my shoulder. I'm doing great." Sasuke's laugh is high and warbling, "Yeah, sorry. I thought you were gonna be smart and dodge, but you are a dumbass." Naruto cracks a grin that's as fond as it is ferocious, "And I thought you were gonna be nice and not make moves that could get your teammates killed, but you are a jackass." Cho turns to put her hand on Sasuke's shoulder, gasping, "Garuda can't, this is too many people, he's weighed down, we have to land." Kakashi calls from beneath them, "We can't, they could still be following us. We have to get more distance, throw them off our trail." Garuda gives his input by suddenly dipping down, crying out in pain, then flapping his wings as fast as he can to right himself. Naruto blinks a few times, then says, "Oh, is that all? I've got you." Naruto pulls his hands together and zips through Dog Boar Ram. Sasuke almost gets pulled off his feet again as, in a puff of smoke, 112 pounds of Naruto transforms into a single kunai. Sasuke reels Naruto the kunai in as Garuda pushes up, past the ravine's edge and out through the canopy. Garuda course corrects, catching a western wind and flying for the mountains separating the land of rivers from the land of wind. Sasuke keeps his eyes on the horizon behind them. He stays coiled like a spring, ready to leap into action the second Deidara's bird pops out through the trees. It doesn't. For 15 minutes, there's nothing but the wide blue sky and the sound of rushing wind. The instant Sasuke starts to relax, the piece is torn in two by Gaara screaming at the top of his lungs. Garuda rocks beneath Sasuke's feet. A massive claw formed from sand and covered in deep black markings rears up from beneath the bird and rakes through its right wing. Another appendage, so twisted and misshapen that's all Sasuke can call it, shreds Garuda's left flank. The air fills with blood and feathers and sand as Gaara shrieks in agony and these pieces of Shukaku lash out in all directions. Claws grow off of claws, reaching past the bird to swipe blindly at Sasuke and Cho. Sasuke throws himself between the blows and Cho as he shouts, "What's going on down there, Kakashi?" Kakashi shouts back, "I don't know, the sand is coming out through Gaara's skin, it." One of the appendages pierces through the bottom of Garuda's neck. The bird's screech is choked with blood. It cuts off with a burst of smoke, and in an instant, there is nothing beneath Sasuke's feet. The sudden loss of momentum sends them all scattering in the air like bones thrown by a fortune teller. Sasuke gets an instant to glimpse Gaara, writhing in midair with sand forcing its way out through his pores and whipping around him like a localized sandstorm. The canopy is quickly rising to meet them and Sasuke has run out of quick and clever ideas. The terrified scream bouncing around in his mind rips its way out of his mouth. There's another burst of smoke and Naruto is no longer a kunai but Naruto again. He twists in midair and throws both hands out at different angles, one behind him and the other out toward the rest of the group. Sasuke can see him draw up absolutely too much chakra from his stomach, knead it around his heart, and come out of his hands as gales of hot wind. The force of the wind blows them all towards a sizable clearing in the dense forest, but they're still falling. They're falling even faster than before, poised to hit the ground like mortar bombs. Sasuke only has time to close his eyes. This is gonna hurt. Kakashi couldn't tell you what hitting the clearing ground was like. That moment is gone, disappearing the instant Kakashi's head bounced hard against the dirt. He can tell you what it was like to come back to consciousness, barely 10 seconds later, covered in blood and dust and lying in the middle of the kind of crater a meteorite leaves when it makes it all the way down to Earth. Kakashi attempts to bring himself up to hands and knees, but can only get as far as hands. The instant he tries to put weight on his knees a pain so sharp and intense it forces him to dry heave runs up his spine. His knees give out, and Kakashi only barely catches himself on his elbows. He takes a few shuddering breaths and takes stock of the clearing. Sasuke and Naruto seem to have bounced and rolled all the way to the opposite edge. Naruto is swaying to his feet, shaking himself back to the world and popping his shoulder back into its socket, but thanks to his tenant the worst he looks is dazed. Sasuke's skin is suffused with a cyan glow quickly closing all the cuts and bruises the landing left him with, but he winces hard when he tries to put weight on his left leg. Cho is only a few yards away from Kakashi. She's conscious, but only upright on one elbow. Her face is white with pain as her hip juts out at a strange angle. And in the clearing's center is Gaara, thrashing under the power of the pieces of Shukaku forcing their way out of his body by whatever means are necessary. They're tearing their way out through his clothes and sand armor, blood mixing with the sand as they stretch his pores and chakra points wider than they were ever meant to stretch. Gaara's eyes have rolled into the back of his head and he's only conscious enough, only coherent enough to scream the scream of a wounded animal trying to rip its way out of a trap even if it leaves its leg behind. Kakashi pushes himself up and shouts over Gaara, "Naruto! Try and hold Gaara down." Sasuke. Triage. Naruto and Sasuke both blink themselves back to reality before leaping into action. Naruto races in, dodging around Shukaku's writhing appendages and making it up to Gaara's shoulders. He lurches over him and presses the whole weight of his upper body down on Gaara's chest. A few of the appendages rear up and start slashing at Naruto's back and shoulders, but Naruto grits his teeth and holds fast against the assault. Sasuke darts over to Cho, his limp disappearing as he runs and channels healing chakra down his left leg. Once he's at her side, he tears his gloves off with his teeth and channels healing chakra into her broken hip with one hand while the other carefully resets the bone. Cho hisses in pain and Kakashi can catch Sasuke whispering a quick apology. After nearly a full minute, Sasuke pulls his hands away and helps Cho shudder up to her feet. She's stable, but she certainly isn't steady. Kakashi wags his head towards Gaara and barks to her, "Go. Help Naruto." Cho shoots him a troubled look, but complies. She throws her one hand out wide, 5 chakra strings lashing to the base of 5 of Shukaku's appendages and wrapping tight around them. She closes her hand into a fist and pulls it back. The strings tighten around the appendages, cutting them off at the root. The appendages don't dissolve into sand, instead wriggling over to each other and forming up into a lump of warped Shukaku flesh. Kakashi's Sharingan picks out several spots on Gaara's body where yet more chakra is bubbling up towards the surface. Cho closes the distance and wraps chakra strings around Gaara, pinning his arms to his sides. Sasuke makes it over to Kakashi's side. He throws one of Kakashi's arms over his shoulders and brings his other hand around to the base of Kakashi's spine, channeling healing chakra up and down the length of it. He drags Kakashi over to Gaara, and as they move, Kakashi can feel the pain in his legs abating, little by little. "Just get me fixed enough to keep myself upright," Kakashi says. "I get the feeling Gaara's gonna need more of your chakra." Sasuke purses his lips, but nods. By the time they make it to Gaara's side, Sasuke is able to set Kakashi down on his knees. It's still painful, but Kakashi had his eye ripped out at 12. This is only half as bad. Sasuke comes around on Gaara's other side, opposite Naruto, and channels chakra down his arms. His hands close over Gaara's arm and shoulder like iron clamps, holding him tightly in place and allowing Naruto to pull back a bit. Cho looks to Naruto and says, "Get ready. I need to check his seal, and I'll have to break the strings to do it." Kakashi's brow furrows as he quickly puts the pieces together. "You were the one who sealed Shukaku in him in the first place, weren't you?" Cho meets his eyes for a moment. She just nods. Naruto's jaw clenches shut and he swallows hard. Cho breaks the strings and Gaara's arms blindly flail outwards, but Naruto and Sasuke tamp them down. Cho removes what's left of Gaara's vest, opens his coat, and pulls his chain shirt up to reveal a broken mandala made from the same vein-like markings on Shukaku's body in the center of Gaara's chest. A third of the seal's design is gone, replaced with patches of bloodied skin with sand bubbling up from beneath and forming up into more pieces of Shukaku. Cho clicks her tongue against her teeth. "It's worse than I thought." The Akatsuki have torn part of Shukaku out of Gaara and broken the seal. Sasuke jerks against another thrash from Gaara. "So what's left of Shukaku's trying to get out?" "Yes, desperately," Cho replies. "The damage and trauma must be extensive if Shukaku's willing to tear its host apart to get free." Naruto blinks rapidly. "Wait, you mean Shukaku's scared?" "For its life, perhaps," Cho spits, glaring at one of the appendages as it lashes out towards her and she ducks out of its way. "If it forces its way out like this, it will rip Gaara to pieces at best, cannibalize him at worst." Kakashi runs a hand through his hair, nails scraping along his scalp. "Can you repair the seal?" Cho shakes her head. "I set this seal 15 years ago, and I was following instructions put down by someone long dead. Even if I had a breakthrough, repairing a seal is a completely different matter than putting one down fresh, one that requires time, precision, and concentration. I'm not going to have any of those things while Shukaku is thrashing about like this." Kakashi looks to Naruto. "Naruto, could you help her?" Naruto shakes his head. "I've never seen a seal that looks like this. I don't know where I'd even start." Sasuke grits his teeth and grunts. "Why do we need to fix the seal? It wants out. I say we let it out." Cho and Kakashi both snap in perfect unison. "We can't." Cho meets Sasuke's gaze and pins it down. "When a Jinchuriki has their tailed beast removed, they die." Naruto's voice cracks as he exclaims, "We what?" Cho shoots a glare over at Naruto. "You heard me, boy. They die. Not a single Jinchuriki in 4 generations has ever survived their beast being removed, and we are nowhere near equipped to pull off the impossible. Reinforcements are a day and a half away, and by then Shukaku will have devoured him. Suzuki is breathing quicker and quicker, coming right up to the edge of hyperventilation. We leave Shukaku and he dies, we take Shukaku out, he dies, we wait for help to come, he dies. What the fuck are we supposed to do? Naruto is chewing on his lip, muttering to himself, maybe if we calm Shukaku down, maybe. Cho's voice goes shrill, there's no calming a monster, boy. You should know that better than anyone here. Naruto's glare is pure poison as he snaps, you don't know anything about me, old lady. Suzuki growls through his teeth, Naruto, don't, we can't be. You don't get to talk right now. If you hadn't gone on ahead, I would have traded Kankuro's life for Gaara's, and we don't trade lives. Ha. You say that only because you've never had to. Of course, in the darkest hour Leaf Discipline shows its true colors. Kakashi thunders over them all, enough. All three of them snap their jaws shut. Now listen to me. We are not giving up on Gaara, because we are equipped to pull off the impossible, Kakashi continues, but that's going to require precision and focus, so all of you need to calm the fuck down right now. We are ninja, each and every one of us. That means we don't cave under pressure, we follow the orders we're given, and the mission isn't over until everyone's dead. Get me? Everyone's eyes drop to Gaara's writhing form, Shukaku's appendages thrashing about like the tentacles of a beached octopus. They nod and mutter their assent. Morale still low, but it's not dead. Kakashi shakes his head. You work with what you've got. Alright, he looks to Cho, Jinchuriki die when their tailed beast is removed, we've got that. How does that kill them, exactly? Cho frowns and replies, when a Jinchuriki has been won since birth, their chakra slowly adapts to and melds with that of the tailed beast. The beast and the host's chakra supply are one and the same. Removing a tailed beast is, in essence, the same as draining someone of all their chakra all at once. They die as much from shock as from chakra exhaustion. Kakashi nods, that's what I thought. Alright. Here's the plan. He looks to Cho, if you can, I need you to dismantle what's left of the seal. That will force all of Shukaku's parts to come out of one location at a steady rate. Cho's brows draw together and she sputters, it can be done, but that would. Kakashi looks to Naruto and Suzuki, making them choke on their objections. Suzuki, Naruto, the two of you need to transfer your chakra into Gaara at the same rate that Shukaku is being siphoned out. Is Katsuyu still with you both? The boys' jackets wriggle in sync, and both pieces of Katsuyu stick their heads out of their pockets. Yes, I am. Good, Kakashi says with a nod. Katsuyu, you're going to transfer the chakra out of Naruto. Suzuki, you'll have to do it yourself. Suzuki nods, ironing out the tremble in his hands. Right. I can do that. What about you? Kakashi takes a deep breath. Once Shukaku is out, I can contain it. But I'll need time to prepare this jutsu, so if the Akatsuki find us. Naruto nods and cuts in, I've got you. I've still got plenty of chakra, I can give Gaara some and fight at the same time. Cho frowns and murmurs, I suppose he doesn't need an entire person's worth of chakra, just enough to keep him alive and let his natural reserves regenerate. If they even know how to anymore after having spent so long in a symbiotic relationship with Shukaku. Cho looks Kakashi in the eye, are you sure this will work? Kakashi shakes his head, not in the slightest. But even if it doesn't, at least no one can say we didn't try. Naruto nods, it's like you told us, abandoning your friends makes you worse than trash. We can't abandon Gaara now. Kakashi tucks away how that makes his heart clench with bittersweet pride and just says, exactly. Now, let's get to work. Everyone springs into action. Suzuki places his piece of Katsuyu on Gaara's stomach, right over his chakra reserves. She lights up a strange pale violet as the piece with Naruto settles herself on the back of his neck and glows in sync with her other half. Naruto's eyes go out of focus for a second before he shakes himself back and mutters something about that, feeling weird as shit. Suzuki presses down harder on Gaara's arm and shoulder and his hands glow blue, his chakra moving out of his palms and into Gaara's chakra network. Cho first retrieves a scroll from her pack and unravels it, summoning from a seal a single puppet's arm. She shoves the arm up her empty sleeve and, with a click, the fingers spring to life. Two-handed again, Cho brings her hands up to the seal and starts a slow trek around the outermost layer. Tiny chakra strings come off the pads of her fingers and attach to the pieces of the seal. With surgical precision, they slowly pull the chakra-infused ink out of Gaara's skin, where it dissolves into thin air. Kakashi starts gathering chakra and pulling it up to Obito's eye. For several minutes everything is tense, if not silent. Gaara is still screaming. He never stopped. His voice is starting to crack and go hoarse. It won't be long before one of his vocal cords hemorrhages. In the meantime, the flow of Shukaku's chakra moves up Gaara's body to the unraveling seal. The surge of Shukaku's appendages crawl along the ground towards the mass Cho severed, molding into it and building it up. The mass grows larger and larger, quickly dwarfing all 5 of them, and Kakashi can at least take some solace in the fact that this target won't be particularly difficult to hit. That solace is broken by the sound of massive wings and Deidara shouting, "Found you!" All eyes snap up. Deidara's claybird is circling the clearing, looking far worse for wear than they had left it. Flight feathers are missing from its wings, and its body is covered in divots where handfuls of clay were torn away, making the bird overall look ragged and starved as it struggles to stay aloft. Regardless, Deidara is sneering down his nose at them while Sasori is rising to a crouch, unbuttoning the first few buttons of his cloak to reveal an upper body made from carved joints and pieces. Where his heart should be is instead a circle of flesh and veins marked with the kanji for scorpion. Sasori pulls a scroll from behind his shoulders and hisses, "What a sorry sight you all make. You're battered, beaten, gasping for breath, and miles away from help." Naruto grits his teeth and shouts back up at him, "You two don't look so hot yourselves. And so what if we're tired? We still have you outnumbered." Sasori grins the grin of a corpse, "I'm about to remedy that." He unfurls the scroll and opens a panel in his chest, opposite the core of flesh. There's a burst of smoke big enough to block out the sun. Puppets drop from the smoke and onto the grass like rain. They pour into the clearing, one after another, until a total of 100 puppets are surrounding the paltry rescue team. At a sight that would prompt lesser ninja to immediately surrender, Naruto just arches a brow. He scoffs, "That's all? Please. Check this shit out." The answering cloud of smoke covers the whole clearing. When it clears, a wall of Naruto's stands between them and the puppets, one clone for every puppet summoned. Deidara's visible eyebrow leaps up. Sasori's face doesn't so much as twitch. The real Naruto wobbles on his knees, the chakra surrounding Katsuya flickering in and out for a few moments, but he steadies himself and puts on a grin. Naruto points a pair of finger guns at the puppets and crows, "Sick em." Sasori grits his teeth and splays both hands out wide in front of him, "End them." The puppet and clone armies charge towards each other, meeting in a clash of black and orange. The puppets move almost as quickly and gracefully as real ninja, but Naruto fights like a siege engine. His clones slam against the puppets with unrelenting force, overwhelming Sasori's ability to coordinate 100 different fighters at once. They take advantage of the cramped quarters, boxing in the puppets and keeping them from slipping out of reach, even meeting them in the air if that's what it takes. From the corner of his eye, Kakashi catches Deidara and Sasori muttering to each other. Deidara says something that makes Sasori shut his eyes, heave a sigh, and give him a begrudged nod. Deidara grins wide and forms half a seal. One of Naruto's clones slams a whirling kick into a hulking puppet's flank, and the instant his heel connects the puppet explodes in a burst of force and fire. The clone goes up in flames and disperses. The force and heat of the explosion knocks several more clones onto their heels, just in time for the 4 puppets in the blast zone to explode in the same fashion. It's a deadly chain reaction that spreads through the crowd like wildfire, kicking up dirt and grass and filling the air with deafening noise. Kakashi glances over to Sasuke, the real Naruto, and Cho. Cho is gritting her teeth, her hands trembling like they're caught in a windstorm. Sasuke has his eyes shut tight and his shoulders bunched up almost to his ears. Shukaku's chakra is still growing, rising above the crowd of puppets and clones and threatening to spread out into the melee. Its shape remains a writhing mass of pieces, with tails and claws whipping out then withdrawing, eyes and jaws opening then shutting. Kakashi can hear, below the din of the explosions, a guttural voice wailing in harmony with Gaara. Kakashi shouts, as loud as he can, "Naruto! Push the puppets back! Naruto's face scrunches up in confusion, and while Kakashi can't hear him he can read his lips. What? You want me to do what? I can't, it's too loud, sensei. Kakashi rolls his eyes and, far too exhausted for proper hand signals, just mimes shoving something. Naruto understands perfectly. The remaining clones fall back, forming as tight a ring as they can. They all run through signs, take deep breaths, and blow out whirling gusts of wind. A handful of puppets explode from the force of the initial impact, the wind chakra fueling the flames and lighting patches of grass on fire. While the flames spread, the puppets flail in the wind like the rods of a wind chime. Naruto doubles over again. The flow of chakra from him to Gaara sputters in and out like a dying candle. Kakashi forces his eyes to focus on a spot just above Shukaku's mass. Victory isn't likely, but they don't need victory. They just need to last a few moments longer. Cho pushes through the noise, through the debris and the strain, and pulls up the last character in the direct center of the seal. Howling wind and shredding sand heralds the last burst of Shukaku's chakra. It flows out from Gaara's chest and joins the writhing mass, bringing it up to its full height of 30 feet. Sasori's mouth flips into a grin. The strings leading from his chest to his puppets snap. The puppets scatter into the woods, the wind from Naruto's clones tossing them aside like the lifeless dolls they are. Sasori points with all 10 fingers at Shukaku, then crosses his arms in an X and clenches his hands into tight fists. He's fast. But Kakashi has the Sharingan. He knew what Sasori was going to do the instant before he did. Alright, let's do this, Kakashi snarls, Kamui. Like punching a hole in the sky, a dark spot the size of Kakashi's head appears slightly off-center a foot above Shukaku's mass. Kakashi pictures a box, 30 feet tall, 30 feet wide, and 30 feet deep, bounding in the mass. He releases all the chakra he's been building up. The dark spot starts to distort space in that 30-foot cube, pulling everything inside it up towards the spot. Sand siphons off of Shukaku, up to the spot, and disappears inside it. Shukaku's pained roars take on a panicked edge and claws and teeth grasp at the ground, trying desperately to pull itself away. The ground beneath it grinds up and dissolves into sand that Shukaku pulls up into itself in an attempt to replace what it's losing. Sasori's jaw makes a wooden clacking sound. He fires off 110 chakra strings, Deidara's bird flying in wide but quick loops so they can wrap all the way around Shukaku. Sasori jolts forward, the force of Kamui pulling on the strings and nearly yanking him off the bird. Deidara throws his hand back and grabs Sasori around the elbow. It keeps him on the bird, but Kamui is still pulling them in, so Deidara forces the bird to flap its wings as hard as it can to pull them in the other direction. Shukaku's lower half drags along the ground after them, its flailing limbs smashing puppets and dispersing clones. Kakashi focuses as hard as he can on Kamui. It pulls more and more mass off of Shukaku and into its fathomless darkness, but Sasori is making slow but steady progress, dragging more and more of it out of the area of effect. Sweat is pouring down Kakashi's forehead, his eye aches like he's been staring at a bright light for hours on end, and he's clenching his teeth hard enough to crack them. He wants to bark more orders but he can't afford to take his attention off of Kamui, not for a second, not if he wants to deny the Akatsuki their prize. 10 chakra strings wrap around Shukaku from its other side, grabbing hold of it just above Sasori's strings and pulling taut. From the corner of his eye Kakashi spies Cho, almost on her stomach as she fights against the strength of Sasori's hold. Her fingers, wrists, arms are all being pulled as straight as they can go, nearly out of their sockets. Shukaku slows down by inches, but inches aren't enough. Cho is being dragged after him, her knees digging furrows in the dirt. Sasori's face twists into a snarl and he shouts, "Why won't you just roll over and die, you pathetic old woman?" Cho fires back through grit teeth, "I may not be able to defeat you, but even if it's the last thing I do, I will stop you." The strings coming from Cho's left hand suddenly widen out into ropes as Sasuke appears on her left, takes her arm, and sends his chakra surging down into the strings. Sasuke digs his heels in, his strength rooting him to the spot and slowing Shukaku's movement to a crawl. Cho spares Sasuke a wide-eyed look over her shoulder. Sasuke doesn't return it. His eyes are focused on the black hole pulling Shukaku up into the darkness. Deidara grits his teeth and spits something under his breath. The hand on Sasori's elbow lights up with chakra that races through his body and into his strings. The bird wobbles in the air, but Sasori's strings thicken and tighten. The ground Suzuki gained them quickly disappears as Sasori and Deidara yank Shukaku another 5 feet out of the cube. Suzuki and Cho skid along the ground, drawing closer and closer to the area of effect. The edges of Cho's fingers are starting to flicker as she brushes close to the spatial distortion. Come on, face it, Deidara jeers, you're all running on fumes. You can't outlast us and you can't outstrength us. Just give up, it'll be less humiliating if you do. Fuck that. We never give up and we never quit, that's our ninja way. Believe it. Naruto appears on Cho's other side. He takes her right arm, the 5 chakra strings at the ends of her fingers lighting up with bright orange chakra like they've been set aflame. Naruto nearly falls to one knee. They're able to gain back some ground, but only a few centimeters. Naruto and Suzuki each put one arm around Cho's middle and try to pull her back, but only succeed in nearly losing their balance. Kakashi lurches down to hands and knees. The strain in his eye has spread to his whole head. His skull feels like it's about to split in half. Kamui has warped maybe a fifth of Shukaku's mass away. That's nowhere near enough. They're not going to make it. Kakashi whispers through harsh breaths, sorry, Obito. Looks like I squandered your gift. 2 years ago, Gaara learned pain. He learned the stinging, lancing pain of a blade splitting sensitive skin when you aren't expecting it, the deep throbbing pain of a stab to the shoulder that courses down your arm and leaves it stiff for days, the burn of explosive tags, the rattling shock of a headbutt, and the ache of healing that stays with you for weeks even after everything has stopped bleeding. Horrifying as it was in the moment, he would learn that pain was survivable. It was something you could adapt to. It was something that he learned not to fear. And now, 2 years later, he is learning agony. He's learning the ripping, shredding, stretching agony of the thing inside you trying to physically force its way out like oil welling to the surface, destroying or consuming whatever flesh lies in its way. He's learning the frenzied, anguished, feral agony of that thing's fear for its life overpowering his conscious mind and filling it only with that same all-consuming need to be free, forcing him to scream until flecks of blood fly out of his open mouth. He's learning the agony of being hollowed out like a gourd as that thing flees and takes all his chakra with it, leaving him alone to die. But he isn't alone for long. At the same rate that Shukaku is fleeing, 2 presences rush in to fill the gaps. One is cool but not cold, in fact it burns with lightning and fire and a passion so intense that it allows them to think only in extremes. It is those extremes Gaara feels, hands wrapping possessively around his shoulder and snarling that they might have taken her and them but they won't take this one. Like a dragon, it gathers its hoard and guards it with tooth and claw and will die before giving even one piece of it up. The other is warm like the air downwind from a fire, carrying sparks and burning the lungs. There is passion here, but it's a mask, a shield behind which a fear both paralyzing and galvanizing hides. Its empathy is caustic, it takes Gaara's pain into itself and replaces it with its own. A beast claws and bites at a prison within them, too, and if they keep Gaara together that means they won't be torn to pieces by their own parasite. Their chakra settles in his chakra network, flowing along the paths that Shukaku left empty. The world comes back to Gaara in pieces, first the texture of dirt and grass beneath his back, then the taste of blood on his tongue, then the smell of sulfur and smoke, then the sounds of explosions and wind and screaming and the cool presence cuts the flow. Then the warm presence. Their chakra stays in his system, moving and flowing and stoking the fire in his belly, reminding his body how to create chakra without Shukaku. But he is merely stable, not steady, not standing. He knows there is a world outside of this darkness, outside this puzzle with one piece missing, but he is right on its border with no way across. He can't stand idly by. He is the cause cage. His will shapes the sand, it can't lie dormant. But though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. It always has been, beneath the armor of sand and the ultimate defense and the monster. Gaara can only lie still, screaming and beating against the walls of his mind, utterly alone. But he isn't alone for long. He feels ripples of warmth through the cracked remains of his sand armor, like hands stroking his face. They are foreign in how familiar they feel. The life he led of no one being brave enough to show them their love through action ended long ago, but this isn't one of Tamari's crushing hugs or Kankuro's hair ruffles or Baki's hand on his shoulder. This is someone who he has never met, and yet, they feel like they've been here the whole time. A voice like Tamari's, but nearly threadbare, murmurs, "It's a rare privilege, dying for someone twice." The remaining pieces of armor crack and crumble. The chakra within passes through his skin and into his network. The fire in his belly ignites, hot and bright. "My tiny, feeble child. I used my last breath to pledge that I would always protect you. But the time has come for you to learn how to protect yourself." Gaara's vision clears. He's lying on his back in the eye of a hurricane with tears drying on his cheeks. From the corner of his eye he picks out a familiar head of blonde hair, and the Uchiha crest on the back of a jacket. Gaara shoves himself up, first to his elbows, then his hands, his knees, his feet. He grits his teeth. Moving his legs feels like pushing a mountain, but Gaara has done far greater things before. He drags himself, step by agonizing step, to stand between Naruto and Sasuke. They both do a double take, eyes going wide. Cho can't afford to gawk, not when her hold on what remains of Shukaku is threatening to break at any moment. Gaara picks the Akatsuki out of the air, eyes slitting in a glare, and snarls, "Let's see you work for it." Gaara sends Earth Chakra racing up Naruto and Sasuke's arms, down Cho's chakra strings, and into Shukaku's mass. He grabs hold of the sand within and pulls it back. The sand mixes in with the strings, reinforcing them with the strength and stability of the earth itself. Shukaku's slow slide comes to a screeching halt. Sasuke exchanges a quick glance with Naruto, who bobs his head in a nod. The two of them turn back to Shukaku, tighten their grip on Cho's arms, and start heaving her back as one. Gaara moves with them, staggering backward and pulling the sand with all the chakra he can spare. Cho pulls her arms in, as close as she can. Deidara grips his teeth, his bird flapping its wings so fast they're nearly invisible. Sasori's eyes dart in a dozen different directions at once as he struggles to stay on the bird and pull Shukaku's massive form away from the dark vortex threatening to consume it. After a moment, his eyes shut. He clenches his hands into fists and yanks them back, like pulling a ripcord. Sasori's strings squeeze down, tight as they can, and rip what's left of Shukaku in half at the middle. The sudden change in weight sends Sasuke, Naruto, Cho, and Gaara all falling backwards, landing ungracefully in the dirt. Kamui sucks 1/3 of Shukaku up into the darkness, its screams disappearing into nothingness. The black hole shrinks down, 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 disappearing into the bright blue sky. There's the sound of something heavy hitting the dirt, and Gaara's eyes dart over to catch Kakashi falling onto his side in an exhausted heap. Sasori hauls the last third of Shukaku up off the ground as the bird darts off towards the horizon. Naruto picks himself up onto his knees and shouts after them, "Hey! Hey! Get back here!" They don't heed his words. They disappear from view, the piece of Shukaku they're dragging with them screaming and thrashing all the way. Gaara takes a deep breath, then sighs, good riddance, but to whom, he's not quite sure. He pulls himself up into a sitting position, letting his eyes roll across the ruin of fallen puppets, burning grass, and upturned dirt that this clearing has become. They run over Sasuke at his side, taking several heaving breaths and drawing his excess chakra up to that point in the middle of his forehead. Gaara's eyes come to a screeching halt on Naruto. With the adrenaline petering out of his system, with his senses coming back and assuring him that he's not dreaming, it hits him all at once what Naruto being here means. His mouth falls open and his thoughts spill out, "Naruto. You're back." Naruto blinks a few times, then turns to Gaara, his mouth spreading into a wide grin, "Yeah. Yeah, I am. And so are you, man. We did it." Naruto reaches as far around as he can to pull both Sasuke and Gaara into a rough hug, "We did it, dude. We got you back." Sasuke fights a losing battle against the smile spreading across his face, "Welcome back, Lord Kazekage." Naruto's eyes light up, half with joy and half with tears, and he shakes Gaara by the shoulders, "That's right. You're the Kazekage. You're the fucking Kazekage, dude. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you." Gaara's mouth curls in a tiny smile, and he breathes, "Thank you. You." The mood dies a quick and painful death at the sound of Cho sucking in a sharp, pained breath. All three boys whirl around to find Cho on the ground, face pale, eyes wide, hand clutching at her chest. They all scramble over, but Gaara and Naruto can only hover at her side while Sasuke coats his hands in healing chakra and does a quick and dirty field examination. After a moment, he rasps, "Her body couldn't handle the strain of this battle, she's having a heart attack. Gaara, flip her onto her back and hold her still. Naruto, start doing CPR." They clumsily do as they're told, Gaara rolling her onto her back and taking hold of her shoulders while Naruto starts chest compressions. Between rescue breaths, Cho stares up at Gaara through glassy eyes, her mouth struggling to form words. The most Gaara gets is a choked, whispered, "I'm sorry," before her eyes roll back, her jaw going slack. Sasuke swears through his teeth, his palms ignite with lightning, and he shouts, "Naruto, pull back. Gaara, keep your fingers on her pulse, let me know when it starts back up again." Clear. Sasuke presses his palms to Cho's chest and her body jolts an inch off the ground at the shock. No pulse. Sasuke rubs his palms together, coating them in yet more lightning. Clear. Her body flops on the ground like a fish on the deck of a boat. No pulse. Sasuke grits his teeth, hissing, "God damn it, God fucking damn it, not when I was just starting to respect you, you old clear." He tries once more, twice more, and barely stops himself from going for a third. Sasuke lets his hands fall into his lap. He stares down at Cho's body for a long moment before shutting his eyes. He takes a few deep breaths, shuddering on the exhale. When he opens his eyes, he's calm again, or at least as calm as he can force himself to be. His eyes run over Gaara and Naruto before he says, "I'll be back over to heal you guys in a second, I gotta deal with Kakashi first." Sasuke picks himself up and lopes over to Kakashi. Gaara keeps staring down at Cho's body. For all the life he has taken, it's rare that Gaara is ever this close to a corpse. That life can leave a body so quickly, leaving it only an inert lump of meat and bone, is something he still has trouble fully comprehending. He wonders if anyone can, really. "Hey," Naruto murmurs, drawing Gaara's attention to the troubled look on his face. "She said she was apologizing to you. Do you?" Naruto meets his eyes and asks, "Do you think you can forgive her?" Gaara is quiet for a moment. He closes Cho's eyes and replies, "I don't know. I suppose I'll just have to try." Chapter 9, 8. Pain's voice echoes in Itaka's head, "This is the second time your brother has interfered." Itaka says nothing. His attachment to the Nine Tails hasn't waned after 2 years of absence. It is safe to assume that wherever the Nine Tails is, your brother will not be far. Itaka says nothing. The Nine Tails time will come. When it does, I expect you to make the intelligent decision. Do you understand? Itaka's voice comes out pale and starved. "I do, sir." Good. Pain's presence in his mind flickers out. Itaka stares out at the landscape, blood red and far too sharp. He pushes the chakra out of his optic nerves and the world blurs. The shinobi in him tenses up, starts listing off all the dangers, all the ways an enemy could sneak up on him and take advantage. The man in him doesn't mind it. The world looks like an impressionist painting, with forms built from daubs of pure color and suffused with light. It isn't reality. But it certainly is beautiful. A shadow falls over him, and Kisame's voice comes in low and smooth from his side, "Itaka." Itaka unfolds himself from his cross-legged sitting position, his knees creaking after having spent over half a day bent. "We need to move." Kisame's hand on his chin freezes Itaka in place. His pulse jumps at the contact. Kisame turns Itaka's head so he's facing him. Itaka keeps his eyes focused on the strokes of red on a field of black that make up Kisame's cloak. "Itaka. Look at me." Kisame tilts Itaka's head up and Itaka's eyes follow it, a beat behind. Without his Sharingan, Kisame is almost invisible against the blue sky. If not for the lighting strike scars scrawling ruddy gray across his face, he would be another gift from his brother. Kisame says evenly, "I don't know why you left Sasuke alive. I don't know why you keep leaving him alive. That's between the two of you, and unless you'd rather it be otherwise I'll make sure it stays it that way. But Itaka. Look at me." Itaka presses his lips tight together, draining their color, and activates his Sharingan. Kisame turns from a blurry blue to sharp gray, the red tint washing him out. His mouth is set in a stern frown, his narrow eyes seeming to see more than they should. Itake has always liked that about Kisame. Maybe, when he's feeling slightly less like torturing himself, he can even admit that he loves it. That, even as whatever semblance of control he pretended to have over his life spirals further and further out of his grasp, his one stroke of luck was being partnered with Kisame. Kisame doesn't say anything, not right away. He drops to a crouch, putting them at eye level, and lets his fingers roam up Itake's jaw to his hairline. He runs his hand through Itake's hair and Itake leans into the touch. His fingers catch on Itake's hair tie and pull it loose. Itake's hair spills like ink over his shoulders. Kisame plays with the split ends. After a moment, Kisame bluntly says, "If your brother crosses the Akatsuki, then he gets the same treatment as anyone who crosses the Akatsuki. You can go easy on him all you want. Like I said, whatever is between the two of you is between the two of you. But he didn't pull any punches with me, so I won't pull any with him. It's personal, certainly. But more than that, it's business. I won't ask you if you understand. I know you, so I know that you do." And Itake's gut and heart twist at that, because even as Kisame's words pile like straw on his already broken back, Itake can't be anything but grateful for his honesty. For how he does know Itake well enough to pry the mask away and see the storm beneath. He's not sure anyone else in his life has ever known him quite as well. Perhaps Shisui, but the amount of time he's spent without Shisui is slowly catching up to the time he spent with him, and grief is making his memory rot. It's another thing he likes about Kisame. When he is feeling like torturing himself, he can even admit that he loves it. That's always been his problem, Itake supposes. He only knows how to love in one way, with so much of his heart that at the end none of it is left for him to keep. Kisame weaves his fingers into the hair at the nape of Itake's neck and brings him closer, close enough for their struck-through headbands to clink against each other. Itake deactivates his Sharingan. At this distance, mere inches away, he can see Kisame's face as though he's looking through water. Kisame murmurs, "I know you understand. I just want to know if you're ready." "No, yes." "You're sure?" "No, yes." "Itake, tell me the truth. Hang the Akatsuki, hang the nine tails, but don't make me choose between Sasuke and you, because you will lose and I want to keep you for as long as I can. I am." Kisame sighs, almost into his mouth, "I don't know why everyone says you're such a good liar. But fine. Keep the truth between you and your soul." He withdraws, standing tall and sturdy as a pine. "Let's get going." Itake staggers to his feet, standing like a tree that has given away all but its stump, and replies, "Lead on." Obito runs his hands through his hair. "What do you mean 1/3 of the one tail is gone?" It's days like this when Obito starts to question his own judgment. The Akatsuki were supposed to be an elite, dangerous, unstoppable force. They were supposed to make gathering all nine-tailed beasts easy. That's what Obito wanted, but what he got was 15 years of stalling, infighting, setbacks, and failures so utterly embarrassing Obito had to resist the urge to rip Nagato's eyes out and just do everything himself. 2 years ago, Obito thought their lowest moment was their attempt to take the nine tails, a child who knew 2 jutsus being thwarted by 2 more children who knew, 4 jutsus. 2 months ago, he thought their lowest moment was Haiden and Kakuzu going all the way into no man's land only to miss the 7 tail because she turned around and left a few moments before they could cross paths. But both of those pale in comparison to their hideout being immediately discovered, the one tail being torn into thirds, and one of those thirds just being gone. And instead of drafting up plans to find, isolate, and subdue the remaining tailed beasts, he's here, pacing circles in a river country forest, dreaming of all the myriad ways he could beat Nagato senseless. "Exactly what I said," Nagato replies, the echo of telepathic communication doing little to disguise the tremble in his voice. Sasori and Deidara reported Kakashi Hatake summoning some sort of black hole in the air above the one tail. It drew the one tail's body into itself. According to Sasori, it would have sucked up all of its mass if he hadn't cut their losses and ripped that piece of the one tail in half. What do we do about this? Obito's pacing comes to a stuttering halt. Kakashi Hatake? You're certain it was Kakashi Hatake who summoned the black hole? At the moment it's just Sasori and Deidara's word, but Zetsu would be able to corroborate their story. Obito snaps his fingers. One of the nearby trees ripples like the surface of a pond. Zetsu's head comes sliding out of the bark, yellow eyes blinking just slightly out of sync. The creature's two voices talk over each other. You rang. What do you want now? You were following Sasori and Deidara, Obito snaps. Was Kakashi Hatake one of their opponents? And remember, answer one at a time. Zetsu's head does a strange diagonal nod, the white half pulling an unwilling black half along after it as it says, oh yes. He's hardly changed a bit since we first saw him, still all messy hair and gloomy attitude. I guess some people never really grow up. He used Kamui, the black half rumbles, it's different than yours, it seems to have a longer range. But it's the same jutsu. You got lucky, for once. Obito's heart skips a beat, and he mutters in a rush, give me a moment. Obito has tried to explain what the feeling of being sucked into Kamui's dimension is like in words and has failed every time. The closest he's ever come is saying that it's like someone is grabbing him by the eyeball and pulling hard enough to turn his body inside out. It's horrifically uncomfortable and it used to be disorienting, but even a rogue ninja can get used to anything for the sake of the mission. In the blink of an eye, Obito is no longer in a dense forest, but instead a deep dark void filled with randomly arranged and differently sized rectangular towers that go on for miles. He's used to this place being silent and still, but the instant Obito touches down all he hears is wretched wailing. Obito's eye locks onto a mass of writhing claws, whipping tails, gnashing teeth and bulging eyes on the tower just opposite the one he landed on. Sand and wind are whirling around it in lashing streams. With his Sharingan active, this piece of the one tail almost seems to glow, as its chakra and its physical body are one and the same. Chakra flows around the creature in drunken spirals, winding up and up and up until it dissolves into the air. Obito grits his teeth. The creature is injured, bleeding, fading. If they leave it in here much longer it might completely disappear, and 2/3 of a tailed beast are no substitute for the whole creature where the plan is concerned. Obito is about to warp away when several eyes open up on the creature's flank, irises like gold coins picking him out of the darkness. A mouth splits the flesh on the back of a claw and the one tail's voice rattles, hurts. Hurts. Scared. Scared. Help. Help, please. Something stirs in Obito's chest. Something old and soft. For just a moment, he lets it speak, don't worry. You're going to be just fine. Obito warps away, but he doesn't return to where he came from. He comes rolling out of Kamui's dimension and onto a rocky plateau underneath an overcast sky. The village hidden in rain looms on the horizon, a jagged spike of industrial towers jutting out of the ground like a massive stalagmite. The land of rain is edging towards its drier season, the clouds merely misting the rocky terrain with a light drizzle and making everything damp and slippery. Obito rises to his feet, I'm back. We have a chance to salvage this, but we need to move quickly. Tell Sasori and Deidara to regroup at the hideout in Rain. I'll meet them there. While they're en route, let the rest of the Akatsuki know that they'll be needed again shortly and to stand by. There's a pause, long enough that Obito starts to wonder if Nagato wasn't listening, before his voice echoes in his mind again, so you're revealing yourself to the rest of the Akatsuki, then. Obito sneers beneath his mask, I have no other choice. Or, I suppose it's more accurate to say that you've given me no other choice. Don't misunderstand, this is not success. You have gotten supremely lucky today, Nagato. When this is over, you and I are going to have a discussion about the Akatsuki's future. Nagato's voice drops into something rough that rattles Obito's brain in his skull, the Akatsuki are mine, Madara. Your support and advice have been invaluable in the past, but you have no right to give me orders. Obito has to bite the inside of his cheek to stifle a snicker. Instead, he simply asks, in the 15 years that this organization has existed, how many tailed beasts have we successfully captured, Nagato? Nagato is silent. You're close, Obito sneers, 1. We have 1. Obtaining money, cornering the mercenary market, taking control of the land of rain, all of that is temporary. The tailed beasts can bring about change that will last. I strongly suggest you rethink your priorities, Nagato, while you still have the option. Nagato's presence in his mind flickers out without a word. Soldier pills. The two of you really popped soldier pills, Sasuke exclaims, pausing and disinfecting one of Naruto's cuts to cuff the back of his head. What the hell were you thinking? Those things are poison, and you didn't even need them. Naruto rolls his eyes and snaps, well, you didn't need to drop a whole cliff on my head, but you did it anyway. Sasuke finishes cleaning the wound, fishes some gauze out of a pocket, and presses down on it. How many times am I gonna have to apologize for that? Once for every rock that hit me, Naruto replies with a shit-eating grin. Wanna go back to the hideout and count? Sasuke just presses even harder, forcing a yelp out of Naruto's mouth. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara have regrouped a respectful distance from Cho's body and are sitting in a loose circle near the unconscious Kakashi. According to Sasuke, a combination of chakra exhaustion, blood loss, head trauma, and just normal exhaustion had hit Kakashi with the force of an out-of-control train, and his body just couldn't handle the strain of being conscious in the face of all that. Naruto had thought that soldier pills were supposed to keep that kind of thing from happening, but apparently he was wrong. But hey, it's not so bad, Naruto continues, since I'm gonna be good for another 2.5 days, I could pretty much just carry you guys all the way back to the Sand Village. The clones won't mind the workout. Sasuke shakes his head, we shouldn't move Kakashi yet, at least not without a stretcher. We're better off bedding down here, where it's safe, or asking for sanctuary from the Hidden Valley Village. I wouldn't say we're safe here, Gaara murmurs, futzing with his fingers in a way that reminds Naruto so much of Hinata it makes him homesick all over again. You said we're how many miles north of the Hidden Valley Village? About 8, Sasuke replies. That's not far at all, Gaara remarks. It strikes me as unsettling, that hideout being so close to the village, and yet they haven't noticed it. If the three of you were able to find it within a day, I can't imagine it was particularly well hidden. Naruto frowns, turning that over for a few moments, before finally finding the spots where those pieces fit together. Wait, you don't mean? It's a serious accusation, so I'm not etching anything in stone yet, Gaara cuts in, but the village is small, too small to effectively protect a border territory rich in natural resources with lucrative shipping lanes connecting the lands of earth, wind, and fire. It's possible, maybe even likely, that they could have been subcontracting more difficult and dangerous missions to the Akatsuki in exchange for allowing them to maintain a hideout in the country. Naruto is sure he looks like a dog as he cocks his head to the side, but he can't fight the reflex. Wait, the Akatsuki do mercenary stuff too? I thought they were, like, a creepy cult or some shit. Sasuke shrugs a shoulder. There's no rule saying they can't be both, I guess. It wouldn't be wise to bring me to the Hidden Valley Village, Gaara continues. Bringing them a weakened cage and asking for sanctuary is basically tantamount to saying, here, have a free hostage who can get you every single concession you've ever wanted from the Land of Wind. Naruto's face scrunches up in disgust. They wouldn't do that, would they? That's a huge dick move. Gaara's mouth twitches at the corner. It certainly is. But this country is small. The Wind and Fire daimyo would both prefer it annexed into their own territory. The Land of Rivers knows better than to trust its larger neighbors, and any edge they can get on them is one they have to take. Naruto frowns at the dirt. That sucks. That's politics, Sasuke sighs. Politics suck, Naruto spits. Gaara arches a brow, says the future Hokage. Naruto's reply catches in his throat. He lets the silence stretch out for several minutes. It feels stupid when he actually puts it into words, but Naruto hadn't really thought of what the daimyo do and want being their problem. Ninja take jobs from anyone who pay, right? The daimyo should just be clients, no more or less special than anyone else. But, then again, the daimyo also own the land the villages are in. If they tell the daimyo to fuck off, he could probably just evict the whole village or something. But the villages are the country's army, basically, so how's he really gonna enforce something like that? If the daimyo told them, get out of my country, the village could just go make me bitch. But going and kicking the daimyo's ass just because they didn't like something he said feels gross for some reason. But Naruto's head is starting to hurt. He flounders for a change of subject and finds one when his eyes run across Kakashi. Hey, Sasuke, what was that crazy jutsu Kakashi used to suck up Shukaku? That was a Sharingan thing, right? Sasuke had been in the middle of taking a roll of bandages out of his pocket. The question makes Sasuke suddenly fumble with the roll and drop it on the ground. He scrambles around way longer than he should need to before finally picking it up again. He dusts off the bandages and starts wrapping them around one of Naruto's wounds, tight enough to hurt. "Hey, hey," Naruto yelps, snapping his fingers next to Sasuke's ear, "Earth to Sasuke. What the hell is wrong with you? I just asked a question, why are you trying to cut my circulation?" Sasuke stops, shoulders pulling in tight, and he mutters, "I was hoping you didn't notice that." "Well, I did, so what gives?" "What did he do?" Sasuke's eyes slowly pull up to meet Naruto's, a flinty look in them Naruto hasn't seen in ages. "I don't know for certain. I've never seen anyone do that before, but with my Sharingan, I could see the pattern on his eye change, and the only thing I know that can make how the Sharingan looks change is the Mangekyo Sharingan." Naruto takes a moment to think that over. He's definitely heard the term Mangekyo Sharingan somewhere before, but where exactly is harder to place. He digs through his memory, then suddenly hits the image of Sakura. She's lying in a broken heap in the middle of a motel hallway in Shukuba town, blood leaking from her mouth, her eyes dead and blank. Jiraiya is holding Sasuke back as he tries to go to her side, voice breaking in panic. And Naruto is standing there, struck dumb and useless. Naruto blurts out, "That thing your brother has. I thought that was some kind of fucked up torture genjutsu. How'd Kakashi slurp up a third of a tailed beast with it?" "From what I understand, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifests differently in the left and right eyes," Sasuke explains, running a hand through his hair. "The right eye lets the user cast a ninjutsu, and the left lets the user cast a genjutsu. Kakashi has the right eye, so he has a ninjutsu, but that's not the point." "Then what is?" Sasuke purses his lips tight enough to make them disappear. He leans back from Naruto's wounds, braces his elbows on his knees, and holds his head in both hands. Naruto shoots Gaara a wide-eyed look, silently asking, "What the hell?" Gaara just shrugs, shaking his head. When he speaks, Sasuke sounds like he just swallowed drywall. "Kakashi told me he got his Sharingan because one of his friends sacrificed himself and gave it to him as he was dying. But the Mangekyo, you only get the Mangekyo Sharingan by killing someone you love. It's like someone hit pause on the world." Naruto's stomach is up in his lungs. He feels like he's about to float off the grass and into the sky, past the clouds, all the way into the stars. Kakashi told them that teamwork was more important than anything. He told them that abandoning your friends made you worse than trash. But Kakashi has been abandoning Naruto since the Chunin exams, hasn't he? Why is him being a gigantic hypocrite suddenly surprising? Sakura had called him her best friend the night before she tried to murder him. Naruto should be used to this. He should be used to the people he loves being two-faced pieces of shit. But he doesn't want to be. Gaara's voice pulls Naruto back down, not into his body, but beside it. "Did Kakashi tell you how his friend died?" Sasuke replies in a shivering monotone, "Not exactly. He said he took a mortal blow for Kakashi, and that he gave up his eye as he was dying." "It could have been a mercy killing," Gaara remarks, low and steady. "If his death would have been slow and painful otherwise, he could have put him out of his misery after the transplant." Sasuke whips a glare towards Gaara and snaps, "Then why wouldn't he just tell me that? Why wouldn't he tell me that he has the Mangekyo if he didn't kill a friend in cold blood to get it?" Naruto frowns, and he feels like there's a delay between his mind and his mouth as he says, "I still don't get that. I mean, how do you even get the Mangekyo if you have to kill someone you love to get it? You can't really love someone if you're killing them, can you? That just doesn't work." Gaara's face smooths over, his eyes looking past the clearing. "Love isn't some immutable, primordial force. It's just an emotion, dependent on people for its expression. And twisted people will inevitably express love in twisted ways." Naruto wants to tell Gaara to shut the fuck up. He can tell from just one glance that Sasuke does, too. But neither of them can say he doesn't know what he's talking about. Gaara's eyes suddenly jump to the sky, catching the sun's light. Naruto hears the sound of massive wings and tenses up, hand going to his weapon pouch. Gaara grabs his shoulder, stopping him mid-motion. Naruto follows his eyes. The silhouette of a massive bird of prey is circling the clearing 50 feet above them. It does 2 loops before a high, sharp, complicated whistle rings out through the air. The bird dives down toward the clearing just in time to avoid a gust of wind from the west, so powerful it makes the trees bend at 60-degree angles. The wind blows in a handful of birds, not quite as large as Garuda or the bird descending on them now, but large enough to fly comfortably with a single rider on their backs. Behind them are a score of ninja gliding on what look like massive kites, catching the wind from a dozen more ninja standing astride the smallest of the great birds and waving massive fans. They all circle down towards the clearing, the largest of the birds an osprey the size of a draft horse reaching them first. The bird bows low to let its 2 passengers slide off its back. One is a man Naruto doesn't recognize with bird-like eye makeup, and the other is Temari. Naruto doesn't get to take in much else about Temari before she sprints across the clearing, tumbles to her knees in front of Gaara, and throws her arms around him in a crushing hug. Naruto hears flapping wings, sandals crunching rapidly across burnt grass, and suddenly a Kankuro with no hood but hastily applied face paint is barreling into the hug. He nearly knocks his brother and sister over, but Gaara has enough strength to brace himself against the ground and roll with the impact. Sasuke glares over at the man with the eye makeup and snaps, "Seriously, Arslan? Kankuro just got a deadly, heavy metal-based toxin flushed out of his system and you take him along to potentially fight the Akatsuki." Arslan puts his hands up defensively, "Hey, you try telling him not to go rescue his brother. It was either we let him come along or he would have found some way to smuggle himself onto a bird." Sasuke's eyes drift back to Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari. Temari's voice is thick as she reprimands Gaara through a watery smile. Kankuro has most of his face pressed into Gaara's hair, every breath making his back shake. Gaara is smiling, small and warm and practiced. No amount of exhaustion can hide the envy on Sasuke's face. Sasuke shakes his head and sighs, "Whatever. Nothing to do about it now." Ninja drop from the backs of birds and glide down on paper wings. By the time all their reinforcements have touched down in the clearing, Naruto has counted more than 50 shinobi in all. Gaara stares past his siblings at the crowd, the airborne division. "Everyone who's in flying shape," Temari replies, voice brimming with pride, "a hurricane couldn't keep them from coming after you." Arslan's face falls into a solemn frown and he puts a hand to his heart, "You have the Falconer Corps' sincerest apologies, Lord Kazekage. If we'd caught on to Ura's treachery sooner, none of this would have happened." A ninja wrapped head to toe in pale linens comes up next to Arslan, dropping to one knee, "I apologize on behalf of the Nightjar Corps, Lord Kazekage. No intruder should have ever been able to use the skies against you. We won't allow it to happen again." Temari shoots Gaara a weary smirk, "I don't have to say ditto on behalf of the Fan Corps, do I?" Gaara is still staring, awestruck, at the crowd, all of them. "They all came here, for me." Kankuro shoots Temari a grin over Gaara's head, "If he's getting all worked up over 50 people he's gonna lose his shit when he gets home to a whole village happy to see him." Naruto is happy for Gaara. Really, he is. He deserves this. But Naruto's sure that no amount of exhaustion can hide the envy on his face. The Nightjar next to Arslan stands up to their full height and turns to Sasuke, "We noticed your injured comrade and Lady Cho. Our kites can be converted to stretchers to transport them, if you like." Sasuke shakes his head, picking himself up, "If you let us borrow one, that'll be fine. Gaara should be well enough for air travel, and Cho, well, you know. You all go on ahead, we." "Absolutely not," Gaara cuts in, voice hard and authoritative. Sasuke flinches a bit at the sudden change in tone, but Naruto almost jumps. It's like Gaara aged 10 years in 10 seconds. He slowly comes to his feet, Temari and Kankuro on either side helping him up despite not looking so steady themselves. "The 3 of you did the Sand Village a great service. For us to leave you to your own devices now would be a grave insult. And there are those in the village who would be interested to know exactly what Kakashi did with Shukaku. We will escort you back to the village on foot, with contingents of the airborne division keeping watch on the surrounding area for danger." Gaara's mouth quirks up at the corner and he sighs, "Don't fight me on this, Sasuke. We've all had too long a day for that." Sasuke shakes his head, a smirk struggling to break through, "As you command, Lord Kazekage." Sasuke comes over, offering to help Naruto to his feet, and Naruto lets him. 3 night jars break down their kites, 2 turning theirs into stretchers and 1 into a shroud for Cho. With Kakashi and Cho safely bundled onto their stretchers, the party start their long, aching journey back across the sand. The Akimichi build their buildings like they build their clansmen, tall, broad, and round. Akimichi buildings are the reason for the Leaf Village's signature architecture. Everything from the Hokage Tower to the wall itself were built by Akimichi hands. The easiest way to find an Akimichi abroad is to look for round buildings with flat tiled roofs sticking out above the rest of the architecture, yet not looming over it. And the easiest way to find an Akimichi in the village is to go to their greatest creation, Yamazakura. If the Hokage Tower is the village's brain, Yamazakura is its heart. The restaurant takes up the better part of a city block in the middle of the main drag, standing round and tall at 2 double-height stories. The building's bright red walls and the large lanterns hanging from the roof make it impossible to miss no matter the time of day. Despite walking past it daily for over 2 decades, it never fails to make Asuma feel small as he approaches its circular double doors. Asuma dodges around a party of Chunin leaving just as he's entering, toes off his sandals, and steps up into the waiting area. The wide room is bustling with people as servers ferry handfuls of customers to their tables and yet more come up to the front desk to put their names in. Asuma cranes his neck to get a look at the hostess around a Jonin and his 3 bouncing genin inquiring about a table. The girl is a cousin of Koji's, a sweet girl named Momoko with fluffy brown hair, sharp eyes, and rosy cheeks. The moment she finishes with the genin team, Momoko spots Asuma. Her round face lights up in a bright, shining grin. She bows from the shoulders as she calls out, "It's so good to see you, Asuma. How long has it been since you last came in?" Asuma smiles and closes the distance to the front desk, bowing in return, "Good to see you too, Momo. Geez, when was the last time? 3 months ago, I think. Ah, I'm getting sidetracked. This is gonna be a working lunch, so." Momoko's eyes spark with recognition for just a moment before she affects a picture-perfect pout and sighs, "Ah, I see, no time for small talk. Would you like indoor or outdoor seating?" Asuma futzes with the lighter in his pocket, funneling his nerves out through his hands so they don't show on his face. "Indoor. Less distractions that way, this place's food is distracting enough, you know." Momoko nods and puts her smile back on, "I'll go ahead and seat you, then." She takes a menu from the front desk and starts off towards the seating area. Asuma follows 3 steps behind, deliberately keeping his pace at a casual lope. Momoko leads him on a meandering walk through the first floor's spacious dining rooms, past civilian families having lunch with their children, groups of ninja blowing off steam, and travelers stopping in to see if the Leaf Village's greatest attraction is worth the hype. Sunbeams and bird calls stream in from the windows, giving those inside views of the lush courtyard garden with scattered outdoor seats carved out of the building's core. When they're halfway around the loop, Momoko pulls off to one side, treading lightly up a staircase narrow enough that you could mistake it for the inside of the wall. Asuma squeezes up the stairs behind her, the sounds of the busy restaurant full of satisfied people slowly receding as they climb. The second floor trades wide open space for one long hallway with sliding doors on either side. Even if Asuma couldn't feel it in the hairs on the back of his neck, the fact that even their footsteps are barely making a sound would be enough for him to clock the privacy genjutsus coating this floor like caramel on an apple. Momoko leads him further down the hall before finally stopping at a door that looks identical to all the others. She forms half a seal with her free hand and presses her fingers to the center. With a pulse of chakra and a sound like the chiming of a bell, a small seal lights up beneath her fingers before disappearing. Momoko slides the door open to reveal a private dining room with richly embroidered cushions, a table made from lacquered oak, and screens painted with scenes of Akimichi clan warriors battling giant monsters. The only feature even slightly out of place is the small door set into the western wall. Asuma steps inside and Momoko hands him the menu and her pen, dropping the coded double-speak to tell him, "When you're ready, send your order down to the kitchen in the dumbwaiter. Should your guests be seated immediately, or..." Asuma shakes his head, "Stagger them. Have different hosts bring them up if you can." Momoko's soft face firms up into a pensive frown, "This is serious, isn't it?" Asuma looks her in the eye with a frown of his own, deadly. It only takes Momoko a moment and one deep breath before her professional smile returns, and she chirps, "Enjoy your meal." Momoko bows and steps out of the room, shutting the door behind her. There's another pulse of chakra from the door as Momika resets the seal, leaving Asuma alone with his thoughts. And of course the first place they go is to the carton of cigarettes burning a hole in his flak jacket pocket. His hand is already undoing the button holding the pocket closed before he stops to think. It's always a bad idea to light up in a sealed room, especially when you're waiting on guests who will complain about the smell. At the same time, lighting up would calm his nerves. Asuma takes the carton of cigarettes out of his pocket and frowns at the label. The question of to smoke or not to smoke was way easier to answer last week. Now, Kurane is pregnant and marrying her would be the responsible but incredibly expensive and frightening thing to do. Now, Shikamaru is pulling damn near everyone he knows into chasing down leads on his conspiracy theory, a theory that Asuma wishes he could dismiss as a kid's overactive imagination. Now, the Kazekige's life is hanging in the balance and everyone is waiting on bated breath to hear if the brand new Team Kakashi was enough to save him. All incredibly compelling reasons both to light up and not to light up. Asuma is about to slip a cigarette out of the carton when the door slides open. He hastily shoves the carton back in his pocket and turns to see who arrived first. A different Akimichi cousin bows and shows Ino inside, a courtesy Ino repays only with a quick nod of a bow before she turns the full force of her smile on Asuma. Ino is at his side in the time it takes the hostess to close the door behind her. "Hey Asuma-sensei. How are you doing?" Asuma smiles with a loose shrug. "I'm surviving." He opens his arms and beckons her in with a small wave. "See me here." Ino sweeps down into the hug and Asuma gives her a tight squeeze. The scent of the Yamanaka flower shop on her is almost enough to drown out the smell of smoke on him. Ino breaks the hug to settle down beside him at the table, wincing and hissing as she sits down on her bent knees. Asuma winces in solidarity, "Still having trouble with your joints?" He doesn't have to say why. The moment he returned to the village after a mission away and learned that 2 of his students, his kids, were in the hospital because one had poisoned himself to win a fight and the other had been nearly beaten to death by her teammate is burned into his memory. The panic he felt that turned to anger that turned to shame is cast in bronze, preserved forever. But, in the present, Ino just grimaces and gripes, "Ugh, don't put it like that. Makes me sound like an arthritic old lady." Asuma grins and gives her shoulder a soft shove, "Makes you sound like a seasoned shinobi is more like it. Every time it rained my old man would complain about some old scar or another giving him hell." Ino arches her one visible brow, "Oh yeah, old man third is exactly the Hokage every girl in the village wants to be compared to." Asuma wags his chin towards the table, "You can stretch your legs out, you know. Koji and Shikamaru won't mind." Ino rolls her eyes, scoffing, "Are you kidding? They'll bitch endlessly about me taking up all the legroom, before stretching her legs out anyway. They bitch about everything." Asuma chuckles. Ino throws her head back with a theatrical sigh, "Why do I even put up with them?" Asuma shrugs a shoulder, "Tradition." Ino flops over to lean on him, "Gotta love it." The next to arrive is Koji, who of course complains about Ino taking up all the legroom at the table the moment he sits down. Ino retaliates by shoving his knee with her foot and sticking her tongue out at him. Koji immediately gets to ordering lunch for everyone. He may not have been the best student in the academy, but he has a keen memory for the things that matter to him, and he has his team's food preferences etched in stone. Besides, having Koji order for him saves everyone the trouble of hearing Shikamaru gripe about how much of a drag ordering is. Koji shoots Asuma a cheeky grin and asks, "Sure you don't want me to order any extra helpings to take home to Kurane? She is eating for 2 now." Asuma rolls his eyes with a sigh, "No. If anyone sees me doing that they might start getting curious and talking, and so far it's more than overwhelming enough with just you guys knowing." Koji's grin drops along with his jaw, "You guys still haven't told anyone else? Not even Kurane's dad?" Asuma grits his teeth, "Especially not Kurane's dad. You do want me to live to see that kid be born, don't you?" Ino rests a cheek on her hand, giving Asuma a look he thought she reserved for when Sasuke was being absolutely hopeless. "You still haven't bought a ring, have you?" Asuma drags a hand down his face, grumbling, "That's none of your business." Ino, of course, just laughs at him. Koji has just sent their order down to the kitchen when Shikamaru finally arrives. Ino and Koji rib him for being late and Shikamaru claims he was far more interested in watching the clouds drift by than coming to lunch. Shikamaru also complains about Ino taking up all the leg room and gets shoved for it. They bicker and gossip like it's business as usual, but Asuma knows his kids far too well for that. Ino is sitting up too straight. Koji is futzing with his chopsticks. Shikamaru's eyes never rest on one spot for long. The act drops when there's a ring of a bell from the dumbwaiter, signaling the arrival of the first helping of food. Ino's smile drops. She pads on silent feet to the dumbwaiter, sliding the door open and running through hand signs. After a moment, she glances over to Shikamaru and shakes her head. Once she brings the plates to the table, Shikamaru slides them all over to Koji. He runs through a quick set of one-handed signs, coating all the food in a thin draping of chakra that rests for a few moments before dissipating. Koji nods to Shikamaru. All right, Shikamaru sighs, no poison, no bugs, we're as clean and secure as we can be. All right, let's start with updates. Ino, Koji, anything new in your necks of the woods? Yeah, actually, Ino replies, mouth already full of food. Barrier team is reporting more messenger hawks than yesterday coming in. Same with Intel Division, and a lot of the reports they're getting were delayed by about a day or so. It's still less than usual, but nowhere near the drought there was yesterday. Koji nods and piggybacks off of Ino's report with, word from the wall is about the same. Anyone whose job it was to notice that kind of stuff noticed more hawks and reports and all that. And that made it so everyone else stopped paying attention cause now they can just blame it on some bad weather or something. Shikamaru just nods, his brow furrowed, one hand covering his mouth and the other drumming on the tabletop. Asuma swallows a wince. Shikamaru has the look of someone who's been thinking so hard without breaks the gears in his brain are starting to grind down smooth. Shikamaru catches Asuma's gaze and brings his hand away from his mouth to say, all right. With updates out of the way. Sensei. What do you have for us? Asuma sighs through his nose, well. Before we start let me remind you, Shikamaru, that everything we're looking at is still circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence isn't worthless evidence, Shikamaru immediately fires back, sharp black eyes pinning Asuma's down like butterflies in a shadow box. It's difficult to tell if the kid's got conviction or mania. I'm just telling you not to get too excited and jump to any conclusions, Asuma continues, breaking out his low and steady sensei voice, if this is as serious as you think it is, as it is if you're right, there's no such thing as being too careful. Shikamaru arches a brow and attempts a smirk, Asuma-sensei, when have I ever had enough energy to jump to conclusions? Asuma shakes his head, fighting a fond smile, smartass. All that being said, let's get into it. Thanks to a few friends in the Intel and Archive divisions, I was able to get access to the reports from yesterday. Like you asked, I paid closest attention to where the reports were coming from. Asuma reaches over to the sushi platter with his chopsticks, moving all the pieces of tuna sushi into the center. Far and away, the most reports came from missions in Fire Country itself. But we knew that already. Next, he moves the mackerel pieces off to the left, second most came from the Land of Wind, of course. They're our staunchest ally and we're rescuing their Kaze cage, they're gonna do everything they can to get messages to us no matter what. Now the salmon pieces over to the upper left corner, third, Land of Earth. That old rivalry is gonna die hard and bloody, so of course we have tons of agents in their borders. Quantity is gonna overpower the quality of any blackout in that regard. Asuma continues moving pieces of sushi around, creating a rough map with the amount of sushi of each type reflecting how many reports came in from the region in question. Once he's finished, there's a distinctive gap in the northeast between the Land of Waterfalls and the Land of Hot Water. Asuma jabs his chopsticks down into that gap, there was nothing from the Land of Sound or the Land of Swamps. Ino drops her chopsticks. Koji's eyes go wide as saucers. Shikamaru is still as a statue. You're sure, Ino stammers, why you're sure you didn't miss any? You could have missed some. There had to be some, there can't have been none, that. I'm sure, Asuma cuts in, putting a hand on her shoulder to steady her, there was absolutely nothing. So whatever's happening, whatever they're trying to cover up, Koji gulps, staring intently at the gap in the sushi map, it's happening there. We've been watching those bastards like hawks for years, Ino blurts out, shrugging Asuma's hand off as she whirls to look him in the eye, there's no way. We have people whose whole job is just to stare at sound and tell us if they do anything weird. How could we suddenly lose track of them completely? It's not just because of the personal vendetta that we have so many eyes on sound, Shikamaru replies in a mutter, almost to himself. It's because even before this blackout getting word from inside the country was nearly impossible. Orochimaru runs the place like a bear trap. If you get stuck in there you're gonna have to chew your leg off to get out. And, I mean, Koji pauses to chew on his lip for a moment before continuing, the call's coming from inside the house, remember? Our shadow probably knows we have a bunch of people watching sound. That'd make it way easier for them to intercept their communications or intercept them. Ino's shoulders slump as she stares past Asuma, eyes unfocused, so. Something's happening in sound. Yeah, Asuma pauses to purse his lips before turning to Shikamaru, Tsunade has to hear about this. Shikamaru's cheek flattens, the telltale sign that he's biting the inside of his mouth, yeah. Problem is, now I'm sure Hokage Tower is the least secure place for a conversation like that. You know this place is always safe, Shikamaru, Koji remarks, putting a smile back on, that's what the restaurant's for, a good meal and a safe place to talk for ninja. That's how it's been for generations. Shikamaru shakes his head, we can't rely on any one place. Not for long, anyway. I'll think on it. Think quickly, Asuma mutters, hand itching for his lighter. Like Ino and Koji said, foreign reports are already filling back out. If our shadow is really behind all of this, we can't wait for them to give us a clue. We have to steal one. Shikamaru nods, let's finish lunch. Stagger your exits. Koji, go out through the kitchen. I'll head out the west exit, Ino, you get the east. Asuma, go out through the front. Everyone agrees in mumbles or loose nods. Koji attempts more small talk and Asuma does his best to keep up with him, but Shikamaru and Ino aren't even trying. Ino isn't even eating. She just keeps staring at the far wall, brow slowly furrowing, mouth slowly twisting into a scowl. She leaves first without any prompting, stomping out of the room without a word and slamming the door behind her. Shikamaru leaves next, with only a nod to Asuma and Koji for their trouble. Koji lingers behind, finishing the last of the food and remembering his manners with a proper goodbye. Asuma sighs to the empty room, remember, Asuma, at least you're not Team 7's sensei. He waits for 5 minutes before dragging himself to his feet, sending the paid check down in the dumbwaiter, and schlepping back the way he came. The energy of the restaurant feels like it's a million miles away as he goes over everything in his mind. He barely even notices Momika at the hostess desk, replying to her pleasantries with mindless monosyllables as he hears but doesn't quite listen to them. Ah, no leftovers? Kurane's gonna be disappointed to see that, you know, since she's eating for two now. That remark doesn't hit Asuma until he's already put his sandals on. Then it slams into him like a palm thrust to the chest. Momika knows. She knows Kurane is pregnant. How? His team are a bunch of little shits, but he trusts them with his life as well as his secrets. Kurane laid down the law that she wasn't telling anyone until she knew what they were going to do about it. There are only 5 people who know Kurane is pregnant. There can only be 5 people who know Kurane is pregnant. So how does Momika know? No, Asuma, breathe. She's basically a civilian, their type gossip all the time about ninja drama, it's probably a rumor. A rumor that's too close to the truth for his liking, but a rumor. Asuma turns to her, ready to say whatever gossip monger told her that was talking out of their ass. The remark dies on the back of his tongue. Momika is still smiling at him. But her eyes have lost all their light. They'd look better in the face of a dead fish, no. Those are the eyes of someone looking down at a fish they've hooked and are dragging through the water, inch by thrashing inch. She grins like a wildcat and trills, have a great rest of your day, Asuma. Tell Kurane we say hello. Asuma can't stop himself from staggering a half step back. He opens his mouth, but chokes on his words as a party steps around him to the hostess desk and Momika's eyes light back up. She helps seat them with all the genuine cheer and enthusiasm she showed him when he walked in. Like the flat, dead creature he saw in her eyes never existed. Asuma stumbles out through the front door. He can't light a cigarette fast enough. Noah sprints as fast as her legs can carry her, moss-colored hair falling in her eyes. She passes blood and soot stains on the road to the Hanmaru's gate, tracking more behind her. She clutches her arm, trying to staunch the flow of blood from the burns running from her fingers to her elbow. The moment before she crosses the threshold, Noah hears Kabuto's voice calling out, after her. Don't let her leave the castle grounds alive. Noah sucks a breath in through her teeth and leaps through the gate. It feels like everything went wrong in an instant. One moment, Noah was sitting outside the throne room, tending to her rifle and thinking about the kind of future she could have in the new state Sanha wanted to make. The next, there was a thump against the hardwood and the sound of Sanha choking on her own spit. She had leapt to her feet at the same time as her fellow guard, throwing open the shoji to find Kabuto standing over Sanha as she writhed and foamed at the mouth. Noah's body had frozen while her eyes had darted between Sanha, growing increasingly blue in the face, and Kabuto's menacingly blank expression. Her fellow guard hadn't hesitated. He'd pulled his rifle up to his shoulder and taken aim, but Kabuto was faster. You never want to be slower than a ninja in a small space. Kabuto, in a flicker, got between them both and grabbed their rifles by the barrels. His hands had glowed for a brief moment with red-hot chakra before the powder in the rifles ignited. Both guns exploded in their hands. Her fellow guard had his up by his face. He hadn't stood a chance. But Noah had wrenched her hand out of the fire the second the explosion went off. For just a moment, there had been a screen of black smoke between her and Kabuto. She took that moment and ran with it. As she'd run, she'd cut through the dining hall, hoping to find help. All she'd found was more people, so many people, everyone. It looked like everyone dead and dying as they choked on the same poison that killed Sanha. Noah had burst out of the dining hall and out into the Hanmaru proper, running for the exit. All along the way she caught sight of her fellow revolutionaries disappearing into shadows, never to reappear. Good folk, honest folk, folk who just wanted to be treated fairly, died from senbon in the neck, lightning chakra shocking their hearts to a stop, and genjutsu that looked like nothing at all from the outside. Noah kept running. She's been running for hours, going in desperate circles to avoid the ninja before finally finding an opening to make a break for it. It's taken her as far as the Ninomaru. It's going to have to take her all the way out of Jungsemji, all the way out of the land of sound. Feet, don't fail her now. Noah's eyes jolt up to the rooftops penning in the winding road out of the palace. She can spot several silhouettes with porcelain faces dogging her every step. The fact that she can spot them at all means they're not taking her seriously. Means they're toying with her, playing with their food. She grits her teeth in a snarl. She never bowed to ninja before and she's not starting now. She forces her eyes forward and bites out a curse in Sound's native tongue. Someone must have triggered a pit trap, because the road in front of her is cut in half by a deep, wide, dark trench. She thinks she can spy spikes at the bottom of it, as well as several skewered bodies. Wait, why can she see that from this angle? That doesn't make sense, that doesn't work, that's not real. It can't be real. But what if it is? There's no way for her to tell. The hairs on the back of her neck refuse to settle down. She can feel chakra working all around her, but she can't reach out and touch it like ninja can. She has to trust her instincts. She has to trust herself. The instant before she hits the lip of the pit, she shuts her eyes, forcing herself to keep running straight ahead without stopping. Her feet hit solid ground. Noah runs for another foot before opening her eyes again. Just in time, too. She can hear the sharp whistling of metal flying through the air and crackling of fire. She swerves left and right in a jagged zigzag, juking out of the way of a bevy of flaming shuriken. She's coming to a bend in the road, but she can't take it. It's a blind curve, they're going to have an ambush on the other side. She remembers Zayden telling them that they had to take advantage of those blind curves themselves when laying siege to this place. She's not going to get caught in her own trap. Noah veers off to the right and into a narrow alleyway that barely earns the name. It's more like a crawl space, a passage only rats and the cats chasing them should be using. She squeezes through it an inch at a time, her heart stopping every time she hears the distinctive sound of feet on roof tiles. She comes tumbling out of it, end over end, and adrenaline turns her stumble into a roll. Once upright again, Noah scrambles through the Ninomaru's winding roads. Out here, it's somehow worse than in the palace itself, because out here it's dead silent. Out here, the ninja have already done their work. Out here, the resistance has already disappeared. Bitter, furious tears bite at Noah's eyes. She needs to get out. Not for herself. Not for her own life. But for the revolution, because someone has to tell the world what they did, what they were trying to do, what was done to them. Someone has to tell the world the truth. Noah prays to any kami and spirits that might be listening that she can get away, and if not her, someone, anyone. This dream can't die in vain. A wire, thin as hair but sharp and strong as iron, loops around Noah's neck and pulls taut. Noah's breath leaves her in a yelp. She's pulled off her feet up to the roof level, kicking her legs this way and that. She can see the hands holding the wires if she cranes her neck, but she can't crane it far. She claws at the wire with both hands, cutting her burned fingers as she tries to force them under it. She hears a slimy, masculine voice chuckle in her ear, "No use running, country mouse." Her mind clears like the crack of a whip. She can hear that voice loud and clear. He's not wearing a mask. Noah throws her head back and feels his nose crunch against her skull. The sudden blow makes his grip on the garrote slacken just enough for her to force her fingers under it. Noah forces her way out of it and drops painfully to the ground. Her ankle rolls on impact, but Noah ignores it. She doesn't have time to be in pain. She dashes for a hole in the wall separating the Ninomaru from the Sunamaru, blown in by their own cannons just last night, and soars through it. She's out of the Ninomaru. She's almost out. Noah cuts through the Sunamaru like scissors through paper. They did far and away the most damage here. There's a path of destruction that cuts straight through walls and structures to the palace gate. She has no choice but to take it, even though it makes it easy for the ninja to follow her. She has a lead, but it's not by much. Kunao and Shuriken miss her heels by inches. She feels the burn of fire and lightning jutsu on the back of her neck. Noah keeps sprinting like the crow flies for freedom. But, with the gate in sight, Noah swerves off the path again. The palace gate may be fingertips away, but so are the palace stables. Noah cuts through rubble to get there, jumping over loose pieces of stone and mortar scars. She shoulder checks the door and spills into the stable, causing no small number of the horses to rear up and whinny in terror. Noah quickly scans the stable and zeroes in on the one horse not frightened by her sudden appearance, a brown mare tied up near the back. She crosses the distance to the horse, unties them, and climbs up onto their back. Horses aren't so different from mules in all the ways that matter. For example, both will go running like hell if you jab your heels into their sides, crack the reins, and scream. Noah's not so gentle urgings send the horse galloping back the way she came. They crash through the stable door, drift around the corner, and clear the palace gate. Now it's a straight shot. On horseback, Noah's just that much faster than ninja, just enough to make a difference. She can make it out. She just has to get there. Clouds gather in the darkening sky, cracks of lightning thundering across their dark expanse. Noah grits her teeth, eyes darting between the clouds and the road. A handful of spots on the clouds start to glow a bright blue. Noah guides the horse to swerve around the nearest one just as a bolt of lightning comes crashing down to earth. Her horse bucks, but Noah cracks the reins again. She's not taking any back talk, not now, not from a fucking horse. She slaloms around the lightning bolts as they thunder down around her like electric rain. Noah never takes her eyes off the prize for long. She keeps the gate in sight, no matter what. She's going to get there. She has to get there. She hears a voice call something out, too quick for her to register. The ground ahead of her ignites. A sheet of fire leaps up, turning the road ahead of her into the entrance to hell. She can only barely make out the gate through the fire. Her horse lets out another harsh screech of a whinny. Noah digs her heels in as hard as they'll go. She won't blink. She forces the horse forward in a dead charge, as close as she dares, before snapping the reins as hard as she can. This horse was trained for battle. It knows exactly what to do. It springs into the air, flying over the wall of fire in a clean arc, and hits the ground running. Noah shoots through the gate. The horse keeps running down the main road, away from the city, away from Kabuto and Umbu, away from the danger. Noah's mouth breaks into a grin. She's out. She's done it. She's A kunao cuts through the setting sunlight and buries itself down to the hilt in her horse's throat. With a choked bray, the horse veers off the road and into the rice paddies. It trips over its own hooves as they get caught in the marshy ground, front legs bending at an impossible angle. The horse goes tumbling end over end, dragging Noah down with it. It rolls to a stop, its dead weight pinning Noah half under the water and snapping something in her left thigh. For a moment, Noah is feral. She claws and shoves and thrashes to get out from under the dead beast, anything to keep her from drowning. A hand grabs her face and forces it down into the water. Noah thrashes, but between the hand shoving her head below the water and the dead horse pinning her body down, Noah can't wriggle free. Her lungs are screaming, burning, about to burst. But she can't get up. Not this time. She doesn't have any leverage, any strength. The hand's palm is covering her mouth and nose. She twists her head this way and that, and as her vision tunnels, she gets one last glimpse between their fingers of the person drowning her in a muddy rice paddy like a common thug. Just like Sanha, the last thing Noah ever sees is Kabuto, sneering down at her in sadistic triumph. Suijitsu feels like he's been watching Sakura across the fire pit for hours now. And now that he thinks about it, if you add up all the times he's stolen glances at her since they broke to make camp, he probably has. Their little ragtag team crossed the border into the land of fire in the middle of the afternoon. If they were traveling at the pace of ninja, they'd at least be halfway to the Leaf Village before dark. But they're traveling at the pace of a one-legged civilian, so the sound border is still nowhere near far away enough for Suijitsu's comfort. Sakura had insisted they make camp. Yugo could have kept going, but he always defers to her. Zayden made token protests, but from how white and clammy his face was looking, Suijitsu could tell he was aching to stop. So it'd been up to him to complain for all of them. Sakura, of course, had shut him down by frowning at him and saying, "If you want to keep going on ahead without us, be my guest. Just don't come crying back to me when you get lost in the woods." He'd kept griping and groaning as he'd helped them set up camp and skin the rabbits Yugo caught them for dinner, but that was mostly out of a sense of obligation by that point. In all honesty, Suijitsu's mind had been on one thing since they'd captured Jungsimji. And now that the night has wound down and it's just him and Sakura at the fire, Yugo and Zayden snoring away in their bedrolls nearby, there's nothing Suijitsu can do to keep his mind off it besides put it out into the world. Suijitsu reaches down to his belt and draws Kusanagi, setting it down across his knees. "Hey, Sakura." Sakura looks up from the map on her lap. "If this is another gripe about our pace, I don't wanna hear it." Suijitsu rolls his eyes. "Please, I know that battle's not worth fighting anymore. The longer I do it, the more I look like an asshole." Sakura arches a brow and says volumes by not saying a thing. Suijitsu slits his eyes in a glare and bares his teeth. Sakura's eyes drop down to the map, the corner of her mouth quirking in one of her barely a smile but it counts smiles. "Smartass." Suijitsu takes Kusanagi by the hilt and holds it out to her. "Here." Sakura looks back up, brow furrowed in pure confusion. "What?" "I'm giving Kusanagi back," Suijitsu replies. "Go on, take it." Sakura blinks. "I thought you were collecting swords, why are you giving it to me?" "Much as I'd love to show off that I defeated Orochimaru, he was your teacher," Suijitsu huffs, ruffling his bangs, "and on top of that, you struck the killing blow. That means you get his sword." Sakura's mouth screws up in a frown. "Says who?" Suijitsu flails his other hand in a vague, formless gesture. "Tradition, okay? Call me superstitious, call me old-fashioned, but there's some traditions you just don't fuck with. They matter. The sword's yours. You inherited it." Sakura's face, for just a moment, goes blank. Fuck. Inherit was the wrong word. She doesn't want to inherit anything else from Orochimaru, of course she doesn't. But he was her teacher. He made her what she is. She can't be as smart as she is and not see that. Sakura shakes her head, her barely a smile returning. "Okay. If it's mine, I get to decide what to do with it, right? Then I'm giving it to you. It's a gift." Suijitsu scowls at her. "Don't patronize me, Sakura. Just keep it." "Suijitsu," she cuts in, running a hand through her hair. "Orochimaru didn't teach me swordplay, and I didn't want to learn it. I wouldn't know what to do with Kusanagi. It's better off seeing use in your hands than rusting in mine. Keep it. Please. Suijitsu purses his lips and pushes a sigh out through his nose. He studies Sakura's face. She won't look at him. Her eyes are focused on the fire, orange flickering in the green. Suijitsu brings the sword back to his lap. Fine. But don't go changing your mind when you get sentimental and want something to remember Orochimaru by, cause you're not getting it back. Sakura's hand drifts up to her shoulder. Don't worry. I won't. They sit in awkward silence for a few moments. Suijitsu resists the urge to chew on his lower lip. Fucking this was supposed to be a nice thing he was doing for once in his damn life. Now it's just weird. Sakura breaks the silence. I'll take first watch, you can go ahead and sleep. Suijitsu shakes his head. Nope. Not happening. You're running on fumes, Sakura. Go to bed. Sakura, firelight emphasizing the deep bags beneath her eyes, shoots him a glare. I'm fine. You're super fucking not, Suijitsu replies, and we're not gonna argue about that because you know you're not. I'll let you take the next one if you really want, but not this one. Go to bed. Sakura glowers at the fire. Suijitsu knows that look. That's the look of a shinobi that doesn't want to sleep because she's afraid of her own dreams. But everyone has to face their fears eventually. Either she does it now, or she does it when she passes out from exhaustion. Sakura rolls up the map and starts the trek over to her bedroll. Wake me when it's time for second watch. Suijitsu gives her a mock salute. Ma'am, yes ma'am. Suijitsu watches Sakura curl up between Zayden and Yugo, not taking his eyes off her until her breathing slows to match theirs. Once he's sure she's asleep, Suijitsu holds up Kusanagi and inspects her blade. She's a beautiful sword. Probably forged somewhere in the south, by the shape of her. Definitely old, but Orochimaru kept her in impeccable shape. Suijitsu can't help a snort. Old Snake actually did give a shit about something other than himself after all. He catches his reflection on the blade and stares into his own eyes. A sword is a sword, and a well-made, well-maintained sword is nothing to pass up. But in this moment, he understands why Sakura did. Orochimaru used this to cut down innocents. Dozens of them. Hundreds of them. A sword is an extension of the wielder, and this thing is an extension of the hands that captured and tortured him for years. Suijitsu isn't sure what's better revenge, using the sword to build his new legacy as a free man, or throwing it off a cliff into the ocean. Suijitsu shakes his head, muttering in his best impression of Mainjitsu, don't get sentimental about metal. He shouldn't have taken first watch. It's always night when the grief comes creeping back in, like a pathetic alley cat begging for scraps. His best impression of Mainjitsu is getting worse by the day as he slowly forgets what his voice sounded like. He's starting to forget what he looked like, too, replacing his face in his memories with a warped mirror of his own. Suijitsu glares at his reflection in the sword's blade, starts to turn it away so he won't have to look at himself, at his brother's eyes. He stops dead. At this angle, he can just barely see something glinting in the trees above them. Suijitsu clenches his jaw and shifts the sword by centimeters, enough to make it look like he's examining a scratch further up on the blade as he tries to get a better view of whatever is above them. At this new angle, he can see what is clearly a pair of dark glass lenses reflecting the light refracting off Kusanaga's blade. Suijitsu's heart stops. For a moment, he's sure those are Kabuto's glasses. But he pushes the shell shock to one side and forces himself to think it through. They're too small. If they were glasses, there would be metal rims also catching the light. And the glass itself looks like it's tinted. No, that's not Kabuto. It's worse. It's the lenses of an Umbu mask. Act natural, Suijitsu. Don't give the game away until you know what they're after. Suijitsu's senses are now on high alert, high enough that he catches the barest rustle of leaves from the corner of his ear. The lenses drop out of sight. Suijitsu clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth and twists the sword again to follow them down. He catches the dark silhouette hitting the ground yards behind Yugo, Sakura, and Zayden's sleeping forms. Slowly, they prowl into the light. They don't look like any Umbu Suijitsu's ever seen. They have the mask, a tiger design, but the rest is shrouded in a heavy black cloak. No identifiable uniform. Of course they got the blackest of the black ops. Suijutsu lets the Umbu operative stalk closer to the sleeping members of his team. He starts gathering chakra, slowly moving it down his arms and into his hands, waiting for the right moment. The Umbu operative stops right above Sakura. They kneel down. Suijutsu catches the glint of a senbon in their hand. He's done waiting. He thrusts the chakra in his hands into Kusanaga's blade. It lights up bright blue, the blade soaring out of his grip and straight for the Umbu operative. The Umbu operative jolts backward and proves their skill by parrying a sword with a senbon, breaking the needle but getting out of danger. Suijutsu whirls around, Kusanagi shooting back to his hand, and grins at their attacker. Good plan. Do it quick, quiet, and painless and I wouldn't notice till she starts to smell, right? Well tonight, you were dead wrong. Suijutsu brandishes the sword and snarls, come on, tiger. Show me what you've got. Chapter 10, 9. Sakura wakes to the sound of splintering steel. Shards of senbon fall around her face like shining rain. Her eyes dart back and forth, rapidly trying to make sense of her surroundings. Crouched above her is a figure in a familiar cloak and tiger mask. Kusanagi, glowing blue as the sky, is flying away from them and back into Suijutsu's hand. Suijutsu's eyes are locked on Sai as Sakura's catch Yugo thrashing violently awake and Zayden jolting up to his one elbow. Suijutsu grins and jeers, good plan. Do it quick, quiet, and painless and I wouldn't notice till she starts to smell, right? Well tonight, you were dead wrong. He brandishes the blade at Sai and snarls, come on, tiger. Show me what you've got. Sakura's heart is pounding louder than thunder. Oh no. Oh no. Suijutsu made a mistake, he made a deadly mistake, she has to stop this fight before it starts. Sakura scrambles halfway to her feet, but Zayden and Yugo both grab her and shove her flat to the ground. She doesn't even have time to yelp at the impact before a blizzard of paper and ink birds comes bursting forth from Sai's cloak. They home in on Suijutsu, who relaxes his stance and turns from solid flesh to upright water, the firelight refracting in dizzying whirls through his body. The birds hit Suijutsu in a wet slap, losing their form and turning back into soggy scraps of paper. Suijutsu picks the wet pieces of paper out of himself and spits out the ink before fixing Sai with a razor-sharp sneer, oh this is gonna go quick. Sai darts to her left and Suijutsu sprints after him. Sakura wriggles out of Yugo and Zayden's hold, almost getting to her feet again before Zayden grabs the back of her collar. They both nearly tumble to the ground at the sudden halt of Sakura's momentum. Don't, Zayden hisses, dragging Sakura back and holding her tight to his chest, this clearing's too small, if too many people get involved in this fight it's gonna turn into a clusterfuck. Suijutsu's got his number, we need to get out of here. Sakura shakes her head, words coming out of her mouth in a frantic surge, no, no 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 no, no, you've got it wrong, Suijutsu has it wrong, this is a mistake and I can fix it, just let me fix it. Umbu don't make mistakes, Yugo growls, blotches of skin on his neck turning grey and rough, he won't leave us alone until he's dead, more of us means he's more dead, we need to kill him. No we don't, Zayden snarls, Suijutsu has this. Like I said, we need to get our shit and go. Sai's cloak flutters open again, this time releasing a pair of baying hunting hounds made of sharp, quick ink lines. They shoot like arrows, straight and true, towards Suijutsu. Suijutsu's grin twists. He grips Kusanaga's hilt in both hands, the blade glowing ocean blue with his chakra. The hounds leap for him and Suijutsu swings wide. The chakra bursts out from the blade as a highly pressurized burst of water. The hounds are cut clean in half, as are the tree branches just past them. The hounds burst into ink and Suijutsu leaps through the black shower, throwing his momentum into a spinning slash. Sai jukes back, quick enough to avoid any harm, slow enough that Kusanaga's tip scores a thin line along his mask. Sakura grits her teeth. She doesn't have time to argue with these people. She throws her hands together into a sequence of signs, reaching out for Suijutsu's inner ear and wrapping it tight in her chakra. She hits the last sign in the sequence and feels the chakra clamp down. Suijutsu's next swing suddenly goes wide and he stumbles, nearly falling on his face. He stabs Kusanagi into the dirt, catching himself but falling dizzily to one knee and leaning hard on the blade. Sai looks down at him for a moment before his cloak starts rustling again. Zayden's eyes go wide and jolt down to her in a look of shock. Sakura whispers an apology before throwing a blind elbow back, hitting Zayden in the stomach. He coughs out a curse, his grip on her breaking. Sakura darts out of his reach, far too quick for civilian reflexes to catch again. Sakura runs out into the heart of the clearing, stopping right next to the fire pit with her hands raised in a warding gesture. Sai, no. Don't. Suijutsu's with me. Suijutsu glares at her over his shoulder. Really? You're taking his side. He was gonna stab you and leave you to die, Sakura. No, Suijutsu, I know what this looks like, but it's not. This is my handler, Sakura cuts in. He's the one I've been reporting to this whole time. Sai, please, these people helped me accomplish my mission, they're not. Sai fixes the dark glass lenses of his mask on her and simply says, Sakura Harano, you are guilty of treason and sedition against the lands of fire and sound. As such, the powers that be in the Leaf Village have seen fit to mark you with a kill-on-sight order. If you surrender, we will make the execution of you and your accomplices swift and painless. Everything freezes. Sakura's hands fall limp to her sides. Her shoulders slump. Her eyes have gone so wide they hurt. She opens her mouth and closes it like a fish on the deck of a boat. What? Wait. What? There's. No. No, this. No. It's a mistake. It's another mistake. Maybe this isn't Sai, he does have a kind of generic voice and it's dark and she just woke up. She could have made that mistake under the circumstances. Maybe it's some other member of Umbu who doesn't know, or no, maybe it's a member of Sound's Umbu, maybe Kabuto is really screwing them over after all, or. Wait, did he say we? Sakura feels her genjutsu suddenly break the instant before Suijutsu's head and shoulders jerk back, then slump down again. He slowly rises to his feet and turns towards her. Sakura's blood runs cold. Suijutsu's face is smooth and blank, not an emotion to be found. That's not him. That can't be him. And just in time to confirm her suspicions, he pulls Kusanagi out of the ground and thrusts it towards her ribs. Sakura drops and rolls out of the way of the strike. As she's getting to her feet, two more masked figures emerge from the trees on either side of Sai. One is slight with dark, straight hair framing her rat mask. The other is tall and broad, with spiked brown hair poking out from behind his goat mask. Rat shifts into a fighting stance that could never be mistaken for anything but gentle fist. Goat cracks his knuckles, his forearms and hands swelling to the width of Sakura's waist. Sakura expects Rat to strike first and pays for it dearly. Goat flickers out of view, then back and right in front of her. One massive hand wraps all the way around her middle. In the instant it takes Sakura to process the fact that she's been grabbed, Goat winds up and lobs her like a baseball clean across the clearing. Sakura hits a tree back first, all the wind bursting from her lungs in one sharp gasp. Her vision spins, swims, then clears to reveal Rat mere feet away from her. Sakura doesn't have time to dodge. Rat's fingers jab like surgical scalpels directly into Sakura's left shoulder. Her chakra surges into the chakra points on either side of the curse mark, cutting off the flow of chakra through it. Everything snaps into cruel focus. They know exactly where her curse mark is and how it works. So that has to be Sai. These have to be Leaf Village Umbu. And they're here to kill her. The how and the why of it all can wait. Her and her team's survival is Sakura's first priority. The instant she thinks of her team, Yugo letting out a bloodthirsty roar draws her attention across the campsite. Yugo is barreling towards Goat like an out-of-control train, foaming spittle flying from his fanged mouth as his arm and stump shift into dense blocks of stone-like flesh meant to bludgeon Goat into the ground. Goat moves quickly and deliberately, whirling on his heel to face Yugo and sliding into a low, stable stance. Yugo swings for Goat. Goat catches him, his mallet arms fitting easily in his palms. Yugo's momentum and strength doesn't push Goat back, but instead cracks the ground beneath Goat's feet. Sakura's attention quickly jumps to Zayden as he swears through grit teeth at the sight of unstoppable force Yugo colliding with immovable object Goat. He doubles back towards their bedrolls, slinging Yugo and Sakura's packs over his good shoulder and picking up his own with his teeth. While he rifles through it one-handed, Kusanagi in the possessed Suijutsu's hand glows a sputtering blue-green. It shoots towards Aiden, just slow and wobbly enough for him to drop to one knee in time for it to only graze the top of his head. The sword spins through the air back to the possessed Suijutsu's hand just as Sai's cloak bursts open, 3 hawks flying forth. One veers sharply up to circle above the fray. The remaining 2 dive down to take swipes with their razor claws at Zayden's scalp and shoulders to keep him from standing back up. Sakura pulls her focus back to herself. If there's any jutsu she could recognize with her eyes closed, it's mind transfer. The Yamanaka has to be within 10 meters of Suijutsu, and considering this clearing is 10 meters across, that means the most likely place is somewhere on the clearing's edge, just on the other side of the tree line. She needs to buy herself time to look for them, and a standard genjutsu isn't going to cut it here. Sakura flies through hand signs, pulling water chakra up from the center of her pelvis and weaving in threads of yin chakra from between her eyebrows, collecting it all in her mouth. She hits the final sign, pulls her clasped hands up to her mouth, and whirls in a circle as she releases from between her lips a forceful jet of water. It pushes Rat and Suijutsu back, filling the space between them with a thick mist. The firelight hits the mist and refracts into a kaleidoscopic rainbow, dancing in dazzling waves around the clearing. Sakura had planned on sprinting out of the mist while Suijutsu and Rat were still regaining their balance. But the moment Sakura tries to move she stumbles, stars dancing across her vision. Damn it! She forgot how much chakra that takes when she doesn't have the curse mark feeding into her own natural supply, let alone the strain of molding 2 different natures of chakra together on her chakra network. She doesn't have time for this. Sakura digs her heels into the dirt, takes a deep breath, and the instant she's able she darts out of the mist, eyes bouncing around the trees for any sign of the hidden Yamanaka. She's distracted from her search immediately by the sound of Yugo letting out a panicked yelp. Sakura looks over just in time to see Goat lifting Yugo off the ground by his arms, swinging him up and over his head to slam him back first into the dirt behind him. The earth shakes and cracks again at the impact, but Goat still doesn't budge, maintaining the perfect bridge of his back. Sakura almost pauses to marvel at that. Almost. She catches the sound of rapid footsteps from behind her and drops to her knees, sliding beneath 2 palm thrusts from Rat. That's the Byakugan for you. Sakura wasn't even able to buy herself a full 6 seconds. From the corner of her eye she catches Yugo thrashing his head back and forth. The flesh around his lower jaw turns the mottled gray of his arms before, with a horrid crack, his jaw ends and dislocates. His teeth twist and morph into long, serrated needles. Yugo opens wide and bites down on Goat's forearm, teeth sinking down to the gum. Goat flinches, but doesn't cry out. The flesh of Goat's arm quickly starts to wither and Yugo's stump starts to grow, forming the literal bones of a new arm within Goat's weakening grip. Sakura's eyes jump to Zayden and find him doing something with a small bag of gunpowder, some paper, and a length of twine while Sai's paper hawks continue to harry him. Their claws and beaks tear into his shoulders and the crown of his head. Blood is dripping down Zayden's forehead, but he seems more concerned about keeping it out of the powder than his eyes. Sakura retrieves a kunai from her obi and almost throws it at one of the hawks before Suijutsu comes piercing through the mist, sword plunging for her throat. Sakura parries one blow with the kunai, but as she rolls on her side to get some more distance between herself and her 2 opponents, Suijutsu's second strike slices a jagged line across her back. Sakura hisses through grit teeth, ignoring the pain as best she can. Come on, there has to be some clue, something they've forgotten that'll lead her right to where the Yamanaka is hiding. She looks, up, down, left, right, then back up. Sai's 3rd hawk. 3 hawks would be better than 2 to keep Zayden down, but the 3rd hawk is just circling the top of the clearing. Why? Of course, the Yamanaka's up in one of the trees. Sakura follows the hawk's path until she catches the glint of light bouncing off a tinted circular lens at the top of a tree 8 feet ahead of her. The sound of ripping flesh heralds Goat tearing his arm out of Yugo's mouth, taking a few teeth with it. He lets go of Yugo's other arm only to wrap his hand all the way around Yugo's throat. Goat's arm doubles in size once more before he picks Yugo up off the ground, whirls him around in circles over his head, and chokeslams him hard enough into the ground to form a crater a foot deep. Yugo's eyes roll back in his head. In seconds, every transformed part of his body reverts to normal, his regrowing arm stuck as bone and tendon. For one damning moment, Sakura's instincts take over. Her eyes go wide. She cries out something wordless, primal, and terrified. She spins on her heel, throwing herself into a mad sprint to Yugo's side. Only to screech to a halt when she catches Rat strafing around behind her and striking for her back. Sakura yanks her head to one side to avoid the blow she sees coming, but the one she doesn't hits her with the force and speed of a bullet. Chakra floods into the cluster of chakra points at the base of her spine, clogging it up and blocking it off. Sakura is overcome with a sudden head rush, all of her limbs suddenly floaty and light like she's just finished a particularly strenuous workout. Her body feels like it's a helium balloon, like any breeze strong enough could pick her up off the ground and send her floating off to space. Fuck. That cluster of chakra points is where you draw and mold Earth chakra from. In one fell swoop, Rat just cut off Sakura's access to half her ninjutsu arsenal. Just as Sakura's starting to panic, Zayden shouts to her from across the clearing, "I'm almost done. Keep your shit together until then." Zayden's face is hidden by a mask of his own blood as the hawks tear at his hair, clothes, skin. But he's not flinching. His jaw is locked in a tight grimace as he pours the last of the powder into the paper, folds the paper into a bundle, and ties it tightly shut with the twine. The instant he ties off the knot, a roar sounds from Sai's cloak. A massive black and white shape streaks across the clearing and slams into Zayden's back, knocking him to the ground but failing to break his grip on the packet of powder. Only once they crash down can Sakura see the massive lion pinning Zayden, claws raking at his chest and jaw snapping at his hand. Suijutsu comes sliding around to a stop in front of Sakura. He raises Kusanagi high above his head and Sakura makes ready to block, only for the sword to light up bright cyan at the top of the swing and fire backwards out of his hands. Kusanagi plunges down through the bones of Yugo's regrowing arm, shocking him painfully awake, but pinning him to the ground. Sakura grits her teeth in a snarl. She pivots so she's facing Suijutsu and Rat, brandishing her kunao in one hand and using the other to form hand signs. She winds up a throw, keeping her eyes locked on Suijutsu as she molds what chakra she can access around her navel. She stokes the flames of the fire chakra until smoke is pouring from her nose and mouth, then shoves it all down her arm into the kunao. Sakura swings her arm wide in the forward throwing arc the academy taught her, but instead of letting go halfway through the swing, Sakura follows the momentum of her arm to whirl 180 degrees and throw the kunao at the tree Yamanaka is hiding in. Sakura hits the last sign in the sequence just as the kunao pierces the leaves. The stored-up chakra bursts forth from it into a flurry of smaller fireballs, lighting up the top of the tree like the head of a match. Suijutsu suddenly falls to his hands and knees right as an Umbu agent with a monkey mask and red hair tied in a ponytail comes leaping down from the canopy, landing in a roll and rising with their tanto drawn. Suijutsu shakes his head like a dog shaking off water, then shoots Sakura a poisonous glare. His mouth opens to snap at her. Goat is across the clearing in the blink of an eye. His one massive hand wraps around the trunk of the burning tree and uproots it as easily as a child picks a flower. Goat swings the burning tree down like a club. Sakura tries to dodge but Suijutsu beats her to it, tackling her out of the way seconds before it slams into the ground. Sakura and Suijutsu land hard and heavy. Sakura's stomach is churning with nausea, shame burning hot on the back of her neck. She should be better at this. She got so good at rationing her chakra out when the mark was sealed. But the mark hasn't been sealed for a long time. Sakura shakes her head to snap herself back to the present. She and Suijutsu dodged in the opposite direction as Rat from the oncoming tree, but Rat quickly makes up that distance by vaulting over the fallen trunk and gunning right for them. Suijutsu shoves Sakura down and rolls to cover her. Rat's first strike hits the air where Sakura's head had been and her second jabs right into Suijutsu's sword arm. Suijutsu shoves a foul word through his teeth, his arm immediately losing its color and only barely holding onto its form. Sakura's breathing speeds up in time with her heartbeat. Yugo is pinned. Suijutsu's sword arm is out of commission for God knows how long. She doesn't know what or how much she has left in her with the curse mark and earth chakra locked out of her arsenal. She could come up with a strategy if she had time to think and space to breathe, but these Umbu are showing exactly how they earned their spot by making sure she has neither. They're going to die here. They're going to die like dogs in the middle of nowhere and she doesn't even know why. Fire in the hole. Sakura catches sight of Zayden wrenching his arm out of the paper lion's jaw just long enough to lob the packet of gunpowder directly into the fire pit. Sakura only has a moment to squeeze her eyes shut before the pit explodes in a burst of soot and flame. The force of it sends Sakura and Suijutsu rolling away, landing in a heap 5 feet back. The instant they stop, Sakura tries to open her eyes, but all the smoke and ash filling the clearing forces her to slam them shut again. She reaches out with her chakra sense instead. The Umbu operatives flicker into view first. All of them were blown back and thrown to the ground, that much she can tell for sure. Yugo's bright, blazing signature is exactly where he was before the explosion. They likely have Kusanagi to thank for that. Zayden's signature is usually weak, most civilians are, but now it's flickering in and out like a candle's flame. He's not far from where he was when he threw the bomb. The paper lion must have taken most of the force and fire. A spark ignites in Sakura's mind. They don't win this fight. But if she moves quickly, before Rat can get up and pinpoint them with her Byakugan, they have a chance to escape. Sakura maneuvers herself so she can throw her hands together into a quick sequence of signs, tossing threads of yin chakra out and hooking them to the Umbu operatives like fishing lines. Sakura hits the final sign and shouts, "Everyone, dogpile on me!" Quickly. Suijutsu, Yugo, and Zayden will hear exactly where her voice came from. But the Umbu agents will all have heard her voice coming from a different direction. It's not much, but it can at least buy her time. Sakura hears Yugo stifle a pained grunt just as she senses his chakra signature starting to move. It strafes around the fire pit, pausing next to Zayden's for a moment, and when it starts to move again, Zayden's signature moves with it. A few moments later, she hears 2 heavy thumps at her side. She opens her eyes into a tight squint, just enough to make out the blurry forms of Yugo kneeling at her side and Zayden still stubbornly draped in all the packs he could carry tucked under Yugo's good arm. Sakura struggles to her knees, wriggling out of her gloves as she hisses, "Make sure all of you are touching me. I'm not leaving anyone behind." Sakura dips her left thumb into the wound on her back and swipes the blood down her right forearm. The line of blood cuts through a perfect mirror of the summoning contract tattooed on her left arm. Suijutsu loops his solid arm around her neck, almost tight enough to choke her. He holds his other arm up in the air, and after a moment Kusanagi comes flying through the smoke to land back in his waiting hand. Yugo shoves Zayden's hand up under Sakura's obi, then covers the whole crown of her head with his palm. Sakura takes a deep breath. She memorized this hand sign sequence forwards. Now to do it backwards. Ram, monkey, bird, dog. Sandals scuff at lightning speed across the clearing. Rat punches through the smoke and ash, bearing down on them and aiming to hit Sakura right in the temple. Boar. Sakura slaps her right palm against the ground and howls at the top of her lungs, reverse summoning jutsu. Seal script races out from Sakura's palm along the ground, spreading out until it takes hold of all 3 men holding onto her. White smoke bursts forth from the seal. In an instant there's a vacuum sensation pulling at Sakura hard enough she expects it to rip her organs out through her mouth. She's sure she's screaming, in pain and fear and cowardly triumph, but she can't hear it over the rushing in her ears. Her vision has gone dark. There's nothing under her knees, her palm, nothing around her but the whipping wind. Suijutsu, Zayden, and Yugo have been reduced down to the sensation of their arms and hands against her body. And as quickly as it came on, it all stops. Sakura is kneeling not on dirt, but hard stone. Air that had stung with smoke and flame is now cool and clear. The labored breathing of her teammates echoes off massive cavern walls, the hissing of scaled bellies sliding over the stone floor slithering just beneath it. Sakura tries to get a good look around, but her vision is swimming. She's able to make out the rough shapes of her team, the facade of Ryokai Temple, and 3 familiar white shapes slithering down the temple stairs before they shift into humanoid forms. One shape, white and red and tall, snaps, "Sakura Harino. To invite yourself and guests this deep into the cave at this time of night is quite bold." Sakura forces herself to smile and opens her mouth, expecting to say, "I assure you, honored sister Taijutsuim, there is a perfectly reasonable explanation for this." What comes out instead is a spurt of blood and bile. Sakura collapses onto her side, blacking out the instant her head hits the floor. Showers drench the land of Rain's barren badlands. The gray stone plain is quiet and still, the people having retreated below ground and the birds huddling in their flocks beneath rocky overhangs as they wait out the weather. All of the birds save one, soaring high through the sky and dragging something vaguely round and definitely thrashing behind it. A closer look reveals the bird's massive size, the ball of writhing appendages caught tight in a net of chakra strings dragging along after it, and the two figures in black sitting astride its back. And a closer listen reveals one of the riders singing in a weary voice, "Oh, what will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do with a drunken sailor?" Stop singing, Sasori grinds out through his teeth, jabbing one wooden elbow into Deodara's ribs. Deodara clenches his jaw tight, then snaps over his shoulder, "What would you prefer I do instead, Sasori, You want me to talk about how the rain is disintegrating the bird under our asses? Want me to talk about how I haven't slept in 48 hours and I can feel this soldier pill I'm on running out of juice? How about the fact that literal, bona fide, certified years of prep work was ruined in less than a day by some kids, an old woman, and Kakashi fucking Haytake? Want me to talk about how that sorry fucking excuse for a tailed beast won't stop screaming? Because that's all there is to talk about, Sasori my man. There ain't anything else out here. I want you to shut up, Sasori snarls, we're almost there. I'd prefer we make it there together. Pain's already furious with us, if only one of us arrived because we fought to the death he'd likely send the winner to go join the loser in hell. Deodara leans backwards until he and Sasori are spine to spine, his wet hair draping over Sasori's shoulders, if you say so. This whole country looks the same to me, man, everything's just different shades of gray. I can't figure out why Pain settled here, this country's aesthetic is trash, For once we agree, Sasori grumbles, you can't build anything that lasts in a climate like this. Either it rusts in an hour or erodes in a century. Yeah, like, if you're gonna be all about impermanence you could at least be flashier about it, Deodara groans, this is just boring, Sasori's mouth quirks upward in a mask of a smirk, no wonder our leader likes it, then. Deodara barks out a laugh. Just as Sasori predicted, they only need to fly for a few minutes more before he picks out one of the Land of Rivers odd, three-tiered, highly ornamented torii gates sitting right up against a plateau wall. He's heard they're called Torina in the local tongue, though whether that makes them truly different or not is beyond him. Art is his forte, not architecture. Sasori points it out to Deodara and he brings the bird down to land in front of it. With half a sign and an effort of chakra, the mangled, bedraggled clay bird transforms back into a figurine. The mouth on Deodara's palm slurps it up, chewing it like gum. Deodara looks between Sasori and the struggling third of the one tail bound up in his chakra strings. I should probably open the door. Please, Sasori huffs, squeezing his strings tighter in response to a particularly violent flail from the one tail. As Deodara runs through the seal sequence one-handed, Sasori finds his eyes wandering to his partner's empty sleeve. A puppet prosthetic would look quite fetching on Deodara. He could maybe even get Deodara to agree to it if he could rig it to fire explosives or detonate when detached. Or he could challenge himself, try taking Deodara's measurements in secret and attach it while he's sleeping. Far more dangerous, certainly, but far more creatively stimulating as well. Decisions. He'll have plenty of time to think it over while they're working. Deodara finishes the seal sequence and presses his palm to the rock wall. The stone ripples like water, melting into a slurry of mud and gravel. The rain quickly washes it away to reveal a steel-plated tunnel. Deodara offers his arm and Sasori transfers half his strings to Deodara. They each wrap the chakra strings once around their hands, hoist them over their shoulders, and drag the piece of the one tail behind them into the tunnel. Once they and their charge have crossed the threshold, the slurry flows up and back, re-solidifying into stone and sealing them in. The darkness only lasts for a moment. Fluorescent lights buzz to life above them, throwing how drawn the both of them truly are into harsh relief. They trudge through the winding corridor for what feels like an hour but is likely less than half of one. The sound of their footsteps and the one-tail's claws digging into the steel floor harmonize into something uniquely unpleasant. Sasori has to imagine it's far more grating for Deodara than it is for him. One of the things Sasori gave up when transferring himself from a human body to a puppet were the extremes of the senses. He hasn't heard high-pitched sound, seen blindingly bright light, or felt sharp pain in well over 2 decades now. From how Deidara's mouth is twisting, Sasori's sure he's not missing much. The corridor mercifully opens up into a massive man-made chamber. The steel-plated walls tower so high above them Sasori can't actually make out the ceiling. Rainwater pours down through slots in the walls into a drainage channel surrounding the central platform, then down the slanted floor of the channel into the darkness below the far wall. The Godot statue looms in the center of the chamber, 7 silhouettes perched upon its fingers. Sasori's jaw clicks. On top of everything else, he and Deidara are late. Simply perfect. Deidara and Sasori cut the chakra strings and step aside, revealing the piece of the one tail as Deidara remarks, "Here's what we've got, for all the good it'll do, Are gonna just launch right into this." "Not quite," Pain replies, "not until we have the other missing piece." Sasori arches a brow, "With all due respect, we have no idea where that piece is. Haytake could have done anything from transport it to destroy it. Wouldn't it be more prudent to just seal what we have, then look for the last piece?" Pain isn't the one who answers, but instead a bassy voice Sasori doesn't recognize replies, "Ordinarily, yes. But you're mistaken on one very important point." There's a rushing sound, like air being sucked through a tube. A dark spot appears beneath the Godot statue's hands. 2 shapes start to spiral out from it, one a humanoid silhouette, the other a wriggling mass similar in size and shape to the one Sasori and Deidara dragged in. The vacuum pull intensifies, growing strong enough to draw the hems of Deidara and Sasori's cloaks towards it, before suddenly ceasing. The silhouettes solidify into a human and the final third of the one tail. Sasori looks the human up and down. The only identifying feature on their person is a shock of dark hair. All else is hidden by an Akatsuki cloak and an orange mask with a swirling design centered on a single hole for their right eye. The masked man gestures to his piece of the one tail, "We know exactly where the missing piece is." Deidara clicks his tongue twice against his teeth, his standard signal that he wants Sasori's attention. Sasori looks to him, and Deidara makes a small gesture with his head towards the red-eyed shadow of Ataka Uchiha. Sasori looks up just in time to catch Ataka's eyes widening by just a fraction as they take in this new member of their ranks. Well now. Anything that can shock Ataki into a visible reaction is far more than interesting. Sasori and Deidara's piece of the one tail lets out a screech that teeters between elation and horror. A mass of claws grows from its front, grasping at the ground to drag itself towards the masked man's piece. The masked man's piece screams in response and scrabbles in lopsided zigzags along the steel floor towards the other piece of itself like a drunken crab. Once they're within a yard of each other, the two pieces send lashing appendages out to crash together, sand melding into sand as the creature reunites with itself. Deidara cocks his head to one side as he looks the masked man over. "Neat trick. That's a space-time manipulation jutsu, Seems like too useful a skill for you to just be a backup member, so which one of us are you here to replace?" Sasori catches Pain drawing in breath to speak, but the masked man cuts him off with a dry chuckle. "I'm neither backup nor a replacement. I suppose the right term would be a shareholder. A majority shareholder, to be precise." Sasori's mouth quirks up in a grin that doesn't reach his eyes. "I see. Is your investment underperforming?" The masked man glances over his shoulder at Pain before he replies, "While the Akatsuki's individual members certainly don't lack for talent, to put it bluntly, your methods are inefficient and ineffective. So your leader has agreed to bring me on as a consultant. The specifics can wait until after the one tail is sealed. For now, all you need to know is that there will be changes." Sasori glances over to Pain. Even as a silhouette, Sasori can see him bristling at this consultant dancing right up to the edge of insulting him in front of his subordinates. And hints are more than enough for the Akatsuki. Rogue ninja like them are sharks in the water waiting for the first drop of blood. And from how the silhouettes atop the Godot statue's fingers are exchanging glances and hushed whispers, there's no doubt that all of them have caught the scent. "Sasori, Deidara, to your places," Pain snaps, his resonant voice drawing them back into the moment. "We've lost enough time already." Deidara and Sasori both bow from the waist. "Yes, sir." As they draw back up, Deidara shoots Sasori a grin, waggling an eyebrow. Sasori gives him a slight nod in return. Men are fragile, fleeting things. All of them in their time fracture a little, crack a little more, then break all at once. Sasori is not loyal to men. But organizations are things that last. Organizations can be built from steel structures, reinforced with stone, sealed with cement, and last long after every man that founded it has died. Sasori is loyal to the Akatsuki, no matter who sits atop its throne. This consultant will be one to watch. Check the description for the links to the author.